Chapter 20 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana, by Susan Warner. Chapter 20. Settled. It was a very wild storm yet, through which Mr. Masters drove Diana home. Still the wind blew hard, and the snow came driving and beating down upon their shoulders and faces in thick white masses, and the drifts had piled up in some places very high. More than once the sleigh, Prince and all, was near being lodged in a snow-bank, from which the getting free would have been a work of time. Mr. Masters had to get out and do some rather complicated engineering, and withal, through the thick and heavy snowfall, it was difficult to see what they were coming to. Patience and coolness and good driving got the better of dangers, however, and slowly the way was put behind them. They met nobody. "Mr. Masters," said Diana suddenly, "you will have to stay at our house to-night. You can never get back." "I don't believe Mrs. Starling will let me go," said the minister. Diana did not know exactly how to understand this. It struck a sort of chill to her, that he was intending at once to proclaim their new relations to each other. Yet she could find nothing to object, and indeed she did not wish to object. "Mother will not be pleased," she ventured after a pause. "No, I do not expect it. We have got to face that. But she is a wise woman, and will know how to accommodate herself to things when she knows she can't help it. I will put Prince up and give him some supper, and then we will see." Diana accordingly went in alone. But as it happened, Mrs. Starling was busied with some affairs in the outer kitchen, and Diana passed through and got up to her own room without any encounter. She was glad. Encounters were not in her line. She was somewhat leisurely, therefore, in taking off her wrappings and changing her dress. And as the minister was on the other hand as soon done with his ministrations to Prince as circumstances and the snow permitted, it fell out that they re-entered the kitchen almost at the same moment, though by different doors. It was the lean-to kitchen, the only place where fire was kept on Sunday, and indeed that was the usual winter dwelling-room, a little outer kitchen serving for all the dirty work. It was in what I should call dreary Sunday order, which means, order without life. The very chairs and tables seemed to say forlornly that they had nothing to do. Not so much as an open book proclaimed that the mistress of the place was any better off. However, she had other resources, for even as the minister came in from the snow, and Diana from upstairs, Mrs. Starling herself made her appearance from the outer kitchen with a pan of potatoes in her hand. Mrs. Starling liked neither to be surprised, nor to seem so. Moreover, from the outer kitchen door, she had seen Prince and the sleigh going to the barn, and seen, too, who was driving him. With the cunning of an Indian, she had made a sudden tremendous leap to conclusions. How arrived at, I cannot say. There is a faculty in some natures that is very like a power of intuition. So she came in now with a manner that was undeclarative of anything but grimness, gave no sign of either surprise or curiosity, vouchsafed the minister only a scant little nod of welcome, and to Diana scarce a look, and set her pan of potatoes on the table, while she went into the pantry for a knife. "Do you want those peeled, mother?" Diana asked. "Must have something for supper, I suppose. Shall I do it?" "No, I guess you've done enough for one day." "I have," said Mr. Masters, "and if you had driven these 3 miles in the snow, you would know it. May I have some supper, Mrs. Starling?" "There'll be enough, I guess," said the mistress of the house, with her knife flying round the potato in hand in a way that showed both practice and energy. Then presently, with a scarce perceptible glance up at her daughter, she added, "Where have you been?" "To church, mother." "To church!" scornfully. "What did you do there?" "She heard preaching," said the minister, in that very quiet and composed way of his, which it was difficult to fight against. Few people ever tried. If any one could, it was Mrs. Starling. "I guess there weren't many that had the privilege?" she said inquiringly. "Not many," said the minister. "I never had a smaller audience, in church, to preach to." "Folks had better be at home such a day, and preach to themselves." "I quite agree with you. So I brought Diana back as soon as I could. But we have been 2 hours on the way." Mrs. Starling's knife flew round the potatoes. Her tongue was silent. Diana began to set the table. Sitting by the corner of the fire to dry the wet spots on his clothes, the minister watched her, and Mrs. Starling, without looking, watched them both, and at last, having finished her potatoes, seized the dish and went off with it, no doubt to cook the supper, for savoury fumes soon came stealing in. Diana made coffee, not without a strange back-look to a certain stormy September night when she had made it for some one else. It was December now, a December which no spring would follow, so what mattered anything, coffee or the rest? If there were any blessing left for her in the world, she believed it would be under Mr. Masters' protection and in his goodness. She felt dull and in a dream, but she believed that. The three had supper alone. Conversation, as far as Mrs. Starling was concerned, went on the pattern that has been given. Mr. Masters was at the whole expense of the entertainment, mentally, and he talked with the ease and pleasantness that seemed natural to him, of things that could not help interesting the others, even Diana in her deadness of heart, even Mrs. Starling in her perversity, pricked up their ears and listened. I don't believe, either, he even found it a difficult effort. Nothing ever seemed difficult to Mr. Masters that he had to do. It was always done so graciously, and as if he were enjoying it himself. So no doubt he was. Certainly this evening, though Mrs. Starling did not speak many words, and Diana spoke none. So supper was finished, and the mistress and her guest moved their chairs to the fire, while Diana busied herself in putting up the things, going in and out from the pantry. "You'll have to keep me to-night, Mrs. Starling," said the minister. "I knew that when I saw you come in," responded the lady, not over graciously. "I am not going to receive hospitality under false pretences, though," said the minister. "If I rob, I won't steal. Mrs. Starling, Diana and I have come to an agreement." "I knew that too," returned the lady defiantly. "According to which agreement," pursued the other, without change of a hair, "I am coming again, some other time, to take her away, out of your care into mine." "There go 2 words to that bargain," said Mrs. Starling after a half-minute's pause. "2 words have been spoken, mine and hers. Now we want yours." "Diana's got to take care of me." "Does that mean that she is never to marry?" "It don't mean anything ridiculous," said Mrs. Starling, "so it don't mean that." "I should not like to say anything ridiculous. Then, if she may marry, it only remains that she and you should be suited. Do you object to me as a son-in-law?" It is impossible to convey the impression of the manner, winning, half humorous, half dry, supremely careless and confident, in which all this was said on the minister's part. It was something almost impossible at the moment to withstand, and it fidgeted Mrs. Starling to be under the power of it. Her grudge against the minister was even increased by it, and yet she could not give vent to the feeling. "I'm not called upon to make objections against you in any way," she answered rather vaguely. "That means, of course, that you have no objections to make?" "I don't make any," said Mrs. Starling shortly. "I must be content with that," said Mr. Masters, smiling. "Diana, your mother makes no objections." And rising, he went and gravely kissed her. I do not know what tied Mrs. Starling's tongue. She sat before the fire, with her hands in her lap, in an inward fury of dull displeasure. She had untold objections to this arrangement, and yet, though she knew she must speak now or never, she could not speak. Whether it were the spell of the minister's manner, which, as I said, worked its charm upon her as it did upon others, whether it were the prick of conscience, warning her that she had interfered once too often already in her daughter's life affairs, or whether, finally, she had an instinctive sense that things were gone too far for her hindering hand, she fumed in secret and did nothing. She was a woman of sense. She knew that if a man like Mr. Masters loved her daughter, and had got her daughter's good will, it would be an ill waste of strength on her part to try to break the arrangement. It might be done, but it would not be worth the scandal and the confusion. And she was not sure that it could be done. So she sat chewing the cud of her mortification and ire, giving little heed to what words passed between the others. It had come to this. She had schemed, she had put a violent hand upon Diana's fate, to turn it her own way, and now this was the way it had gone. All her wrong deeds for nothing. She had purposed, as she said, that Diana should take care of her. Therefore Diana should not marry any poor and proud young officer, nor any officer at all, to carry her away beyond reach and into a sphere beyond and above the sphere of her mother. No, Diana must marry a rich young farmer. Will Flandin would just do. A man who would not dislike or be anywise averse to receive such a mother-in-law into his house, but reckon it an added advantage. Then her home would be secure, and her continued rule, and ruling was as necessary to Mrs. Starling as eating. She would have a larger house and business to manage, and withal need not do herself more than she chose. Having Diana, she would be sure of everything else she wanted. Now she had lost Diana, and only to a poor parson when all was done. Would it have been better to let her marry the officer? For Mrs. Starling had a shrewd guess that such would have been the issue of things if she had let them alone. Diana could not so have been more out of her power or out of her sphere. For Mrs. Starling had a certain assured consciousness that she would not fit in the minister's family, and that, gentle as he was, he would rule his house and his wife himself. She sat brooding, hardly hearing what was said by either of the others, and indeed the discourse was not very lively, till Mr. Masters rose and bade them good night. And then Mrs. Starling still went on musing. Why had she not interfered at the right moment to put a stop to this affair? She had let the moment go, and the thought vexed her, and her mood was not at all sweetened by the lurking doubt whether she could have stopped it if she had tried. Mrs. Starling could not abide to meet with her match, and sorely hated her match when she found it. What if she were to tell Diana of those letters of Evan? But then Diana would be off to the ends of the earth with him. Better keep her in the village, perhaps. Mrs. Starling grew more and more impatient. "Diana, you are a big fool!" she burst out. Diana at that moment thought not. She did not answer. Both were sitting before the wide fireplace, and Diana had not moved since Mr. Masters left them. "What sort of a life do you expect you are going to have?" "I don't know, mother." "You, who might marry the richest man in town, and live in plenty, and have just your own way and everything you want. You are a fool! Do you know what it means to be a poor minister's wife?" "I shall know, I suppose. That is, if Mr. Masters is poor. I don't know whether he is or not." "He is, of course. They all are." "Well, mother, you have taught me how to keep house on a little." "Yes, you and me, that's one thing. It's another thing when you have a shiftless man hanging around, and a dozen children or so, and expected to be civil to all the world. They always have a house full of children, and they are all shiftless." "Who, mother?" "Poor ministers." "Father hadn't, and wasn't." "He was as shiftless a man as ever wore shoe leather. He wasn't a bit of help to a woman. All he cared for was to lose his time in his books, and that's the way this man'll do, and leave you to take the brunt of everything. Your time'll go in cookin' and mendin' and washin' up, and you'll have to be at everybody's beck and call at the end o' that. If there's anything I hate, it's to be in the kitchen and parlour both at the same time." Diana was silent. "You might have lived like a queen." "I don't want to live like a queen." "You might have had your own way, Diana." "I don't care about having my own way." "I wish you would care then, or had a speck of spirit. What's life good for?" "I wish I knew," said Diana, wearily, as she rose and set back her chair. "You never will know in that man's house. I do think ministers are the meanest lot of folks there is, and that you should go and take one of them." "It's the other way, mother. He has taken me," said Diana, half laughing at what seemed to her the disproportion between her mother's passion and the occasion for it. "You were a fool to let him." "I don't think so." "You'll be sorry yet." "Why?" "They're a shiftless lot," said Mrs. Starling, rather evasively, "the whole of them. And this one has a way of holding his own in other folks' houses. That is intolerable to me. I never liked him, not from the very first." "I always liked him," said Diana simply, and she went off to her room. She had not expected that her mother would favour the arrangement. On the contrary, and it had all been settled much more easily than she had looked for. CHAPTer 19. Chapter 21 of Diana. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana by Susan Warner. Chapter 21. Unsettled. So things were settled, and Mrs. Starling made no attempt to unsettle them. On the other hand, she fell into a condition of permanent unrest, which I do not know how to characterize. It was not ill humour exactly. It was not displeasure. Or if it was displeasure at herself, but it was contrary to all Mrs. Starling's principles to admit that, and she never admitted it. Her farm servant, Josh, described her as being always now in an aggravated state, and Diana found her society very uncomfortable. There was never a word spoken pleasantly, by any chance, about anything. Good was not commended, and ill was not deplored. But both, good and ill, were taken up in the same sharp, acrid, cynical tone, or treated with the like restless mockery. Mrs. Starling found no fault with Diana, other than by this bitter manner of handling every subject that came up. At the same time, she made the little house where they lived together a place of thunderous atmosphere, where it was impossible to draw breath freely and peacefully. They were very much shut up to one another, too. That Sunday storm in December had been followed by successive falls of snow, so deep that the ways were encumbered, and travelling more difficult than usual in Pleasant Valley, even in winter. There was very little getting about between the neighbours' houses, and the people let their social qualities wait for spring and summer to develop themselves. Diana and her mother scarcely saw anybody. Nick Boddington at rare intervals looked in. Joe Bartlett once or twice came with a message from his mother. Once Diana had gone down to see her. Even Mr. Masters made his appearance at the little brown farmhouse less frequently than might have been supposed. For in truth, Mrs. Starling's presence made his visits rather unsatisfactory, and besides the two kitchen fires, there was none other in the house to which Diana and he could withdraw and see each other alone. So he came only now and then, and generally did not stay very long. To Diana, all this while, the coming or the going, the solitude or the company, even the good or ill humours of her mother, seemed to be of little importance. She lived her own shut-up, deadened, secret life through it all, and had no nerves of sensation near enough to the surface to be affected much by what went on outside of her. What though her mother was all the while in a rasped sort of state? It could not rasp Diana; she seemed to wear a coat of mail. Neighbours? No neighbours were anything to her one way or another. If she could be said to like anything, it was to be quite alone and see and hear nobody. Her marriage she looked at in the same dull way, with a thought, so far as she gave it a thought, that in the minister's house her life would be more quiet, and peace and goodwill would replace the eager disquiet around her, which, without minding it, Diana yet perceived. More quiet and better, she hoped her life would be, her life and herself. She thought the minister was getting a bad bargain of it, but since it was his pleasure, she thought it was a good thing for her. Every time she met the gentle kind eyes and felt the warm clasp of his hand, Diana repeated the assurance to herself. The girl had sunk again into mental torpor. She did not see nor hear nor feel. She lived along a mechanical sort of life, having relapsed into her former stunned condition. Not crushed; there was too much of Diana's nature for one blow or perhaps many blows to effect that. Not beaten down, like some other characters. She went on her way upright, alert, and strong, doing and expecting to do the work of life to its utmost measure. All the same, walking as a ghost might walk through the scenes of his former existence, with no longer any natural conditions to put her at one with them, and only conscious of her dead heart. This state of things had given way in the fall to a few months of incessant and very live pain. With her betrothal to the minister, Diana had sunk again into the dullness of apathy. But with a constitution mental and physical like hers, so full of sound life-blood, so true and strong, in the nature of things this state of apathetic sleep could not last for ever. And the time of final waking came. The winter had dragged its length away. Spring had come, with its renewal of all the farm and household activities. Diana stood up to her work and did it, day by day, with faultless accuracy, with blameless diligence. She was too useful a helper not to be missed unwillingly from any household that had once known her, and Mrs. Starling's temper did not improve. It had been arranged that Diana's marriage should take place about the 1st of June. Spring work over, and summer going on its orderly way, she could be easiest spared then, she thought; and Mrs. Starling, seeing it must be, made no particular objection. Beyond the time, nothing had been talked of yet concerning the occasion. So it was a hitherto untouched question when Mrs. Starling asked her daughter one day, "What sort of a wedding are you calculatin' to have?" "What sort of a wedding? I don't know," said Diana. "What do you mean by a wedding?" "The thing is, what you mean by it. Don't be a baby, Diana Starling. Do you mean to ask your friends to see you married?" "I don't want anybody, I am sure," said Diana; "and I am sure Mr. Masters does not care." "Are you going to be married in a black gown?" "Black? No; but I do not care what kind of a gown it is, further than that." "I don't think you care much about the whole thing," said Mrs. Starling, looking at her. "If I was you, I wouldn't be married just to please somebody else, without it pleased myself too. That's what I think." Poor Diana thought of Mr. Masters' face as she had seen it the last time, and it seemed to her good to give somebody else pleasure, even if pleasure were gone and out of the question for her. This view of the question naturally she did not make public. "What are you going to marry this man for?" said Mrs. Starling, standing straight up, she had been bending over some work, and looking hard at her daughter. "I hope he'll make a good woman of me," Diana said soberly. "If you had a little more spunk, you might make a good man of him. But you aren't the woman to do it. He wants his pride taken down a bit." "But what about the day, mother?" said Diana, who preferred not to discuss this subject. "Well, if you haven't thought of it, I have; and I'm going to ask all the folks there are; and we've got to make a spread for 'em, Diana Starling, so we may as well be about it. Already? It's weeks yet. They'll run away, you'll find, and the cake'll be better for keepin'. You may go about stonin' the fruit as soon as you're a mind to." Diana said no more, but stoned her raisins and picked over her currants, and sliced her citron, with the same apathetic want of realization which lately she had brought to everything. It might have been cake for anybody else's wedding that she was getting ready, so little did her fingers recognize the relation of the things with herself. The cake was made and baked and iced and ornamented, and then Mrs. Starling's activities went on to other items of preparation. Seeing Diana would be married, she meant it should be done in a way the countryside would not forget. Neither should Mrs. Flandin make mental comparisons, pityingly, of the wedding that was, with the wedding that would have been with her son for the bridegroom. Baking and boiling and roasting and jellying went on in quantity, for Mrs. Starling was a great cook, and could do things in style when she chose. The house was put in order, fresh curtains hung up, and the handsomest linen laid out, and greens and flowers employed to cover and deck the severely plain walls and furniture. One thing more Mrs. Starling wished for which she was not likely to have, the presence of one of the Elmfield family on the occasion. She would have liked some one of them to be there, in order that sure news of the whole might go to Evan, and beyond possibility of doubt; for a lurking fear of his sudden appearing some time had long hidden in Mrs. Starling's mind. I do not know what she feared in such a case. Of the two, Evan was hardly more distasteful to her as a son-in-law than the minister was, though it is true that her action in the matter of burning the letters had made her hate the man she had injured. This feeling was counterbalanced, I confess, by another feeling of the delight it would be to see Mr. Masters nonplussed; but on the whole, she preferred that Evan should keep at a distance. All the work and confusion of these last few weeks claimed Diana's full time and strength, as well as her mother's. She had scarcely a minute to think, and that was one reason, no doubt, why she went through them with such unchanged composure. They were all behind her at last. Everything was in order and readiness, down to the smallest particular, and it was with a dull sense of this that Diana went up to her room the last night before her wedding day. It was all done, and the time was all gone. She went in slowly, went to the window, opened it, and sat down before it. June had come again. One day of June was past, and to-morrow would be the second. Through the bustle of May, Diana had hardly given a look to the weather, or a thought to the time of year. It greeted her now at her window like a dear old friend that she had been forgetting. The moon, about an hour high, gave a gentle illumination through the dewy air, revealing plainly enough the level meadows and the hills which made their distant bordering. The scent of roses and honeysuckles was abroad. Just under Diana's window there was a honeysuckle vine in full blossom, and the rich, peculiar fragrance came in heavily laden puffs of air. The softest of breezes brought them, stirring the little leaves lazily, and just touched Diana's face, sweet and tender, reminding, caressing. Reminding of what? For it began to stir vaguely and uneasily in Diana's heart. Things not thought of before put in a claim to be looked at. This her home and sanctuary for so many years, it was to be hers no longer. This was the last night at her window, by her honeysuckle vine. She would not have another evening the enjoyment of her wonted favourite view over the fields and hills. She had done with all that. Other scenes, another home would claim her. And then slowly rose the thought that her freedom was gone. This was the last time she would belong to herself. Oddly enough, nothing of all this had come under consideration before. Diana had been stunned. She had believed for a long time that she was dead. Mentally she had been, as it were, in a slumber, partly of hopelessness, partly of preoccupation. Now the time of waking had come, and the hidden life in her stirred and rose and shivered with the consciousness that it was alive and in its full strength, and what it meant for it to be alive now. As I said, Diana's nature was too sound and well balanced and strong for anything to crush it, or even any part of it. And now she knew that the nerves of feeling she thought Evan had killed for ever were all astir and quivering, and would never be fooled into slumbering again. I cannot tell how all this dawned and broke to her consciousness. She had sat down at her window, a calm, weary-hearted girl, placid, and with even a dull sort of content upon her. So she had sat and dreamed a while. And then June and moonlight, and her honeysuckle and the roses, and the memory of her free childish days, and the image of her lost lover, and the thought of where she was standing, by degrees, how gently they did it too, roused her and pricked her up to the consciousness of what she was going to do. What was she going to do? Marry a man who had no real place in her heart. She had thought it did not matter. She had thought she was dead. Now all at once she knew that she was alive in every fibre, and that it mattered fearfully. The idea of Mr. Masters stung her, not as novel writers say, almost to madness, for there was no such irregularity in Diana's round, sound, healthy nature, but to pain that seemed unbearable. No confusion in her brain, and no dullness now. On the contrary, an intense consciousness of all that her position involved. She had made a mistake, like many another. Unlike many, she had found it out early. She was going to marry a man to whom she had no love to give, and she knew now that the life she must henceforth lead would be daily torture. Almost the worse, because she had for Mr. Masters so deep a respect and so true an appreciation. And he loved her, of that there was no question. The whole affection of the best man she had ever known was bestowed upon her, and in his hopes he saw doubtless a future when she would have learnt to return his love. "And I never shall," thought Diana. "Never, as long as I live. I wonder if I shall get to hate him because I am obliged to live with him. All the heart I have is Evan's, and will be Evan's. It doesn't make any difference that he was not worthy of me, as I suppose he wasn't. I have given, and I cannot take back, and now I must live with this other man." Diana shuddered already. She shed no tears. Happy are they whose grief can flow. Part of the oppression at least flows off with tears, if not part of the pain. Eyes wide open, staring out into the moonlight, a rigid face, from which the colour gradually ebbed and ebbed away, more and more so. So Diana kept the watch of her bridal eve. As the moon got higher, and the world lay clearer revealed under its light, shadows grew more defined, and objects more recognizable. It seemed as if in due proportion the life before Diana's mental vision opened and displayed itself, plainer and clearer. As she saw one, she saw the other. If Diana had been a woman of the world, her strength of character would have availed to do what many a woman of the world has not the force for. She would have drawn back at the last minute, and declined to fulfil her engagement. But in the sphere of Diana's experience, such a thing was unheard of. All the proprieties, all the conditions of the social life that was known to her, forbade even the thought, and the thought never came to her. She felt just as much bound, that is, as irrecoverably, as she would be 24 hours later, but she was like a caged wild animal. The view of the sweet moonlit country became unbearable at last, and she walked up and down her floor. She had a vague idea of tiring herself so that she could sleep. She did get tired of walking, but no sleep came, and at last she sat down again before her window to watch another change that was coming over the landscape. The moon was down, and a cool grey light, very unlike her soft glamour, was stealing into the sky and upon the world. Yes, the day was coming, the clear light of a matter-of-fact, work-a-day creation. It was coming, and she must meet it, and march on in the procession of life, which would leave no one out. If she could go alone! But she must walk by another's side now, and to that other the light of this grey dawn, if he saw it, brought only thoughts of joy. Could she help his being disappointed? Would she be able to help his finding out what a dreadful mistake he had made, and she? I must, thought Diana, and set her teeth mentally. He must not know how I feel. He does not deserve that. He deserves nothing but good, of me or of anybody. I will give him all I can, and he shall not know how I do it. With a recoil in every fibre of her nature, Diana turned to take up her life burden. She felt as if she had had none till now. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana by Susan Warner. Chapter 22. New Life. The first week of Diana's marriage was always a blank in her memory. The one continual, intense strain of effort to hide from her husband what she was thinking and feeling swallowed up everything else. Mr. Masters had procured a comfortable little light rockaway, and avoiding all public thoroughfares and conveyances, had driven off with Diana among the leafy wildernesses of the White Mountains, going where they liked and stopping where they liked. It was more endurable to Diana than any other way of spending those days could have been. The constant change and activity, and the variety of new things always claiming attention and admiration, gave her all the help circumstances could give. They offered abundance of subjects for Mr. Masters to talk about, and Diana could listen, and with a word or two now and then get along quite passably. But of all the beauty they went through, of all the glory of those June days, of all the hours of conversation that went on, Diana kept in her memory but the one fact of continual striving to hinder Mr. Masters from seeing her heart. She supposed she succeeded; she never could tell. For one thing forced itself upon her consciousness as the days went on, a growing appreciation of this man whom she did not love. His gentleness of manner, his tender care and consideration for her, the even sweetness of temper which nothing disturbed and which would let nothing disturb her, playing with inconveniences which he could not remove, and then, beneath all that, a strength of character and steady force of will which commanded her utmost respect and drew forth her fullest confidence. It hurt Diana's conscience terribly that she had given this man a wife who, as she said to herself, was utterly unworthy of him. To make this loss good, so far as any possible service or life work could, she would have done anything or submitted to anything. It was the one wish left her. "What do you think of going home?" Mr. Masters asked suddenly one evening. They had come back from a glorious ramble over the nearest mountain, and were sitting after supper in front of the small farmhouse where they had found lodging, looking out upon the view. Twilight was settling down upon the green hills. Diana started, and repeated his word. "Home?" "Yes, I mean Pleasant Valley," said the minister, smiling. "Not the house where I first saw you. There are one or two sick people from whom I do not feel that I can be long away." "You always think of other people first," said Diana, almost with a sigh. "So do you." "No, I do not. I do not think I do. It seems to me I have always thought most of myself." "You can begin now, then, to do better." "In thinking of you first, you mean? Oh, yes, I do. I will. But you think of people you do not care for." "No, I don't. Never. You cannot think of people you do not care for, in the way you mean. They will not come into your head." "How can one do then, Basil? How do you do?" "Obviously, the only way is to care for them." "Who is sick in Pleasant Valley?" "Nobody you know. One is an old man who lives back on the mountain. The other is a woman near Blackberry Hill." "Blackberry Hill? Do you go there?" "Now and then." "But those are dreadful people there." "Well," said the minister, "they want help so much the more." "Help to live, do you mean? They do stealing enough for that." "Nobody lives by stealing," said the minister. "It is one of the ways of death, and help to live is just what they want. But how shall they believe on him of whom they have not heard? And how shall they hear without a preacher?" "And do you preach to them in that place?" "I try." "But there is no church there." "When you have got anything to do," said the minister, with a dry sort of humorousness which belonged to him, "it is best not to be stopped by trifles." "Where do you preach, then, Basil?" "Wherever I can find a man or a woman to listen to me." "In the houses?" exclaimed Diana. "Why not?" "Well, we never had a minister in Pleasant Valley like you before." "Didn't you?" "I don't believe anybody ever went to those people to preach to them, until you went." "They had a good deal of that appearance," Mr. Masters assented. "But," Diana began again after a short pause, "to go back, Basil, you do not care for those people?" "I think I do," said the minister very quietly. "I suppose you do," said Diana, in a sort of admiration. "But how can you?" "Easy to tell," was the answer. "God made them, and God loves them. I love all that my Father loves. And Christ died for them, and I seek the lost whom my Master came to save. And there is not one of them but has in him the possibility of glory, and I see that possibility. And when I see it, Diana, it seems to me a small thing to give my life, if need be, that it may be realized." "I am not good enough to be your wife," said Diana, sinking her head. And her secret self-abasement was very deep. "Does that mean that you object to the cutting short of our holiday?" the minister asked, in his former tone of dry humorous suggestion. "I?" said Diana, looking up and meeting his eyes. "No, certainly. I am ready for whatever you wish, and whenever you wish." "I don't wish it at all," said the minister, giving a somewhat longing look at the green wilderness before them, of which the lovely hilly outlines were all that the gathering twilight left distinct. "But the thing is, Di, I cannot play when I ought to be working." It made little difference to Diana. Indeed, she had a hope that in her new home she would find, as she always had found in her old home, engrossing duties that would make her part easier to get through, and in some measure put a check to the rush of thought and feeling. So with her full consent, the very next day they set out upon their journey home. It was not a great journey, indeed. A long day's drive would do it. Their horse was fresh, and they had time for a comfortable rest and dinner at midday. The afternoon was very fair, and as they began to get among the hills overlooking Pleasant Valley, something in the air or light reminded Diana of the time, 2 years ago, when she had gone up the brook with Evan. She began to talk, to get rid of her thoughts. "What a nice comfortable little carriage this is, Basil. Where did it come from?" "From Boston." "From Boston! I thought there was nothing like it in Pleasant Valley, that ever I saw. But how did you get it from Boston?" "Where's the difficulty?" said the minister, sitting at ease sideways on the front seat and looking at her. He had put Diana on the back seat, that she might take a more resting position than there was room for beside him. "Why, it's so far." "Railway comes to Manchester. I received it there, and that is only 10 miles. I rode Saladin over a few days ago, and drove him back. I had ordered the set of harness with the rockaway. Echo." "Echo?" said Diana. "Where?" "A very sweet echo," said the minister, smiling. "Didn't you hear it?" "No. But, Basil, do you mean that this carriage is yours?" "No, it is yours." "Mine! Then you have bought it? Didn't it cost a great deal?" "I thought not. If you like it, certainly not." "O Basil, you are very good," said Diana humbly. "But indeed I do not want you to go to any expense, ever, for me." "I am not a poor man, Diana." "Aren't you? I thought you were." "What right had you to think anything about it?" "I thought ministers were always poor." "I am an exception, then." "And, Basil, you never acted like a rich man." "I am not going to, Di. Do you want to act like a rich woman?" Spite of her desperate downheartedness, Diana could not help laughing a little at his manner. "I do not wish anything different from you," she answered. "It is best for every reason, if you would use money to advantage in a place like this, not to make a show of it. And in other places, if you would use it to advantage, you cannot make a show of it. So it comes to the same thing. But short of that, Di, we can do what we like." "I know what you like," she said. "I shall find out what you like. In the first place, where do you think you are going?" "Where? I never thought about it. I suppose to Mrs. Persimmon's." "I don't think you would like that. The place was not exactly pleasant, and the house accommodations did very well for me, but would not have been comfortable for you. So I have set up housekeeping in another locality. Do you know where a woman named Cophetua lives?" "I never heard of her." "Out of your beat. She lives a little off the road to the Blackberry Hill. I have taken her house, and put a woman in it to do whatever you want done." "Ay, but we never kept help, since I can remember, Basil. Not house help." "Well, that proves nothing." "But I don't need anybody. I can do all that we want." "You will find enough to do." Mr. Masters quickened the pace of his horse, and Diana sat back in the carriage, half dismayed. She longed to lose herself in work, and she wished for nothing less than eyes to watch her. It was almost evening when they got home. The place was, as Mr. Masters had said, out of what had been Diana's way hitherto, in a part of Pleasant Valley which was at one side of the high road. The situation was very pretty, overlooking a wide sweep of the valley bottom, with its rich cultivation and its encircling border of green wooded hills. As to the house, it was not distinguished in any way beyond its compeers. It was rather low; it was as brown as Mrs. Starling's house. It had no giant elms to hang over it and veil its uncomeliness. But just behind it rose a green hill. The house, indeed, stood on the lower slope of the hill, which fell off more gently towards the bottom. Behind the house it lifted up a very steep rocky wall, yet not so steep but that it was grown with beautiful forest trees. Set off against its background of wood and hill, the house looked rather cosy. It had been put in nice order, and even the little plot of ground in front had been cleared of thistles and hollyhocks, which had held a divided rain, and trimmed into neatness, though there had not been time yet for grass or flowers to grow. Within the house about this time, at one of the two lower front windows, a little woman stood looking out and speculating on the extreme solitariness of the situation. She had nobody to communicate her sentiments to, or she could have been eloquent on the subject. The golden glow and shimmer of the setting sun all over the wide landscape, it may be said with truth, she did not see. To her it was nothing but sunshine, a natural and necessary accessory of the sun's presence, when clouds did not happen to come over the sky. I think she really saw nothing but the extreme emptiness of the picture before her, just that one fact, that there was nothing to see. Therefore it was on various accounts an event when the rockaway hove in sight and the grey horse stopped before the gate. It did not occur to Miss Collins then to go out to the carriage to receive bundles or baskets, or render help generally. She had got something to look at, and she looked. Only when the minister, having tied Saladin's head, came leading the way through the little courtyard to the front door, did it occur to his help to open the same. There she stood, smiling the blankest of smiles, which made Diana want to get rid of her on the instant. "Well, of all things!" was her salutation, uttered in a high key. "If it ain't you! I never was so beat. Why, I didn't look for ye this long spell yet." "Won't you let us come in, Miss Collins, seeing we are here?" "La, I'm glad to see ye, fust rate," was the answer as she stepped back, and stepping further back as Mr. Masters advanced. At last she pushed open the door of her kitchen, which was the front room on that side, and backed in, followed by the minister, and at a little interval by his wife. Miss Collins went on talking. "How do, Mis' Masters? I s'pect I can't be under no mistake as to the personality, though I hain't had the pleasure of an introduction. But I thought honeymoon folks allays make it last as long as they could," she went on, turning her eyes from Diana to the minister again. "And you hain't been no time at all. What have you got in the house, Miss Collins? Anything for supper? I am hungry," said the latter. "Wall, happiness makes some folks hungry, and some they say it feeds 'em," Miss Collins returned. "Folks is so unlike. But if you're hungry, Mr. Masters, you'll have to have sun'thin'." Leaving her to prepare it, with a laughing twinkle in his eye the minister led Diana out of that room and along a short passage to another door. The passage was very narrow, the ceiling was low, the walls whitewashed, the wainscoting blue, and yet the room which they entered, though sharing in all the items of this description, was homely and comfortable. It was furnished in a way that made it seem elegant to Diana. A warm-coloured dark carpet on the floor, 2 or 3 easy chairs, a wide lounge covered with chintz, and chintz curtains at the windows. On the walls here and there single shelves of dark wood put up for books, and filled with them, a pretty lamp on the little leaf table, and a wide fireplace with bright brass andirons. The windows looked out upon the wooded mountain side. Diana uttered an exclamation of surprise and admiration. "This is your room, Di," said the minister. "The kitchen has the view. I did think of changing about and making the kitchen here, but the other room has so long been used in that way, I was afraid it would be a bad exchange. However, we will do it yet, if you like." "Change! Why, this room is beautiful!" cried Diana. "Looks out into the hill." "Oh, I like that." "Don't make it a principle to like everything I do," said he, smiling. "But I do like it, Basil. I like it better than the other side," said Diana. "I just love the trees and the rocks, and you can hear the birds sing, and the room is most beautiful." Mr. Masters had opened the windows, and there came in a spicy breath from the woods, together with the wild warble of a wood thrush. It was so wild and sweet, they both were still to listen. The notes almost broke Diana's heart, but she would not show that. "What do you think that bird is saying?" she asked. "I don't know what it may be to his mind. I know what it is to mine. Pray, what does it say to yours?" "It is too plaintive for the bird to know what it means," said Diana. "Probably. I have no doubt the ancients were right when they felt certain animals to be types of good and others of evil. I think it is true, in detail and variety. I have the same feeling. And in like manner, carrying out the principle, I hear one bird say one thing and another another, in their countless varieties of song." "Did the ancients think that?" "Don't you remember the distinction between clean beasts and unclean?" "I thought that was ordered." "It was ordered to be observed. The distinction was felt before." They were again silent a moment, while the thrush's song filled the air with liquid rejoicing. "That bird," said Diana slowly, "sings as if he had got somewhere above all the sins and troubles and fights of life. I mean, as if he were a human being who had got there." "That will do," said the minister. "But that's impossible, so why should he sing it?" "Take it the other way," said the minister, smiling. "You mean," said Diana, looking up, for she had sat down before the open window, and he stood by her side, "you mean, he would not sing a false note?" "Nor God make a promise he would not fulfil. Come up stairs." "But, Basil, how could the bird's song be a promise from God?" "Think. He gave the song, Diana, and has been said of visible things in nature, so it may be said of audible things. Every one of them is the expression of a thought of God." He did not wait for an answer, and Diana's mind was too full to give one. Upstairs they went. The room over Diana's was arranged to be Mr. Masters' study. The other, above the kitchen, looked out upon a glorious view of the rich valley and its encompassing hills. Both were exceedingly neat and pretty in their furniture and arrangements, in all of which Diana's comfort had been sedulously cared for. Her husband showed her the closet for her boxes, and opened the huge press prepared for her clothes, and taking off her bonnet, welcomed her tenderly home. But it seemed to Diana as if everything stifled her, and she would have liked to flee to the hills, like the wild creatures that had their home there. Her outward demeanour, for all that, was dignified and sweet. Whatever she felt, she would not give pain. "You are too good to me," she murmured. "I will be as good as I can, Basil, to you." "I know it," said he. "And I think I had better begin," she presently added more lightly, "by going down and seeing how Miss Collins and supper are getting on." "I dare say they will get on to some sort of consummation." "It will be a better consummation if you let me go." Perhaps he divined something of her feeling, for he made no objection; and Diana escaped, with a sense that her only refuge was in action, to do something, no matter what, and stop thinking. Yet when she went downstairs, she went first to the back room and to the open window to see if she could catch the note of the thrush once more. It came to her like a voice from the other world. He was still singing, somewhere up amid the cool shades of the hemlocks and oaks on the hill, from out the dusky twilight of their tops, sending his tremulous trills of triumph down the hillside. He was undoubtedly having a good time. Diana listened a minute, and then went to the kitchen. Miss Collins was standing in front of the fireplace, contemplating it, or the kettle she had hung over it. "Where is Mr. Masters' supper?" Diana began. "Don't you take none?" was the rejoinder. "I mean, what can we have?" "You can have all there is, and there ain't nothin' in the house but what's no 'count. If I'd ha' knowed, honeymoon folks wants sun'thin' tip-top; been livin' on the fat o' the land, I expect; and now you're come home to pork, and that's the hull on't." "Pork will do," said Diana, "if it is good. Have you no ham?" "Lots. That's pork, ain't it?" "Eggs?" "Yes, there's eggs." "Potatoes?" "La, I didn't expect you'd want potatoes at this time o' day." Diana informed herself of the places of things, and set herself and Miss Collins vigorously to work. The handmaid looked on somewhat ungraciously at the quiet, competent energy of her superior, the smile on her broad mouth gradually fading. "Reckon you don't know me," she remarked presently. "Yes, I do," said Diana. "You are Jemima Collins, that used to live at the post office. How came you here?" "Wall, there's nothin' but changes in the world, I expect. That's my life. Mis' Reems, to the post office, had her mother come home to live with her, owin' to her father gettin' his arm took off in some chinery, which was the death o' him. So the mother come home to her daughter, and then they made it out as they two was equal to all there was to do; and I don't say they warn't, but that was reason enough why they didn't want me no longer. And then I stayed with Miss Gunn a spell, helpin' her get her house cleaned; and then the minister made out as he wanted a real 'sponsible person for to take care o' his house; and Miss Gunn, she told him what she knowed about me, and so I moved in. La, it's a change from the post office! It was sort o' lively there, allays comin' and goin', and lots of news." Diana made no answer. The very mention of the post office gave her a sort of pang. About that spot her hopes had hovered for so long, and with such bitter disillusioning. She sent Miss Collins to set the table in the other room, and presently, having finished her cookery, followed with it herself. CHAPTer 22. Chapter 23 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording Bridget Gage. Diana by Susan Warner. Chapter 23. Supper at Home. The windows were open still, and the dusky air without was full of cool freshness. In the wide fireplace the minister had kindled a fire, and in a little blue teapot he was just making the tea. The kettle stood on the hearth. It was as pretty and cheerful a home view as any bride need wish to see for the first evening in her new house. Diana knew it, and took the effect, which possibly was only heightened by the consciousness that she wished herself 500 miles away. What the picture was to her husband she had no idea, nor that the crowning feature of it was her own beautiful, sweet presence. Miss Collins brought in the prepared dishes and left the two alone. "I see I have fallen into new hands," the minister remarked presently. "Mrs. Persimmon never cooked these eggs." "You must have been tired of living in that way, I should think." "No, I never get tired of anything." "Not of bad things?" "No, I get rid of them." "But how can you?" "Different ways." "Can you do everything you want to do, Basil?" his wife asked, with an incredulous sort of admiration. "I'll do everything you want me to do." "You have already, and more," she said with a sigh. "How will your helpmeet in the other room answer the purpose?" "I have never been used to have anybody, you know, Basil, and I do not need any one. I can do all easily myself." "I know you can. I do not wish you should." "Then what will you give me to do?" "Plenty." "I don't care what, if I can only be busy. I cannot bear to be idle. What shall I do, Basil?" "Is there nothing you would like to study, that you have never had a chance to learn?" "Learn?" said Diana, a whole vista of possible new activities opening all at once before her mind's eye. "Oh, yes, I would like to learn, to study. What, Basil?" "What would you like to take hold of?" "I would like Latin." "Latin!" cried the minister. "That's an excellent choice. Greek too?" "I would like to learn Greek very much. But I suppose I must begin with one at once." "How about modern languages?" "You know," said Diana shyly, "I can have no teacher but you." "And you stand in doubt as to my qualifications? Prudent." "I will learn anything you like to teach me," said Diana, and her look was both very sweet and very humble, withal had something of an anxious strain in it. "Then there's another thing. Don't you want to help me?" "How?" "In my work." "How can I?" "I don't believe you know what my work is," said the minister dryly. "Do you now?" "I thought I did," said Diana. "Preaching sermons, to wit," said the minister; "but that is only one item. My business is to work in my Master's vineyard." "Yes, and I thought that was how you did it." "But a man may preach many sermons, and never do a bit of work, of the sort I mentioned." "What is the sort, then, Basil?" "I'll show you when we get away from the table. It is time you knew." So when the supper tray and Miss Collins were gone, the minister took his Bible and made Diana sit down beside him where they could both look over it. "Your notion of a minister is, that he is a sort of machine to make sermons?" "I never thought you were a machine of any sort," said Diana gently. "No, of course not; but you thought that was my special business, didn't you? Now look here. 'Son of man, I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel. Therefore hear the word at my mouth, and give them warning from me.'" "A watchman," Diana repeated. "It is a responsible post, too, for see over here. If the watchman see the sword come, and blow not the trumpet, and the people be not warned, if the sword come and take any person from among them, he is taken away in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at the watchman's hand." "Do you mean, Basil?" "Yes, I mean all that. You can understand now what was in Paul's mind, and what a great word it was, when he said to the Ephesian elders, 'I take you to record this day, that I am pure from the blood of all men.' He had done his whole duty in that place." "I never felt that old Mr. Hardenburgh warned us against anything," Diana remarked. "Did I?" "You began to make me uncomfortable almost as soon as you came." "That's good," said the minister quietly. "Now see these words, Diana. 'Go ye into all the world, and tell the good news to everybody.'" "Preach the gospel," said Diana. "That is simply telling the good news." "Is it?" "Certainly." "But, Basil, it never seemed so." "There was a reason for that. As cold waters to a thirsty soul, so is good news from a far country. You were not thirsty, that is all." "Basil," said Diana almost tremulously, "I think I am now." "Well," said her husband tenderly, "you know who could say, and did say, 'If any man thirst, let him come unto me and drink.' I am the bread of life. He that cometh to me shall never hunger, and he that believeth on me shall never thirst." that bringing together of need and supply, while yet need does not see how it is to stretch out its hand to take the supply, how sharp and how pitiful it makes the sense of longing. Diana drooped her head till it touched Basil's arm. It seemed to her that her heart would fairly break. "But that doesn't mean," she said, bringing out her words with hesitation and difficulty, "that does not mean hunger of every sort?" "Yes." "Of earthly sorts, Basil? How can it? People's desires for so many things. Is there any limit or qualification to the promise?" "No, not there." "Is there anywhere else?" Diana was silent. "There is none anywhere, except the limit put by the faith of the applicant. I have known a person starving to death, relieved for the time even from the pangs of bodily hunger by the food which Christ gave her. There is no condition of human extremity for which he is not sufficient." "But," said Diana, still speaking with difficulty, "that is for some people." "For some people, and for everybody else." "But he would not like to have anybody go to him just for such a reason." "He will never ask you why you came, if you come. He was in this world to relieve misery and to save from it. 'Him that cometh to me I will in no wise cast out,' is his own word. He will let you if you will help him, Diana." Diana's head pressed more heavily against Basil's arm. The temptation was to break out into wild weeping at this contact of sympathy, but she would not. Did her husband guess how much she was in want of help? That thought half frightened her. Presently she raised her head and sat up. "Here is another verse," said her husband, "which tells of a part of my work. 'Go ye into the highways, and as many as ye shall find, bid to the marriage.'" "I don't understand." "'The kingdom of heaven is like unto a certain king which made a marriage for his son.' It means rather a wedding entertainment." "How, Basil?" "The bridegroom is Christ. The bride is the whole company of his redeemed. The time is by and by, when they shall all be gathered together, all washed from defilement, all dressed in the white robes of the King's court which are given them, and delivered from the last shadow of mortal sorrow and infirmity. Then in glory begins their perfected, everlasting union with Christ. Then the wedding is celebrated, and the supper signifies the fullness and communion of his joy in them, and their joy in him." Basil's voice was a little subdued as he spoke the last words, and he paused a few minutes. "It is my business to bid people to that supper," he said then, "and I bid you, Di." "I will go, Basil." But the words were low, and the tears burst forth, and Diana hurried away. Chapter 24 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana, by Susan Warner. Chapter 24. The Minister's Wife. Diana plunged herself now into business. She was quite in earnest in the promise she had made at the end of the conversation last recorded. But to set about a work is one thing, and to carry it through is another, and Diana did not immediately see light. In the meanwhile, the pressure of the bonds of her new existence was only to be borne by forgetting it in intense occupation. Her husband wanted her to study many things. For her own sake and for his own he wished it, knowing that her education had been exceedingly one-sided and imperfect. He wanted all sources of growth and pleasure to be open to her, and he wanted full communion with his wife in his own life and life-work. So he took her hands from the frying-pan and the preserving kettle, and put dictionaries and philosophies into them. On her part, besides the negative incitement of losing herself and her troubles in books, Diana's mental nature was too sound and rich not to take kindly the new seeds dropped into the soil. She had gone just far enough in her own private reading and thinking to be all ready to spring forward in the wider sphere to which she was invited, and in which a hand took hers to help her along. The consciousness of awakening power, too, and of enlarging the bounds of her world, drew her on. Sometimes in Basil's study, where he had arranged a place for her, sometimes downstairs in her own little parlour, Diana pored over books and turned the leaves of dictionaries, and felt her way along the mazes of Latin stateliness, or wondered and thrilled at the beauty of the Greek words of the New Testament as her husband explained them to her. Or she wrought out problems, or she wrote abstracts, or she dived into depths of philosophical speculation. Then Diana began to learn French, and very soon was delighting herself in one or other of a fine collection of French classics which filled certain shelves in the library. There was, besides all the motives above mentioned, which quickened and stimulated her zeal for learning, another very subtle underlying cause which had not a little to do with her unflagging energy in pursuit of her objects. Nay, there were two. Diana did earnestly wish to please her husband, and for his sake to become, so far as cultivation would do it, a fit companion for him. That she knew. But she scarcely knew how beneath all that, and mightier than all that, was the impulse to make herself worthy of the other man whose companion now she would never be. Subtle, as so many of our springs of action are, unrecognized, it drove her with an incessant impulse. To be such a woman as Evan would have been proud of, such a one as he would have liked to stand by his side anywhere, one that he need not have feared to present in any society. Diana strove for it, and that although Evan would never know it, and it did not in the least concern him. And as she felt from time to time that she was attaining her end and coming nearer and nearer to what she wished to be, Diana was glad with a secret joy, which was not the love of knowledge, nor the pride of personal ambition, nor the duty of an affectionate wife. As I said, she did not recognize it. If she had, I think she would have tried to banish it. One afternoon she was sitting by her table at the study window, where she had been very busy, but was not busy now. The window was open, the warm summer air came in, and over the hills and the lowland the brilliance and glow of the evening sunlight was just at its brightest. Diana sat gazing out, while her thoughts went wandering. Suddenly she pulled them up, and her question was rather a departure, though standing in a certain negative connection with them. "Basil, I can't make out just what faith is." "Cannot you?" "No. Can you help me? The Bible says, 'Believe, believe.' I believe everything it tells me, and you tell me, but I have not faith." "How do you know that?" "If I had, I should be a Christian." "And you think you are not?" "I am sure I am not." "Are you willing?" "I think I am willing," Diana answered slowly, looking out into the sunlight. "If you are right, then faith must be something more than mere belief." "What more is it?" she said eagerly, turning her face towards him now. "I think the heart has its part in it as well as the head, and it is with the heart that the difficulty lies. In true Bible faith, the heart gives its confidence where the intellect has given its assent. With the heart man believeth unto righteousness. That is what the Lord wants, our personal trust in him, unreserved and limitless trust." "Trust?" said Diana. "Then why cannot I give it? Why don't I?" "That is the question to be answered. But, Di, the heart cannot yield that confident trust so long as there is any point in dispute between it and God, so long as there is any consciousness of holding back something from him or refusing something to him. Disobedience and trust cannot go together. It is not the child who is standing out in rebellion who can stretch out his hand for his father's gifts and know that they will be given." "Do you think I am rebelling, Basil?" "I cannot see into your heart, Di." "What could I be holding back from God?" "Unconditional surrender." "Surrender of what?" "Yourself, your will. When you have made that surrender, there will be no difficulty about trusting. There never is." Diana turned to the window again, and leaning her head on her hand, sat motionless for a long time. Sunlight left the bottomlands and crept up the hills and faded out of the sky. Dusk and dews of twilight fell all around, and the dusk deepened till the stars began to shine out here and there. Sweet summer scents came in on the dew-freshened air. Sweet chirrup of insects made their gentle running commentary on the silence. Miss Collins had long ago caused the little bell with which she was wont to notify her employers that their meals were ready, to sound its tinkling call to supper; but Diana had not heard it, and the minister would not disturb her. It was after a very long time of this silence that she rose, came to the table where he was sitting, and knelt down beside it. "I believe," she said, "and I trust, Basil." He took her hand, but said nothing otherwise. He could not see her face, for she had laid it down upon some books, and besides the room was very dusky now. But when he expected some further words which should tell of relief or joy, to his surprise he felt that Diana was weeping, and then that her tears had grown into a storm. Most strange for her, who very rarely let him or any one see the outbursts of such feeling. Indeed, even by herself she was very slow to come to the indulgence of tears. It was not her way. Now, before she was aware, they were flowing, and as it is with some natures, if you open the sluice gates at all, a flood pours forth which makes it impossible to shut them again for a while. And this time I think she forgot that anybody was by. He was puzzled. Was it joy or sorrow? Hard for herself to tell, there was so much of both in it. For with the very first finding of a sufficient refuge and help for her trouble, Diana had brought her burden to his feet, and there was weeping convulsively, partly from the sense of the burden, partly with the sense of laying it down, and with the might of that infinite sympathy, the apprehension of which was beginning to dawn upon her now for the first time. What is it like? Oh, what is it like? It is the dayspring from on high. Basil could not read all she was feeling and spell it out, but I think he had a sort of instinct of it, and felt that his wife was very far from him, in this her agony of joy and sorrow. For he kept motionless, and his broad brow, which never was wrinkled, was very grave. One hand he laid lightly upon Diana's shoulder, as if so to remind her of his presence and close participation in all that concerned her. Otherwise he did not interrupt her, nor make any claims upon her attention. Gradually Diana's sobs ceased, and then she grew utterly still, and the two sat so together, for neither of them knew how long. At last Diana raised her head. "You have had no supper all this while," she said. "I have had something much better," said he, gently kissing her cheek. "To see me cry?" said Diana. "I don't know why I cried." "I think I do. Don't you feel better for it?" "Yes, or else for that which made me do so. Come down, Basil." At tea she was perfectly herself and quite as usual, except for the different expression in her face. It was hardly less grave than before, but something dark had gone out, and something light had come in. "I can face the sewing society now," she remarked towards the end of the meal. "The sewing society!" her husband echoed. "Is that much to face?" "I have not been to one since I was married, and they make so much fuss about it, I must go now. They meet to-morrow at mother's." "What do they sew?" "They pretend to be making up a box for some missionary out west." "I guess there is no pretence about it." "Yes, there is. They have been 8 months at work upon a box to go to Iowa somewhere, to a family very much in want of everything, and the children and mother are almost, or quite, I guess, in rags; and the ladies here are comfortably doing a little once a week, and don't even expect to have the box made up till Christmas time. Think of the people in Iowa waiting and waiting, with hardly anything to put on, while we meet once a week, and sew a little and talk and have supper." "How would you manage it?" "I would send off the box next week, Basil." "So would I. Suppose now we do." "Send off a box?" "Yes. I will give you the money. You can go. I will drive you down to Gunn's, and you can get there whatever you think would be suitable, and we will have the fun to ourselves." The colour flushed into Diana's face. It was the first flush of pleasure that had come there in a long while. "You are very good, Basil," she said. "Don't you think I could drive Saladin?" "Where?" "Anywhere. I mean that I could go places then without troubling you to drive me." "I can stand so much trouble. It is not good for a man to live too easy." "But it might be convenient for you sometimes." So it might, and pleasant for you. No, I should not like to trust you to Saladin. I wonder if your mother would let me have Prince, if I offer her a better horse in exchange. Perhaps I can do better than that. We will see." "Oh, Basil, you must not get another horse for me." "I will get anything I like for you." "But do you mean, and keep Saladin too?" "I mean that. Saladin is necessary to me." "Then don't, Basil. I can tell you, people will say you are extravagant if you have 2 horses." "I cannot help people talking scandal." "No, but it will hurt your influence." "Well, we will feel the pulse of the public to-morrow, but I think they would stand it." They drove down to Mrs. Starling's the next day. Mr. Masters had other business, and must go farther. Diana went in alone. She was early, for she had come to help her mother make the preparations, and at first these engrossed them both. "Well," said Mrs. Starling, when some time had passed, "how do you get along with your husband?" Diana's eyes opened slightly. "It would be a very strange person that could not get on with Mr. Masters," she answered. "Easy, is he? I hate easy men. The best of 'em are helpless enough, but when you get one of the easy soft, they are contented if every door hangs on one hinge." Diana made no answer. "How does your girl get along?" "Very well. Pretty well." "What you want with a girl I don't see. I didn't either, but Mr. Masters wants me to do other things." "Set you up to be a lady. Well, the world's full o' fools." "I am as busy, mother, as ever I was in my life." "Depends on what you call business. Making yourself unfit for business, I should say. Call it what you like. I suppose he is your humble servant, and just gives you your own way." "He is not that sort of man at all, mother. He is as kind as he can be, but he is nobody's humble servant." "Then I suppose you are his. There is somebody now, Diana. It's Kate Boddington. Do go in and take care of her. You can do so much. And keep her from coming out here where I am." "Well, Di!" exclaimed her relative as Diana met her. "Ain't it a sight to see you at the sewing meetin'? Why haven't you been before? Seems to me you make an uncommon long honeymoon of it." Diana's natural sweetness and dignity, and furthermore the great ballast of old pain and new gladness which lay deep down in her heart, kept her quite steady and unruffled under all such breezes. She had many of the like to meet that day, and the sweet calm and poise of her manner through them all would have done honour to the most practised woman of the world. Most of her friends and neighbours here collected had scarce seen her since her marriage, unless in church, and they were curious to know how she would carry herself, and curious in general about many things. It was a sort of battery that Diana had to face, and sometimes a masked battery, but it was impossible to tell whether a shot hit. "What I want to know," said Mrs. Boddington, "is, where the minister and you made it up, Di. You were awful sly about it." "Ain't that so?" chimed in Mrs. Carpenter. "I never had no notion o' what was goin' on, not the smallest idee; and I was jest a sayin' one day to Mis' Gunn, or somebody, I declare I don't know now who 'twas, I was so dumbfounded when the news come, it took all my memory away; but I was jest a sayin' to somebody, and I remember it because I'd just been after dandelion greens and couldn't find none, they was just about past by then, and bitter, and we was a settin' with our empty baskets, and I was just tellin' somebody, I don't know who 'twas, who I thought would make a good wife for the minister, when up comes Mrs. Starling's Josiah and reaches me the invitation. 'There,' says I, 'if he ain't a goin' to have Diana Starling!' I was beat." "I dare say you could have fitted him just as well," remarked Mrs. Starling. "Wall, I don't know. I was thinkin', but I guess it's as well as not to say now what I was thinkin'." "That's so," assented Miss Barry. "I don't believe he thinks nobody could ha' chosen for him no better than he has chosen for himself." "Men never do know what is good for them," Mrs. Salter remarked, but not ill-naturedly. On the contrary, there was a gleam of fun in her face. "I'm thankful anyway he hain't done worse," said another lady. "I used to be afraid he would go and get himself hitched to a flyaway." "Euphemie Knowlton?" said Mrs. Salter. "Yes, I used to wonder if we shouldn't get our minister's wife from Elmfield. It looked likely at one time." "Those two wouldn't ha' pulled together well, never," said another. "I should like to know how he and Di's going to pull together," said Mrs. Flandin acidly. "He goin' one way and she another." "Do you think so, Mrs. Flandin?" asked the lady thus in a very uncomplimentary manner referred to. "Wall, ain't it true?" said Mrs. Flandin judicially. "I do not think it is true." "Wall, I'm glad to hear it, I'm sure," said the other. "But there's a word in the Scriptur' about two walkin' together when they ain't agreed." "Mr. Masters and I are agreed," said Diana, while her lips parted in a very slight smile, and a lovely tinge of rose colour came over her cheeks. "But not in everything, I reckon." "In everything I know," said Diana steadily, while a considerable breeze of laughter went round the room. Mrs. Flandin was getting the worst of it. "Then it'll be the worse for him," she remarked with a jerk at her sewing. Diana was silent now, but Mrs. Boddington took it up. "Do you mean to say, Mis' Flandin, you approve of quarrels between man and wife, and quarrels in high places too?" "High places!" echoed Mrs. Flandin, "when it says that a minister is to be the servant of all?" "And ain't he?" said Mrs. Carpenter. "Is there a place or a thing our minister don't go to if he's wanted? And does he mind whether it's night or day, or rough or smooth? And does he care how fur it is, or how long he goes without his vittles? I will say, I never did see a no more self-forgetful man than is Mr. Masters; and I've a good right to know, and I say it with feelin's of gratitude." "That's jest so," said Miss Barry, her eyes glistening over her knitting, which they did not need to watch; and there was a hum of assent through the room. "I'm not sayin' nothin' agin him," said Mrs. Flandin in an injured manner; "but what I was hintin', I warn't sayin' nothin', is that he's married a beauty," said Mrs. Boddington. "I don't set no count on beauty," said the other. "I allays think, ef a minister is a servant of the Lord, and I hope Mr. Masters is, it's a pity his wife shouldn't be too. That's all." "But I am, Mrs. Flandin," said Diana quietly. "What?" "A servant of the Lord." "Since when?" demanded the other incredulously. "Doesn't matter since when," said Diana, with a calm gentleness which spoke for her. "I was not always so, but I am now." "Hev' you met with a change?" the other asked, again judicially, and critically. "Yes." "Ain't that good news now?" said Miss Barry, dropping her knitting and fairly wiping her eyes. "I hope your evidence is clear," said the other lady. "Do you want to hear what they are?" said Diana. "I have come to know the Lord Jesus. I have come to believe in him. I have given myself to be his servant, as truly his servant, though not so good a one, as my husband is. But what he bids me, I'll do." The little assembly was silent all round. Both the news and the manner of the teller of it were imposing. Decided, clear, calm, sweet, Diana's grey eyes as well as her lips gave her testimony. They did not shrink from other eyes, nor droop in hesitation or difficulty. As little was there a line of daring or self-assertion about them. The dignity of the woman struck and hushed her companions. "Our minister'll be a happy man, I'm thinkin'," said good Mrs. Carpenter, speaking out what was the secret thought of many present. "You haven't joined the church, Diana," said Mrs. Starling harshly. "I will do that the first opportunity, mother." "That's your husband's doing. I allays knew he'd wile a bird off a bush." "I am very thankful to him," said Diana calmly. That calm of hers was unapproachable. It would neither take offence nor give it, although, it is true, it did irritate some of her neighbours and companions by the very distance it put between them and her. Diana was different from them, and growing more different. Yet it was hard to find fault. She was so handsome too, that helped the effect of superiority. And her dress, what was there about her dress? It was a pale lilac muslin, no way remarkable in itself, but it fell around lines so soft and noble, and about so queenly a carriage, it waved with so quiet and graceful motions, there was a temptation to think Diana must have called in dressmaking aid that was not lawful, for the minister's wife. As the like often happens, Diana was set apart by a lifelong sorrow from all their world of experience, and they thought she was proud. "What did you pay for that muslin, Diana?" Mrs. Flandin asked. 15 pence. "Du tell! Well, I should ha' thought it was more," remarked Miss Gunn. "It's made so elegant." "I made it myself," said Diana, smiling. "Du tell!" said Miss Gunn again, reviewing the gown. For, as I hinted, its draperies were graceful, their lovely lines being unbroken by furbelows and flummery, and the sleeves were open and half long, with a full ruffle which fell away from Diana's beautiful arms. "How Phemie Knowlton used to dress," Miss Gunn went on, moved by some hidden association of ideas. "I wonder if nobody ever comin' back to Elmfield," said Mrs. Boddington. "They don't do nothin' with the place, and it's just waste." The talk wandered on, but Diana's thoughts remained fixed. They had flown back over the 2 years since Evan and she had their explanation in the blackberry field, and for a little while she sat in a dream, feeling the stings of pain, that seemed, she thought, to grow more lively now instead of less. The coming in of Mr. Masters roused her, and with a sort of start she put away the thought of Evan, and of days and joys past for ever, and forcibly swung herself back to present things. People were very well behaved after her husband came, and she did her part, she knew, satisfactorily, for she saw his eye now and then resting on her, or meeting hers with the hidden smile in it she had learned to know. And besides, nothing was ever dull or commonplace where he was, so even in Mrs. Starling's house and Mrs. Flandin's presence, the rest of the evening went brightly off. And then, driving home, through the light of a young moon and over the quiet country, Diana watched the wonderful calm line where the hilltops met the sky, and thought surely, with the talisman she had just found of heavenly love and sympathy and strength, she could walk the rest of her way through life and bear it till the end. Then by and by, beyond that dividing line of eternity, there would be bright heaven instead of the dusky earth. If only she could prevent Basil from knowing how she felt, and so losing all peace in life himself. But his peace was so fixed in heaven, she wondered if anything on earth could destroy it. She would not try that question. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana, by Susan Warner. Chapter 25. Miss Collins' Work. It was well for Diana that she had got a talisman of better power than the world can manufacture. It was well for her, too, that she followed up earnestly the clue to life which had been given her. If you have a treasure house of supplies, and are going to have to get to it in the dark by and by, it is good to learn the way very well while the light is there. For weeks Diana gave herself before all other things to the study of her Bible, and to better understanding of faith's duties and privileges. In all this Basil was a great help, and daily his wife learned more and more to admire and revere the mind and temper of the man she had married. Reverence would have led surely to love, in such a nature as Diana's, but Diana's heart was preoccupied. What love could not do, however, conscience and gratitude did, as far as possible. Nothing that concerned Basil's comfort or honour was uncared for by his wife. So, among other things, she never trusted the care of his meals entirely to Miss Collins, and, quite to that lady's discomfiture, would often come into the kitchen and prepare some nice dish herself, or superintend the preparation of it. Miss Collins resented this. She shared the opinion of some of the ladies of the sewing society that Mrs. Masters was quite proud and needed to be taken down a bit, and if she got a good chance, she had it in her mind to do a little of the taking down herself. It was one evening, late in September. Frosts had hardly set in yet, and every change in the light and colour carried Diana's mind back to Evan and 2 years ago, and mornings and evenings of that time, which were so filled with nameless joys and hopes. Diana did not give herself to these thoughts, nor encourage them. They came with the suddenness and the start of lightning. Merely the colour of a hill at sunset was enough to flash back her thoughts to an hour when she was looking for Evan, or a certain sort of starlight night would recall a particular walk along the meadow fence, or a gust and whiff of the wind would bring with it the thrill that belonged to one certain stormy September night that never faded in her remembrance; or the smell of coffee sometimes, when it was just at a certain stage of preparation, would turn her heart sick. These associations and remembrances were countless and incessant, always under the reminders of the September light and atmosphere, and Diana could not escape from them, though as soon as they came she put them resolutely away. This evening Mr. Masters was out. Diana knew he had gone a long ride and would be tired, that is, if he ever could be tired, and would be certainly ready for his supper when he came in. So she went out to make ready a certain dish of eggs which she knew he liked. Such service as this she could do, and she did. There was no thoughtful care, no smallest observance, which could have been rendered by the most devoted affection, which Diana did not give to her husband. Except, she never offered a kiss, or laid her hand in his or upon his shoulder. Happily for her, Basil was not a particularly demonstrative man, for every caress from him was as vinegar upon nitre. She did not show repulsion, that was all. "I guess I can do that, Miss Masters," said her handmaid, who always preferred to keep the kitchen for her own domain. Diana made no answer. She was slowly and delicately peeling her eggs, and probably did not notice the remark. Miss Collins, however, resented the neglect. "Mr. Masters is gone a great deal. It's sort o' lonesome up here on the hill. Dreadfully quiet, don't you think it is?" "I like quiet," Diana answered absently. "Do, hey? Wall, I allays liked life. I never could get too much o' that. I should like a soldier's life uncommon, if I was a man." Diana had finished peeling her eggs, and now began to wash a bunch of green parsley which she had fetched from the garden, daintily dipping it up and down in a bowl of spring water. "It was kind o' lively down to the post office," Miss Collins remarked again, eyeing the beautiful half-bared arm and the whole figure, which in its calm elegance was both imposing and irritating to her. Miss Collins, indeed, had a very undefined sense of the beautiful, yet she vaguely knew that nobody else in Pleasant Valley looked so or carried herself so. No other woman's dress adorned her so, or was so set off by the wearer, although Diana's present attire was a very simply made print gown. Not even the stylish ladies of Elmfield produced an equal effect with their French dresses. And was not Diana Miss Starling's daughter? And Diana seemed not to hear or care what she had to say. "Everybody comes to the post office," she went on grimly. "You have only to watch, and you see all the folks, and you know all that is goin' on. And that suits me exactly." "But you had nothing to do with the post office," said Diana. "How could you see everybody?" "You keep your eyes open, and you'll see things most places," said Miss Collins. "La, I used to be in and out. Why shouldn't I? And now and then I'd say to Miss Gunn, 'You're just fagged out with standin' upon your feet. You just go in there and sit down by the fire, and don't let the pot bile over and put it out, and I'll see to the letters and the folks.' And so she did, and so I did. It was as good as a play." "How?" said Diana, feeling a vague pain at the thought of the post office, that place where her hopes had died. Somehow there was a vague dread in her heart also, without any reason. "Wall, you get at folks' secrets, if they have any," Miss Collins answered, suddenly checking her flow of words. Diana did not ask again. The subject was disagreeable. She began to cut up her parsley deftly with a sharp knife, and her handmaid stood and looked at her. "Some folks thought, you know, at one time, that Mr. Masters was courtin' Phemie Knowlton. I didn't let on. But la, I knowed it warn't so. Why, there warn't never a letter come from her to him, nor went from him to her." "She was here herself," said Diana. "Why should they write? You could tell nothing by that." "She warn't here after she had gone away," said Miss Collins, "and that was just the time when I knowed all about it. I knowed about other people too." That was also the time after Evan had quitted Pleasant Valley. Yet Diana did not know why she could not keep herself from trembling. If Evan had written then, this Jemima Collins and her employer Miss Gunn would have known it and drawn their conclusions. Well, they had no data to go upon now. "Bring me a little saucepan, Jemima, will you?" Jemima brought it. Now her mistress, but she never called her so, would be away and off in a minute or two more, and leave her to watch the saucepan, she knew, and her opportunity would be over. Still she waited to choose her words. "You ain't so fond o' life as I be," she observed. "Perhaps not," said Diana. "I do not think I should like a situation in the post office." "But I should ha' thought you had like to go all over the world and see everything. Now Pleasant Valley seems to me something like a corner. Why didn't you?" "Why didn't I what?" said Diana, standing up. She had been stooping down over her saucepan, which now sat upon a little bed of coals. "La, you needn't look at me like that," said Miss Collins, chuckling. "It's no harm. You had your ch'ice, and you chose it; only I would have took the other." "The other what? What would you have taken?" "Wall, I don't know," said Miss Collins. "To be sure, one never doos know till one is tried, they say. But if I had, I think I should ha' took t'other one." "I do not understand you," said Diana, walking off to the table, where she began to gather up the wrecks of the parsley stems. She felt an odd sensation of cold about the region of her heart, physically very disagreeable. "You are hard to make understand, then," said Miss Collins. "I suppose you know you had 2 sweethearts, don't you? And sure enough, you had the pick of the lot. 'Tain't likely you've forgotten." "How dare you speak so?" asked Diana, not passionately, but with a sort of cold despair, eyeing her handmaiden. "Dare?" said the latter. "Dare what? I ain't sayin' nothin'. 'Tain't no harm to have 2 beaux. You chose your ch'ice, and he hain't no cause to be uncontented anyhow. About t'other one, I don't say nothin'. I should think he was; but that's nat'ral. I s'pose he's got over it by now. You needn't stand and look. He's fur off enough, too. Your husband won't be jealous. You knowed you had 2 men after you." "I cannot imagine why you say that," Diana repeated, standing as it were at bay. "How come I to know? That's easy. Didn't I tell you I was in the post office? La, I know, I see the letters." "Letters?" cried Diana, in a tone which forthwith made Mrs. Collins open all the eyes she had. It was not a scream. It was not even very loud. Yet Miss Collins went into a swift calculation to find out what was in it. Beyond her ken, happily. It was a heart's death cry. "Yes," she said stolidly, "I said letters. Ain't much else goin' on at the post office, 'cept letters and papers, and I ain't one of them as sets no account by the papers. La, what do I care for the news at Washington? I don't know the folks; they may all die or get married for what I care; but in Pleasant Valley I know where I be, and I know who the folks be, and that's what's made me allays like to get a chance to sort the letters, or hand 'em out." "You never saw many letters of mine," said Diana, turning away to hide her lips, which she felt were growing strange. But she must speak; she must know more. "No," said Miss Collins. "Not letters o' your writin', ef you mean that." "Letters of mine of any sort. I don't get many letters." "Some of 'em's big ones, when they come. My! Didn't I used to wonder what was in 'em. 2 stamps, and 3 stamps! I s'pose feelin's make heavy weight." Miss Collins laughed a little. "2 stamps and 3 stamps?" said Diana fiercely. "How many were there?" "I guess I knowed of 3. 2 I handed out of the box myself, and Miss Gunn she said there was another. There was no mistakin' them big letters. They was on soft paper, and lots o' stamps, as I said." "You gave them out? Who to?" "To Miss Starling herself, I mind particularly. She come for 'em herself, and she got 'em. You don't mean she lost 'em on her way home? They was postmarked some queer name, but they come from Californy, I know that. You hain't never forgotten 'em. I heerd it's good to be off with the old love before you're on with the new; but I never heerd of folks forgettin' their love letters. La, 'tain't no harm to have love letters. Nobody can cast that up to ye. You have chosen your ch'ice, and it's all right. I reckon most folks would be proud to have somebody else thrown over for them." Diana heard nothing of this. She was standing, deaf and blind, seeming to look out of the window; then slowly, moved by some instinct, not reason, she went out of the kitchen and crept up stairs to her own room, and laid herself upon her bed. Deaf and blind, she could neither think nor feel. She only thought she knew that she was dead. The consciousness of the truth pressed upon her to be numbing, but she was utterly unable to separate points or look at the connection of them. She had lived and suffered before. Now she was crushed and dead, that was all she knew. She could not even measure the full weight of her misery. She lay too prostrate beneath it. So things were when very shortly after the minister came in. He had put up his horse and came in with his day's work behind him. Diana's little parlour was bright, for a smart fire was blazing. The evenings and mornings were cool now in Pleasant Valley, and the small table stood ready for supper as Diana had left it. She was upstairs probably, and upstairs he went, to wash his hands and get ready for the evening, for the minister was the neatest man living. There he found Diana laid upon her bed, where nobody ever saw her in the daytime, and furthermore, lying with that nameless something in all the lines of her figure which is the expression not of pain but of despair, and those who have never seen it before read it at first sight. How should it be despair, of course the minister had no clue to guess; so although it struck him with a sort of strange chill, he supposed she must be suffering from some bodily ailment, in spite of the fact that nobody had ever known Diana to have so much as a headache in her life until now. Her face was hid. Basil went up softly and laid his hand on her shoulder, and felt so the slight convulsive shiver that ran over her. But his inquiries could get nothing but monosyllables in return. Hardly that; rather inarticulate utterances of assent or dissent to his questions or proposals. Was she suffering? Yes. What was the cause? No intelligible answer. Would she not come down to tea? No. Would she have anything? No. Could he do anything for her? No. "Diana," said her husband tenderly, "is it bad news?" There was a pause, and he waited. "Just go down," she managed with great difficulty to say. "There is nothing the matter with me. I'll come by and by. I'll just lie still a little." She had not shown her face, and the minister quietly withdrew, feeling that here was more than appeared on the surface. There was enough appearing on the surface to make him uneasy, and he paid no attention to Miss Collins, who brought in the supper and bustled about rather more than was necessary. "Don't ring the bell, Jemima," Mr. Masters said. "Mrs. Masters is not coming down." Miss Collins went on to make the tea. That was always Diana's business. "What ails her?" he asked abruptly. "You ought to know," said the minister. "What did she complain of?" "Complain!" echoed the handmaiden. "She was as well as you be, not 5 minutes afore you come in." "How do you know?" "Guess I had ought to. Why, she was in the kitchen talkin' and fiddle-faddlin' with them eggs. She thinks I ain't up to 'em. There warn't nothin' on earth the matter with her then. She had sot the table in here and fixed up the fire, and then she come into the kitchen and went to work at the supper. There ain't never nothin' the matter with her." The minister made no sort of remark, nor put any further inquiry, nor even looked curious. Miss Collins, however, did. Her brain got into a sudden confusion of possibilities. Pouring out the tea, she stood by the table reflecting what she should say next. "I guess she's mad at me," she began slowly. "Or maybe she's afeared you'll be mad with her. La, 'tain't nothin'. I told her you'd never be jealous. 'Tain't no harm for a girl to have two beaux, is it?" The minister gave her a quick look from under his brows, and replied calmly that he supposed not. "Wall, I told her so, and now she's put out 'cause I knowed o' them letters. La, folks that has a post office can't help but know more o' what concerns their fellow creatures than other folks does. I handled them myself, you see, and handed them out; leastways 2 o' them. That warn't no fault of mine nor of anybody's. La, she needn't to mind." "How much tea did you put in, Jemima?" "I don't know, Mr. Masters. I put in a pinch. Mrs. Masters had ought to ha' been here to make it herself. She knows how you like it." "I like more than such a pinch as this was. If you will empty the teapot, I will make a cup for myself." "That will do, thank you." Left alone, Mr. Masters sat for a little while with his head on his hand, neglecting the supper. Then he roused himself and went on to make some fresh tea. And very carefully and nicely he made it, pouring out a cup and prepared it, put it on a little tray then, and carried it steaming and fragrant up to his wife's room. Diana was lying just as he had left her. Mr. Masters shut the door, and came to the bedside. "Di," he said gently, "I have brought you a cup of tea." There was neither answer nor movement. He repeated his words. She murmured an unintelligible rejection of the proposal, keeping her face carefully covered. "No," said he, "I think you had better take it. Lift up your head, Di, and try. It is good." The tone was tender and quiet. Nevertheless, Diana had known Mr. Masters long enough to be assured that when he had made up his mind to a thing there was no bringing him off it. She would have to take the tea, and as he put his hand under her head to lift her up, she suffered him to do it. Then he saw her face. Only by the light of a candle, it is true, but that revealed more than enough. So wan, so deathly pale, so dark in the lines round the eyes, and those indescribable shadows which mental pain brings into a face, that her husband's heart sank down. No small matter, easy to blow away, had brought his strong, beautiful Diana to look like that. But his face showed nothing, though indeed she never looked at it, and his voice was clear and gentle just as usual in the few words he said. He held the cup to her lips, and after she had drank the tea and lay down again, he passed his hand once or twice with a tender touch over her brow and the disordered hair. Then, with no more questions or remarks, he took away the candle and the empty cup, and Diana saw him no more that night. Chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana by Susan Warner. Chapter 26. Things Undone. The mischief-maker slept peacefully till morning. Nobody else. Diana did not keep awake, it is true. She was at that dull stage of misery when something like stupor comes over the brain. She slumbered heavily from time to time. Nature does claim such a privilege sometimes. It was Basil who watched the night through, watched and prayed. There was no stupor in his thoughts. He had a very full, though vague, realization of great evil that had come upon them both. He was very near the truth, too, after an hour or two of pondering. Putting together Miss Collins' hints, Diana's own former confessions, and her present condition together, he saw, clearer than it was good to see, the probable state of affairs. And yet he was glad to see it, if any help or bettering was ever to come. It was desirable that his vision should be true, and his wisdom have at least firm data to act upon. But what action could touch the case, the most difficult that a man can have to deal with? Through the night Basil alternately walked the floor and knelt down, sometimes at his study table, sometimes before the open window, where it seemed almost as if he could read signs of that invisible sympathy he was seeking. The air was a little frosty, but very still. He kept up a fire in his chimney, and Basil was not one of those ministers who live in perpetual terror about draughts. It was a comfort to him to-night to look off and away from earth, even though he could not see into heaven. The stars were witnesses to him and for him, in their eternal calmness. He calleth them all by their names, for that he is strong in power, not one faileth. Why sayest thou, O Jacob, and speakest, O Israel, my way is hid from the Lord, and my judgment is passed over from my God? And in answer to the unspoken cry of appeal that burst forth as he knelt there by the window, O Lord, my strength, my fortress, and my refuge in the day of affliction, came the unspoken promise, the mountains shall depart, and the hills be removed, but my kindness shall not depart from thee, neither shall the covenant of my peace be removed, saith the Lord that hath mercy on thee. The minister had something such a night of it as Jacob had before his meeting with Esau, with the difference that there was no lameness left the next morning. Before the dawn came up, when the stars were fading, Basil threw himself on the lounge in his study, and went into a sleep as deep and peaceful as his sleeps were wont to be. And when he rose up after some hours, he was entirely himself again, refreshed and restored and ready for duty. Neither could anybody, that day or afterwards, see the slightest change in him from what he had been before. He went out and attended to his horse. The minister always did that himself. then came in and changed his dress, and went through his morning toilet with the usual dainty care. Then he went in to see Diana. She had awaked at last out of her slumberous stupor, sorry to see the light and know that it was day again. Another day! Why should there be another day for her? What use? Why could she not die and be out of her trouble? Another day! And now would come, had come, the duties of it. How was she to meet them? How could she do them? Life energy was gone. She was dead. How was she to play the part of the living, and among the living? What mockery! And Basil, what would become of him? As for Evan, Diana dared not so much in her thoughts as even to glance his way. She had risen half up in bed, she had not undressed at all, and was sitting with her arms slung round her knees, gazing at the daylight and wondering vaguely about all these things, when the door between the rooms swung lightly open. If she had dared, Diana would have crouched down and hid her face again. She was afraid to do that. She sat stolidly still, gazing out at the window. Look at Basil she could not. His approach filled her with so great a feeling of repulsion that she would have liked to spring from the bed and flee, anywhere, away and away, where she would see him no more. No such flight was possible. She sat motionless and stared at the window, keeping down the internal shiver which ran over her. Basil came with his light quick step and stood beside her, took her hand and felt her pulse. "You are not feeling very well, Di," he said gravely. "Well enough," said Diana. "I will get up and be down presently." "Will you?" said he. "Now I think you had better not. The best thing you can do will be to lie still here and keep quiet all day. May I prescribe for you?" "Yes, I will do what you please," said Diana. She never looked at him, and he knew it. "Then this is what I think you had better do. Get up and take a bath. Then put on your dressing gown and lie down again. You shall have your breakfast up here, and I will let nobody come up to disturb you." "I'm not hungry. I don't want anything." "You are a little feverish, but you will be better for taking something. Now you get your bath, and I'll attend to the breakfast." He kissed her brow gravely, guessing that she would rather he did not, but knowing nevertheless that he might and must, for he was her husband, and however gladly she, and unselfishly he, would have broken the relation between them, it subsisted and could not be broken. And then he went downstairs. "Where's Mis' Masters?" demanded Jemima, when she brought in the breakfast tray, standing attention. "Not coming down." "Ain't anything ails her, is there?" "Yes, but I don't know how serious. Give me the kettle, Jemima. I told her to lie still, and that I would bring her a cup of tea." "I'll take it up, Mr. Masters, and you can eat your breakfast." "Thank you. I always like to keep my promises. Fetch in the kettle, Jemima." Jemima dared not but obey. So when Diana, between dead and alive, had done as she was bid, taken her bath, and wrapped in her dressing gown, was laid upon her bed again, her husband made his appearance with a little tray and the tea. There had been a certain bodily refreshment about the bath and the change of dress, but with that little touch of the everyday work of life there had come such a rebellion against life in general and all that it held, that Diana was nearly desperate. In place of dull despair had come a wild repulsion against everything that was left her in the world, and yet the girl knew that she would neither die nor go mad, but must just live and bear. She looked at Basil and his tray with a sort of impatient horror. "I don't want anything," she said. "I don't want anything." "Try the tea. It is out of the green chest." Diana had learned, as I said, to know her husband pretty well, and she knew that though the tone in which he spoke was very quiet, and for all a certain sweet insistence in it could scarcely be said to be urging, nevertheless there was under it something to which she must yield. His will never had clashed with hers once. Nevertheless Diana had seen and known that whatever Basil wanted to do with anybody, he did. Everybody granted it to him, somehow. So did she now. She raised herself up and tasted the tea. "Eat a biscuit." "I don't want it. I don't want anything, Basil." "You must eat something, though," said he. "It is bad enough for me to have to carry along with me all day the thought of you lying here. I cannot bear in addition the thought of you starving." "Oh, no, I am not starving," Diana answered, and unable to endure to look at him or talk to him, she covered her face with her hands, leaning it down upon her knees. Basil did not say anything, nor did he go away. He stood beside her, with an outflow of compassion in his heart, but waiting patiently. At last touched her smooth hair with his hand. "Di," said he gently, "look up and take something." She hastily removed her hands, raised her head, swallowed the tea, and managed to swallow the biscuit with it. He leaned forward and kissed her brow as he had done last night. "Now lie down and rest," said he. "I must ride over to Blackberry Hill again, and I do not know how long I may be kept there. I will tell Jemima to let no visitors come up to bother you. Lie still and rest. I will give you a pillow for your thoughts, Di. Under the shadow of thy wings will I make my refuge, until these calamities be overpast." He went away, and Diana covered her face again. She could not bear the light. Her whole nature was in uproar. The bath and dressing, the tea, her husband's presence and words, his last words especially, had roused her from her stupor, and given her as it were a scale with which to measure the full burden of her misery. There was no item wanting, Diana thought, to make it utterly immeasurable and unbearable. If she had married a less good man, it would have been less hard to spoil all his hopes of happiness. If he had been a weaker man, she would not have cared about him at all. If any hand but her own mother's had dashed her cup of happiness out of her hand, she would have had there a refuge to go to. Most girls have their mothers. If Evan had not been sent to so distant a post. But when her thoughts dared turn to Evan, Diana writhed upon her bed in tearless agony. Evan, writing in all the freshness and strength of his love and his trust in her, those letters, waiting and looking for her answer, writing again and again, disappointed all the while, and at last obliged to conclude that there was no faith in her, and that her love had been a sham or a fancy. What had he not suffered on her account, even as she had suffered for him? But that he should think so of her was not to be borne. She would write. Might she write? From hiding her head on a pillow, Diana sat bolt upright now and stared at the light as if it could tell her. Might she write to Evan, just once, this once, to tell him how it had been? Would that be any wrong against her husband? Would Basil have any right to forbid her? The uneasy sense of doubt here was met by a furious rebellion against any authority that would interfere with her doing herself, as she said, so much justice, and giving herself and Evan so much miserable comfort. Could there be a right to hinder her? Suppose she were to ask Basil? But what disclosures that would involve! Would he bear them, or could she? Better write without his knowledge. Then, on the other hand, Basil was so upright himself, so true and faithful, and trusted her so completely. No, she never could deceive his trust, not if she died. Oh, that she could die! But Diana knew that she was not going to die. Suppose she charged her mother with what she had done, and get her to write and confess it? A likely thing, that Mrs. Starling would be wrought upon to make such a humiliation of herself. She was forced to give up that thought. And indeed she was not clear about the essential distinction between communicating directly herself with Evan and getting another to do it for her. And what had been Mrs. Starling's motive in keeping back the letters? But Diana knew her mother, and that problem did not detain her long. For hours and hours Diana's mind was like a stormy sea, where the thunder and the lightning were not wanting any more than the wind. Once in a while, like the faint blink of a sun-ray through the clouds, came an echo of the words Basil had quoted, "In the shadow of thy wings will I make my refuge." But they hurt her so that she fled from them. The contrast of their peace with her turmoil, of their intense sweetness with the bitter passion which was wasting her heart, the hint of that harbour for the storm-tossed vessel which could only be entered, she knew, by striking sail, all that was unbearable. I suppose there was a whisper of conscience, too, which said, "Strike sail and go in," while passion would not take down an inch of canvas. Could not, she said to herself. Could she submit to have things be as they were, submit and be quiet and accept them, and go her way accepting them, and put the thought of Evan away, and live the rest of her life as though he had no existence? That was the counsel Basil would give. She had an unrecognized consciousness. And for the present, pain was easier to bear than that. And now memory flew back over the years, and took up again the thread of her relations with Evan, and traced them to their beginning, and went over all the ground, going back and forward, recalling every meeting, and reviewing every one of those 2 scanty hours. For a long while she had not been able to do this, because Evan, she thought, had been faithless, and in that case she really never had had what she thought she had in him. Now she knew he was not faithless, and she had got the time and him back again, and she in a sort revelled in the consciousness. And with that came then the thought, too late. She had got him again only to see an impassable barrier set between which must keep them apart for ever. And that barrier was her husband. What the thought of Basil, or rather what his image was to Diana that day, it is difficult to tell. She shunned it whenever it appeared, with an intolerable mingling of contradictory feelings. Her fate, and yet more like a good angel to her than anybody that had ever crossed the line of her path. The destroyer of her hope and joy forever, and yet one to whom she was bound, and to whom she owed all possible duty and affection. She wished it were possible never to see him again in the world, and at the same time there was not another in the world of whom she believed all the good she believed of him. His image was dreadful to her. Basil was the very centre point of her agonized struggles that day. To be parted from Evan she could have borne, if she might have devoted herself to the memory of him and lived in quiet sorrow; but to put this man in his place, to belong to him, to be his wife. In proportion to the strength and health of Diana's nature was the power of her realization and the force of her will, but also the possibility of endurance. The internal fight would have broken down a less pure and sound bodily organization. It was characteristic of this natural soundness and sweetness, which was mental as well as physical, that her mother's part in the events which had destroyed her happiness had very little of her attention that day. She thought of it with a kind of sore wonder and astonishment, in which resentment had almost no share. "Oh, mother, mother!" she said in her heart, but she said no more. Miss Collins came up once or twice to see her, but Diana lay quiet, and was able to baffle curiosity. "Are ye goin' to git up and come down to supper?" the handmaid asked in the second visit, which occurred late in the afternoon. "I don't know. I shall do what Mr. Masters says." "You don't look as ef there was much ailin' you. And yet you look kind o' queer, too. I shouldn't wonder a bit if you was gettin' a fever. There's a red spot on one of your cheeks that's like fire. T'other one's pale enough. You must be in a fever, I guess, or you couldn't lie here with the window open." "Leave it open, and just let me be quiet." Miss Collins went down, marvelling to herself. But when Basil came home he found the flush spread to both cheeks, and a look in Diana's eyes that he did not like. "How has the day been?" he asked, passing his hand over the flushed cheek and the disordered hair. Diana shrank and shivered, and did not answer. He felt her pulse. "Diana," said he, "what is the matter with you?" She stared at him, in the utter difficulty of answering. "Basil," she began, and stopped, not finding another word to add, for prevarication was an accomplishment Diana knew nothing of. She closed her eyes, that they might not see the figure standing there. "Would you like me to fetch your mother to you?" "No," she said, starting. "Oh, no. Don't bring her, Basil." "I will not," said he kindly. "Why should she not come?" "Mother? Never, never, never! Not mother. I can't bear her," said Diana strangely. Mr. Masters went downstairs looking very grave. He took his supper, for he needed it, and then he carried up a cup of tea, fresh made, to Diana. She drank it this time eagerly, but there was no lightening of his grave brow when he carried the cup down again. Something was very much the matter, he knew now, as he had feared it last night. He debated with himself whether he had better try to find out just what it was. Miss Collins, by a judicious system of suggestion and inquiry, might be led perhaps to reveal something without knowing that she revealed anything; but the minister disliked that way of getting information when it could be dispensed with. He had enough knowledge to act upon; for the rest he was patient and could wait. That night he knew Diana did not sleep. He himself passed the night again in his study, though not in the struggles of the night before. He was very calm, steadfast, diligent, that is, his usual self entirely. And watching her, without her knowing he watched, he knew by her breathing and her changes of position that it was a night of no rest on her part. Once he saw she was sitting up in the bed. Once he saw that she had left it and was sitting by the window. The next day the minister did not leave home. He had no more urgent business anywhere, he thought, than there. And he found Diana did not make up by day what she had lost by night. She was always staring wide awake whenever he went into the room, and he went there whenever there was a cup of tea or a cup of broth to be taken to her, for he prepared it and carried it to her himself. It happened in the course of the afternoon that Prince and the little old green wagon came jogging along, and landed Mrs. Starling at the minister's door. This was a very rare event. Mrs. Starling came at long intervals to see her daughter, and made then a call which nobody enjoyed. To-day Miss Collins hailed the sight of her. Indeed, if the distance had not been too much, Miss Collins would have walked down to carry the tidings of Diana's indisposition. For, like a true gossip, she scented mischief where she could see none. The minister would let her have nothing to do with his wife, and if he were out of the house and she got a chance, she could make nothing of Diana. Nothing certain, but nothing either that lulled her suspicions. Now, with Miss Starling, there was no telling what she might get at. The lady dismounted and came into the kitchen, looking about her, as always, with sharp eyes. "How d'ye do?" she said. "Where is Diana?" "I'm glad to see ye, Miss Starling, and that's a fact," said the handmaid. "I was most a mind to walk down to your place to-day." "What's the matter? Where's Diana?" "Wall, she's upstairs. She hain't been down now for 2 days." "What's the reason?" "Wall, sun'thin' ain't right, and I don't think the minister's clear what it is, and I ain't. She was took as sudden. You never see nothin' suddener. She come in here to fix a dish o' eggs for supper that she's mighty partic'ler about, and don't think no one can cook eggs but herself, and I was talkin' and tellin' her about my old experiences in the post office, and she went upstairs and took to her bed, and she hain't left it sen. Now ain't that queer? 'Cause she didn't say nothin' ailed her, not a word, only she went up and took to her bed, and she doos look queer at you, that I will say. Mebbe it's a fever comin' on." There was a minute or two's silence. Mrs. Starling did not immediately find her tongue. "What have the post office and your stories got to do with it?" she asked harshly. "I should like to know." "Yes," said Miss Collins, drawing out the word with affable intonation, "that's what beats me. What should they? But la, the post office is queer. That's what I always said. Everybody gits into it, and ef you're there, o' course you can't help knowin' things." "You weren't in the post office," said Mrs. Starling. "It was none of your business." "Warn't I?" said Miss Collins. "Don't you mind better'n that, Mis' Starling? I mind you comin', and I mind givin' you your letters too. I mind some particular big ones, that had stamps enough on to set up a shop. La, 'tain't no harm. Miss Gunn, she used to feel a sort of sameness about allays takin' in and givin' out, and then she'd come into the kitchen and make cake mebbe, and send me to tend the letters and the folks, and then it was as good as a play to me. Don't you never get tired o' trottin' a mile in a bushel, Mis' Starlin'? So I was just a tellin' Diany. Where's the minister?" "Most likely he's where she is, upstairs. He won't let nobody else do a hand's turn for her. He takes up every cup of tea, and he spreads every bit of bread and butter, and he tastes the broths. You'd think he was anythin' in the world but a minister. He tastes the broth, and he calls for the salt and pepper, and he stirs and he tastes, and then, you never see a man make such a fuss, leastways I never did. He'll have a white napkin and spread over a tray, and the cup on it, and a saucer too, for he won't have the cup 'thout the saucer, and then carry it off. Was your husband like that, Mis' Starling? He was a minister, I've heerd tell." Mrs. Starling turned short about without answering and went upstairs. She found the minister there, as Miss Collins had opined she would, but she paid little attention to him. He was just drawing the curtains over a window where the sunlight came in too glaringly. As he had done this, and turned, he was a spectator of the meeting between mother and child. It was peculiar. Mrs. Starling advanced to the foot of the bed, came no nearer, but stood there looking down at her daughter. And Diana's eyes fastened on hers with a look of calm, cold intelligence. It was intense enough, yet there was no passion in it. I suppose there was too much despair. However, it was, as I said, keen and intent, and it held Mrs. Starling's eye like a vice. Those Mr. Masters could not see. The lady's back was towards him. But he saw how Diana's eyes pinioned her, and how strangely still Mrs. Starling stood. "What's the matter with you?" she said harshly at last. "You ought to know," said Diana, not moving her eyes. "I ain't a conjurer," Mrs. Starling returned with a sort of snort. "What makes you look at me like that?" Diana gave a short, sharp laugh. "How can you look at me?" she said. "I know all about it, mother." Mrs. Starling, with a sudden determination, went round to the head of the bed, and put out her hand to feel Diana's pulse. Diana shrank away from her. "Keep off!" she cried. "Basil, Basil, don't let her touch me." "She is out of her head," said Mrs. Starling, turning to her son-in-law, and speaking half loud. "I had better stay and sit up with her." "No!" cried Diana. "I don't want you. Basil, don't let her stay. Basil, Basil!" The cry was urgent and pitiful. Her husband came near, arranged the pillows, for she had started half up, and putting her gently back upon them, said in his calm tones, "Be quiet, Di. You command here. Mrs. Starling, shall we go down stairs?" Mrs. Starling this time complied without making any objection, but as she reached the bottom she gave vent to her opinion. "You are spoiling her." "Really, I should like to have the chance." "What do you mean by that?" "Just the words. I should like to spoil Di. She has never had much of that sort of bad influence." "That sounds very weak, to me," said Mrs. Starling. "To whom should a man show himself weak, if not toward his wife?" said Basil carelessly. "Your wife will not thank you for it." "I will endeavour to retain her respect," said Basil in the same way, which aggravated Mrs. Starling beyond bounds. Something about him always did try her temper, she said to herself. "Diana is going to have a fever," she spoke abruptly. "I am afraid of it." "What's brought it on?" "I came home 2 evenings ago and found her on the bed." "You don't want me, you say. Who do you expect is going to sit up with her, and take care of her?" "I will try what I can do, for the present." "You can't manage that and your out-of-door work too." "I will manage that," said Basil significantly. "And let your parish work go? Well, I always thought a minister was bound to attend to his people." "Yes. Isn't my wife more one of my people than anybody else? Will you stay and take a cup of tea, Mrs. Starling?" "No. If you don't want me, I am going. What will you do if Diana gets delirious? I think she's out of her head now." "I'll attend to her," said Basil composedly. Half suspecting a double meaning in his words, Mrs. Starling took short leave and drove off. Not quite easy in her mind, if the truth be told, and glad to be out of all patience with the minister. Yes, if she had known how things would turn. If she had known, perhaps, she would not have thrown that first letter into the fire, which had drawn her on to throw the second in, and the third. Could any son-in-law, could Evan Nolton, at least, have been more untoward for her wishes than the one she had got? More unmanageable he could not have been, nor more likely to be spoony about Diana. And now what if Diana really should have a fever? People talk out in delirium. Well, the minister would keep his own counsel. She did not care, she said. But all the same, she did care, and she would fain have been the only one to receive Diana's revelations, if she could have managed it. And by what devil's conjuration had the truth come to be revealed, when only the fire and she knew anything about it? Mrs. Starling chewed the cud of no sweet fancy on her road home. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana by Susan Warner. Chapter 27. Bonds. Diana did become ill. A few days of such brain work as she had endured that first 24 hours were too much even for her perfect organization. She fell into a low fever, which at times threatened to become violent, yet never did. She was delirious often, and Basil heard quite enough of her unconscious revelations to put him in full possession of the situation. In different portions Diana went over the whole ground. He knew sometimes that she was walking with Evan, taking leave of him, perhaps taking counsel with him, and forming plans for life; then wondering at his silence, speculating about ways and distances, tracing his letters out of the post office into the wrong hand. And when she was upon that strain, Diana would break out into a cry of "Oh, mother! mother! mother!" repeating the word with an accent of such plaintive despair that it tore the heart of the one who heard it. There was only one. As long as this state of things lasted, Basil gave himself up to the single task of watching and nursing his wife. And amid the many varieties of heart-suffering which people know in this world, that which he tasted these weeks was one of refined bitterness. He came to know just how things were, and just how they had been all along. He knew what Diana's patient or reticent calm covered. He heard sometimes her fond moanings over another name, sometimes her passionate outcries the owner of that name to come and deliver her, sometimes, she revealed that too, even the repulsion with which she regarded himself. "Oh, not this man," she said one night, when he had been sitting by her and hoping that she was more quiet. "Oh, not this man! It was a mistake. It was all a mistake. People ought to take better care at the post office. Tell Evan I didn't know, but I'll come to him now just as soon as I can." Another time she burst out more violently. "Don't kiss me!" she exclaimed. "Don't touch me! I won't bear it. Never again! I belong to somebody else, don't you know? You have no business to be here." Basil was not near her. Indeed, she would not have recognized him if he had been. He was sitting by the fire at a distance, but he knew whom she was addressing in her mournful ravings, and his heart and courage almost gave way. It was very bitter, and many an hour of those nights the minister spent on his knees at the bed's foot, seeking for strength and wisdom, seeking to keep his heart from being quite broken, striving to know what to do. Should he do as she said, and never kiss her again? Should he behave to her in the future as a mere stranger? What was best for him and for her? Basil would have done that unflinchingly, though it had led him to the stake, if he could know what the best was. But he did not quite give up all hope, desperate as the case looked. His own strong, cheerful nature and his faith in God kept him up, and he resolutely concluded that it would not be the best way, nor the hopefulest, for him and Diana, bound to each other as they were, to try to live as strangers. The bond could not be broken; it had better be acknowledged by them both. But if Basil could have broken it and set her free, he would have done it at any cost to himself. So week after week he kept his post as nurse at Diana's side. He was a capital nurse, untireable as a man and tender as a woman, quick as a woman too to read signs and answer unspoken wishes, thoughtful as many women are not, patient with an unending patience. Diana was herself at times, and recognized all this. And by degrees, as the slow days wore away, her disorder wore away too, or wore itself out, and she came back to her normal condition in all except strength. That was very failing, even after the fever was gone. And still Basil kept his post. He began now, it is true, to attend to some pressing outside duties, for which in the weeks just past he had provided a substitute. But morning, noon, and night he was at Diana's side. No hand but his own might ever carry to her the meals which his own hand had no inconsiderable share in preparing. He knew how to serve an invalid's breakfast with the refinement of care which Diana herself before that would not have known how to give another, though she appreciated it and took her lesson. Then nobody could so nicely and deftly prop up pillows and cushions, so as to make her rest comfortably for the taking of the meal. No one had such skilful strength to enable a weak person to change his position. For all other things, Diana saw no difference in him. Nothing told her that she had betrayed herself, and she betrayed herself no more. Dull and listless she might be. That was natural enough in her weak state of convalescence, and Diana had never been demonstrative towards her husband. It was no new thing that she was not demonstrative now. Neither did he betray that he knew all she was trying, poor child, to hide from him. He was just as usual. Only, in Diana's present helpless condition, he had opportunity to show tenderness and care in 1,000 services, which in her well days she would have dispensed with. And he did it, as I said, with the strength of a man and the delicacy of a woman. He let nobody else do anything for her. Did he guess how gladly she would have escaped from all his ministrations? Did he know what they were to Diana? Probably not, for with all his fineness of perception he was yet a man, and I suppose, reverse the conditions, there never was a man yet who would object to have one woman wait upon him because he loved another. Yet Basil did know partly, and partly guess, and he went patiently on in the way he had marked out for himself, upheld by principle and by a great tenacity of purpose which was part of his character. Nevertheless, those were days of pain, great and terrible even for him. What they were to Diana, he could but partially divine. As health slowly came back, and she looked at herself and her life again with eyes unveiled by disease, with the pitiless clearness of sound reason, Diana wished she could die. She knew she could not. She could come no nearer to it than a passing thought. Her pulses were retaking their sweet regularity. Her nerves were strung again, fine and true. Only muscular strength seemed to tarry. Lying there on her bed, and looking out over the snow-covered fields, for it was midwinter by this time, Diana sometimes felt a terrible impulse to fly to Evan, as if she could wait only till she had the power to move. The feeling was wild, impetuous. It came like a hurricane wind, sweeping everything before it. And then Diana would feel her chains and writhe, knowing that she could not and would not break them. But how ever was life to be endured? Life with this other man? And how dreadful it was that he was so good, and so good to her. Yes, it would be easier if he did not care for her so well. Far easier. Easier even if he were not himself so good. The power of his goodness fettered Diana. It was a spell upon her. Yes, and she wanted to be good too. She would not forfeit heaven because she had lost earth. No, and not to gain earth back again. But how was she to live? And what if she should be unable always to hide her feeling, and Basil should come to know it? How would he live? What if she had said strange things in her days and nights of illness? They were all like a confused misty landscape to her, nothing taking shape. She could not tell how it might have been. Restless and weary, she was going over all these and 1,000 other things one day, as she did every day, when Basil came in. He brought a tray in his hand. He set it down and came to the bedside. "Is it supper time already?" she asked. "Are you hungry?" "I ought not to be hungry. I don't think I am." "Why ought you not to be hungry?" "I am doing nothing, lying here." "I find that is what the people say who are doing too much. Extremes meet, as usual." He lifted Diana up and piled pillows and cushions at her back till she was well supported. Nobody could do this so well as Basil. Then he brought the tray and arranged it before her. There was a bit of cold partridge and toast, and Basil filled Diana's cup from a little teapot he had set by the fire. The last degree of nicety was observable in all these preparations. Diana ate her supper. She must live, and she must eat, and she could not help being hungry, though she wondered at herself that she could be so unnatural. "Where could you get this bird?" she asked at length, to break the silence which grew painful. "I caught it." "Caught it? You? Shot it, do you mean?" "No, I had not time to go after it with a gun, but I set snares." "I never knew partridges were so good," said Diana, though something in her tone said, unconsciously to her, that she cared not what was good or bad. "You did not use your advantages. That often happens." "I had not the advantage of being able to get partridges," said Diana languidly. "The woods are full of them." "Don't you think it is a pity to catch them?" "For you?" said Basil. He was removing her empty plate, and putting before her another with an orange upon it, so accurately prepared that it stirred her admiration. "Oranges!" cried Diana. "How did you learn to do everything, Basil?" "Don't be too curious," said he. As he spoke, he softly put back off her ear a stray lock of the beautiful brown hair, which fell behind her like a cloud of wavy brightness. Even from that touch she inwardly shrank. Outwardly she was impassive enough. "Basil," said Diana suddenly, "didn't I talk foolishly sometimes? When I was sick, I mean?" "Don't you ever do it when you are well?" "Do I?" "What do you think?" said he, laughing, albeit his heart was not merry at the moment. But Diana's question was naive. "I did not think I was in the habit of talking foolishly." "Your thoughts are true and just, as usual. It is so far from being in your habit that it is hardly in your power," he said tenderly. Diana ate her orange, for she was very fond of the fruit, and it gave occupation to hands and eyes while Basil was standing by. She did not like his evasion of her question, and pondered how she could bring it up again, between wish and fear. Before she was ready to speak, the chance was gone. As Basil took away her plate, he remarked that he had to go down to see old Mrs. Barstow, and arranging her pillows anew, he stooped down and kissed her. Left alone, Diana sat still propped up in bed and stared into the fire, which grew brighter as the light without waned. How she rebelled against that kiss! "No, he has no right to me!" she cried in her passionate thoughts. "He has no right to me. I am Evan's. Every bit of me is Evan's, and nobody's else. Oh, how came I to marry this man? And what shall I do? I wonder if I shall go mad, for I am not going to die. But how is it possible that I can live so?" She was slow in regaining strength, yet little by little it came back, like a monarch entering a country that has rebelled against him. By and by she was able to sit up. Her husband had a luxurious easy-chair sent from Boston for her and placed in her room; and one evening, it was in February now, Diana got up and put herself in it. She had never known such a luxurious piece of furniture in her life. She was dressed in a warm wrapper also provided by her husband, and which seemed to her of extravagant daintiness; and she sank into the depths of the one and the folds of the other with a helpless feeling of Basil's power over her, symbolized and emphasized by these things. Presently came Basil himself, again bringing her supper. He placed a small table by her side and set the tray there, put the teapot down by the fire, and taking a view of his wife, gave a slight smile at the picture. He might well, having so good a conscience as this man had. Diana was one of those magnificent women who look well always and anywhere, with a kitchen apron on and hands in flour, or in the dishabille of careless undress. But as her husband saw her then, she was lovely in an exquisite degree. She was wrapped in a quilted dressing-gown of soft grey stuff, with a warm shawl about her shoulders. Her beautiful abundant hair, which she had been too weak of hand, and of heart too, to dress elaborately, lay piled about her head in loose, bright, wavy masses, much more picturesque than Diana would have known how to make them by design. I think there is apt, too, to be about such women a natural grace of motion or of repose. It was her case. To think of herself, or the appearance she might at any time be making, was foreign to Diana. The noble grace of unconsciousness, united to her perfectness of build, made her always faultless in action or attitude. If she moved or if she sat, it might have been a duchess, for the beautiful unconscious ease with which she did it. Nature's high breeding, there is such a thing, and there is such an effect of it when the constitution of mind and body are alike noble. Basil poured out her cup of tea and divided her quail, and then sat down. It was hard for her to bear. "You are too good to me," said Diana humbly. "I should like to see you prove that." "I am not sure but you are too good to everybody." "Why? How can one be too good?" "You won't get paid for it." "I think I shall," said Basil, in a quiet, confident way he had, which was provoking if you were arguing with him. But Diana was not arguing with him. "Basil, I can never pay you," she said, with a voice that faltered a little. "You are sure of that in your own mind?" "Very sure." "I am a man of a hopeful turn of nature. Shall I divide that joint for you?" My hands cannot manage a quail," said Diana, yielding her knife and fork to him. "What can make me so weak?" "You have had fever." "But I have no fever now, and I do not seem to get my strength back." "After the unnatural tension, nature takes her revenge." "It is very hard on you." "What?" Diana did not answer. She had spoken that last word with almost a break in her voice. She gave her attention now diligently to picking the quail bones. But when her supper was done, and the tray delivered over to Miss Collins, Basil did not, as sometimes he did, go away and leave her, but sat down again and trimmed the fire. Diana lay back in her chair, looking at him. "Basil," she said at last after a long silence, "do you think mistakes, life mistakes, can ever be mended in this world?" "You must define what you mean by mistakes," he said, without looking at her. "There are no mistakes, love, but those which we make by our own fault." "Oh, but yes, there are, Basil." "Not what I mean by mistakes." "Then what do you call them? When people's lives are all spoiled by something they have had nothing to do with, by death, or sickness, or accident, or misfortune." "I call it," said Basil slowly, and still without looking at her, "I call it, when it touches me or you, or other of the Lord's children, God's good hand." "Oh, no, Basil! People's wickedness cannot be his hand." "People's wickedness is their own, and other evil, I believe, is wrought by the prince of this world. But God will use people's wickedness, and even Satan's mischief, to his children's best good; and so it becomes, in so far, his blessed hand. Don't you know he has promised, 'There shall no evil happen to the just,' and that 'all things shall work together for good to them that love God'? His promise does not fail, my child." "But, Basil, loads of things do happen to them which cannot work for their good." "Then what becomes of the Lord's promise?" "He cannot have made it, I think." "He has made it, and you and I believe it." "But, Basil, it is impossible. I do not see how some things can ever turn to people's good." "If any of the Lord's children were in doubt upon that point, I should recommend him to ask the Lord to enlighten him. For the heavens may fall, Diana, but the word of our God shall stand forever." Diana felt her lips quivering, and drew back into the shadow to hide them. "But there can be no kindness in some of these things that I am thinking about," she said as soon as she could control her voice, and it sounded harsh even then. "There is nothing but kindness. When I would not give you strong coffee a while ago, in your fever, do you think I was influenced by cruel motives?" "I could never believe anything but good of you, Basil." "Thank you. Do you mean, that of Christ you could?" "No," said Diana, hesitating. "But I thought perhaps he might not care." "He had need to be long-suffering," said Basil, "for we do try his patience, the best of us. He has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, Diana, down into humiliation and death, that he might so earn the right to lift them off our shoulders and hearts, and one of his children doubts if he cares." "But he does not lift them off, Basil," said Diana, and her voice trembled with the unshed tears. "He will," said her husband. "When?" "As soon as we let him." "What must I do to let him?" "Trust him wholly, and follow him like a child." The tears came. Diana could not hinder them. She laid her face against the side of her chair where Basil could not see it. Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana, by Susan Warner. Chapter 28. Evan's sister. Slowly from this time Diana regained strength, and by degrees took again her former place in the household. To Miss Collins' vision she was the same as ever. Basil felt she was not. Yet Diana did every duty of her station with all the care and diligence she had ever given to it. She neglected nothing. Basil's wardrobe was kept in perfect order, his linen was exquisitely got up, his meals were looked after and served with all the nice attention that was possible. Diana did not in the least lose her head, or sit brooding when there was something to do. She did not sit brooding at any time, unless at rare intervals. Yet her husband's heart was very heavy with the weight which rested on hers, and truly with his own share as well. There was a line in the corners of Diana's sweet mouth which told him, nobody else, that she was turning to stone, and the light of her eye was, as it were, turned inward upon itself. Without stopping to brood over things, which she did not, her mind was constantly abiding in a different sphere away from him, dwelling afar off or apart in a region by itself. He had her physical presence, but not her spiritual, and who cares for a body without a soul? All this time there was no confidence between them. Basil knew, indeed, the whole facts of the case, but Diana did not know he knew. He wished she would speak, but believed now she never would, and he could not ask her. Truly he had his own part to bear, and withal his sorrow and yearning tenderness for her. Sometimes his heart was nigh to break, but Diana's heart was broken. Was it comfort, or was it not comfort, when near the end of spring a little daughter was born to them? Diana, in any circumstances, was too true a woman not to enter upon a mother's riches and responsibilities with a full heart, not to enter thoroughly into a mother's joy and dignity. It was a beautiful something that had come into her life, so far as itself was concerned. But no young mother's hands ever touched more tenderly the little pink bundle committed to them, nor ever any mother's eyes hung more intently over her wonderful new possession. But lift the burden from Diana's heart her baby did not. There was something awful about it too, for it was another bond that bound her to a man she did not love. When Diana was strong enough, she sometimes shed floods of tears over the little unconscious face, the only human confidant she dared trust with her secret. Before this time her tears had been few. Something in the baby took the hardness from her, or else gave one of those inexplicable touches to the spring of tears which we can neither resist nor account for. But the baby's father was as fond of her as her mother, and had a right to be, Diana knew, and that tried her. She grudged Basil the right. On the whole, I think, however, the baby did Diana good. As for Basil, it did him good. He thanked God, and took courage. The summer had begun when Diana was able to come downstairs again. One afternoon she was there, in her little parlour, come down for a change. The windows were open, and she sat thinking of many things. Her easy-chair had been moved down to this room, and Diana, in white, as Basil liked to see her, was lying back in it, close beside the window. June was on the hills and in the air, and in the garden, for a bunch of red roses stood in a glass on the table, and one was fastened at Diana's belt, and another stuck in her beautiful hair. Not by her own hands, truly. Basil had brought in the roses a little while ago and held them to her nose, and then put one in her hair and one in her belt. Diana suffered it, all careless and unknowing of the exquisite effect, which her husband smiled at and then went off, for his work called him. She had heard his horse's hoof-beats, going away at a gallop, and the sound carried her thoughts back, away, as a little thing will, to a time when Mr. Masters used to come to her old home and visit her mother and her, and then ride off so. Yes, and in those days another came too, and June days were sweet then as now, and roses bloomed, and the robins were whistling then also, she remembered. Did their fates and life courses never change? Was it all June to them every year? How the robins whistled their answer! All June to them every year. And the smell of roses did not change, nor the colour of the light, and the fresh green of the young foliage was deep and bright and glittering to-day as ever it was. Just the same. And a human life could have all sweet scents and bright tints and glad sounds fall out of it, and not to come back. There is nothing but duty left, thought Diana, and duty with all the sap gone out of it. Duty was left a dry tree, and more, a tree so full of thorns that she could not touch it without being stung and pierced. Yet, even so, to this stake of duty she was bound. Diana sat cheerlessly gazing out into the June sunlight, which laughed at her with no power to gain a smile in return, when a step came along the narrow entry, and the door was filled with Mrs. Starling's presence. Mother and daughter looked at each other in a peculiar way they had now. Diana's face cold, Mrs. Starling's face hard. "Well," said the latter, "how are you getting along?" "You see, I am downstairs." "I see you're doing nothing." "Mr. Masters won't let me." "Humph! When I had a baby 4 weeks old, I had my own way; and so would you, if you wanted to have it." "My husband will not let me have it." "That's fool's nonsense, Diana. If you are the girl I take you for, you can do whatever you like with your husband. No man that ever lived would make me sit with my hands before me. Who's got the baby?" "Jemima." "How's Jemima to do her work and your work too? She can't do it." "No, but Mr. Masters is going to get another person to help take care of baby." "A nurse!" cried Mrs. Starling, aghast. "No, not exactly, but somebody to help me." "Are you weak and sickly, Diana?" "No, mother." "Then you don't want another girl, any more than a frog wants an umbrella. Put your baby in the crib and teach her to lie there, when you are busy. That's the way you were brought up." "You must talk to Mr. Masters, mother." "I don't want to talk to Mr. Masters. I've got something else to do." "But you can talk to him, Diana, and he'll do what you say." "It's the other way, mother. I must do what he says." Diana's tone was peculiar. "Then you're turned soft." "I think I am turned hard." "Your husband is easy to manage for you." "Is he?" said Diana. "I am glad it isn't true. I despise men that are easy to manage. I am glad I can respect him, at any rate." Mrs. Starling looked at her daughter with an odd expression. It was curious and uncertain, but she asked no question. She seemed to change the subject, though perhaps the connection was close. "Did you hear the family are coming to Elmfield again this summer?" Diana's lips formed the word "No." The breath of it hardly got out. "Yes, they're coming, sure enough. Phemie will be here next week, and her sister, what's her name? Mrs. Reverdy, is here now." Silence. "I suppose they'll fill the house with company as they did last time, and cut up their shines as usual. Well, they don't come in my way, but you'll have to see 'em, I guess." "Why?" "You know they make a great to do about your husband in that family. And Genevieve Reverdy seems uncommonly fond of you. She asked me no end of questions about you on Sabbath." There flushed a hot colour into Diana's cheeks, which faded away and left them very pale. "She hasn't grown old a bit," Mrs. Starling went on, talking rather uneasily. "Nor she hain't grown wise, neither. She can't ask you how you do without a giggle. And she had dressed herself to come to church as if the church was a fair and she was something for sale. Flowers and feathers and laces and ribbons, a little there and a little here, bows on her gloves and bows on her shoes and bows on her gown. I believe she would have tucked some into the corners of her mouth if they would have stayed." Diana made no reply. She was looking out into the sunlit hillside in view from her window, and had grown visibly whiter since her mother came in. Mrs. Starling reviewed her for that instant with a keen, anxious, searching gaze, which changed before Diana turned her head. "I can't make out, for my part, what such folks are in the world for," she went on. "They don't do no good, to themselves nor to nobody else. And fools mostly contrive to do harm. Well, she's coming to see you. She'll be along one of these days." "To see me!" Diana echoed. "So she says. Maybe it's all flummery. I dare say it is; but she talked a lot of it. You'd ha' thought there warn't any one else in the world she cared about seeing." Mrs. Starling went upstairs at this point to see the baby, and Diana sat looking out of the window with her thoughts in a wild confusion of pain. Pain and fright, I might say. And yet her senses took the most delicate notice of all there was in the world outside to attract them. Could it be June, once so fair and laughing, that smote her now with such blows of memory's hammer? Or was it memory using June? She saw the bright glisten of the leaves upon the hillside, the rich growth of the grass, the fair beams of the summer sun. She noticed minutely the stage of development which the chestnut blossoms had reached. one or two dandelion heads, a robin redbreast that was making himself exceedingly at home on the little spread of greensward behind the house. I don't know if Diana's senses were trying to cheat her heart, but from one item to another her eye went and her mind followed, in a maze of pain that was not cheated at all, till she heard her mother's steps forsake the house. Then Diana's head sank. And then, even at the moment, as if the robin's whistle had brought them, the words came to her, "Call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me." An absolute promise of the Lord to his people. Could it be true, when trouble was beyond deliverance? And then came Basil's faith to her help. She knew how he believed every word, no matter how difficult or impossible. And Diana fell on her knees and hid her face, and fled to the one only last refuge of earth's despairing children. How even God could deliver her Diana did not see, for the ground seemed giving away beneath her feet. But it is the man who cannot swim who clutches the rope for life and death, and it is when we are hopeless of our own strength that we throw ourselves utterly upon the one hand that is strong. Diana was conscious of little else but of doing that. To form a connected prayer was beyond her. She rather held up the promise, as it were with both hands, and pleaded it mutely and with the intensity of one hovering between life and death. The house was still. She feared no disturbance, and she remained motionless, without change of posture either of mind or body, for some length of time. Gradually the "I will deliver thee, I will deliver thee," began to emphasize itself to her consciousness, like a whisper in the storm, and Diana burst into a terrible flood of tears. That touch of divine sympathy broke her heart. She sobbed for minutes, only keeping her sobs too noiseless to reach and alarm Miss Collins' ears, till her agony was softened and changed at last into something more like a child's exhausted and humble tears, while her breast rose and fell so pitifully. With that came also a vague floating thought or two. "My duty, I'll do my duty, I'll do my duty." It was over, and she had risen and was resting in her chair, feeling weaker and yet much stronger than before, waiting till she could dare show her face to Miss Collins, when a little low tap was heard at the front door. Company? But Diana had noticed no step and heard no wheels. However, there was no escape for her if it were company. She waited, and the tap was repeated. I don't know what about it this second time sent a thrill all down Diana's nerves. The doors were open, and seeing that Miss Collins did not stir, Diana uttered a soft "Come." She was hardly surprised at what followed. She seemed to know by instinct what it would be. "Where shall I come?" asked a voice, and a pair of brisk high-heeled shoes tripped into the house, and a little trilling laugh, equally light and meaningless, followed the words. "Where shall I come? It's an enchanted castle. I see nobody." But the next instant she could not say that, for Diana showed herself at the door of her room, and Mrs. Reverdy hastened forward. Diana was calm now, with a possession of herself which she marvelled at even then. Bringing her visitor into the little parlour, she placed herself again in her chair, with her face turned from the light. "And here I find you! Oh, you beautiful creature!" Mrs. Reverdy burst out. "I declare, I don't wonder at anything," and she laughed. The laugh grated terribly on Diana. "I wonder if you know what a beauty you are," she went on. "I declare, I didn't know you were half so handsome. Have you changed since 3 years ago?" "I think I must," Diana said quietly. "But where have you been? Living here in Pleasant Valley?" was the next not very polite question. "People do live in Pleasant Valley. Did you think not?" Diana answered. "Oh yes. No, not what we call life, you know. And you were always handsome. But 3 years ago you were just Diana Starling, and now you might be anybody." "I am Mr. Masters' wife," said Diana, setting her teeth, as it were, upon the words. "Yes, I heard. How happened it? Do you know, I am afraid you have done a great deal of mischief. Oh, you handsome woman, you have a great deal to account for. Did you never think you had another admirer, in those days long ago, you know?" "What if I had?" Diana said, almost fiercely. "Oh, of course," said Mrs. Reverdy with her laugh again. "Of course it is nothing to you now. Girls are hard-hearted towards their old lovers, I know that. But weren't you a little tender towards him once? He hasn't forgotten his part, I can tell you. You mustn't be too hard-hearted, Diana." If the woman could have spoken without laughing! That little meaningless trill at the end of everything made Diana nearly wild. She could find no answer to the last speech, and so remained silent. "Now I have seen you again, I declare I don't wonder at anything. I was inclined to quarrel with him, you know, thinking it was just a boyish, foolish fancy that he ought to get over. I was a little out of patience with him. But now I see you, I take it all back. I declare, you're a woman the men might rave about. You mustn't mind if they do." "There is another question, whether my husband will mind." She said the words with a hard, relentless force upon herself. "Is he jealous?" laughing. "He has no reason." "Reason! Oh, people are jealous without reason. They don't wait for that. Better without than with. How is Mr. Masters? Is he one of that kind? And how came he to marry you?" "You ought not to wonder at it, with the opinion you have expressed of me." "Oh, no, I don't wonder at all. But somebody else wanted to marry you too, and somebody else thought he had the best right. I am afraid you flirted with him. Or was it with Mr. Masters you flirted? I didn't think you were a girl to flirt, but I see. You would keep just quietly still, and they would flutter round you, like moths round a candle, and it would be their own fault if they got burned. Has Mr. Masters got burned? My poor moth has singed his wings badly, I can tell you. I am very sorry for him." "So am I," Diana said gravely. "Are you? Are you really? Are you sorry for him? May I tell him you are sorry?" "You have not said whom you are talking about," Diana answered, with a coldness which she wondered at when she said it. "Oh, but you know. There is only one person I could be talking about. There is only one I could care enough about to be talking for him. You cannot help but know. May I tell him you say you are sorry for him? It would be a sort of comfort, and he wants it." "You must ask Mr. Masters." "What?" "That." "Whether I may tell Evan you are sorry for him?" "Whether you may tell that to anybody." "I don't want to tell it to but one," said Mrs. Reverdy, laughing. "What has Mr. Masters to do with it?" "He is my husband." And calmly as Diana said it, she felt as if she would like to shriek out the words to the birds on the hillside, to the angels if there were angels in the air. Yet she said it calmly. "But do you ask your husband about everything you do or say?" "If I think he would not like it." "But that is giving him a great deal of power, too much. Husbands are fallible, as well as wives," said Mrs. Reverdy, laughing. "Mr. Masters is not fallible. At least, I never saw him fail in anything. If he ever made a mistake, it was when he married me." "And you?" said Mrs. Reverdy. "Didn't you make a mistake too?" "In marrying somebody so much too good for me, yes," Diana answered. The little woman was a good deal baffled. "Then have you really no kind word for Evan? Must I tell him so?" Diana felt as if her brain would have reeled in another minute. Before she could answer, came the sound of a little wailing cry from the room up-stairs, and she started up. That movement was sudden, but the next were collected and slow. "You will excuse me," she said. "I hear baby." And she passed from the room like a princess. If her manner had been less discouraging, I think Mrs. Reverdy would have still pursued her point, and asked leave to follow her and see the baby. But Diana's slow, languid dignity and gracious composure imposed upon the little woman, and she gave up the game, at least for the present. When Miss Collins, set free, hurried down, Mrs. Reverdy was gone. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana, by Susan Warner. Chapter 29. Husband and Wife. Had she no kind word for Evan? Diana felt as if her heart would snap some one of its cords, and give over its weary beating at once and for ever. No kind word for Evan? Her beloved, her betrayed, her life treasure once, towards whom still all the wealth of her heart longed to pour itself out, and she might not send him one kind word? And he did not know that she had been true to him, and yet he had remained true to her. Might he not know so much as that, and that her heart was breaking as well as his? Only it would not break. All the pain of death without its cessation of consciousness. Why not let him have one word to know that she loved him still, and would always love him? Truth and duty, loyal faith to her husband, the man whom in her mistake she had married. Oh, why could not such mistakes be undone? But they never could, never. It was a living death that she was condemned to die. I cannot say that Diana really wavered at all in her truth, but this was an hour of storm never to be remembered without shuddering. She had her baby in her arms, but the mother's instincts were for the time swallowed up in the stormier passions of the woman. She cared for it and ministered to it, tenderly as ever, yet in a mechanical, automatic sort of way, taking no comfort and finding no relief in her sweet duty. It was the roar of the storm and the howling of temptation which overwhelmed every other voice in her heart. Then there were the practical questions to be met. Mrs. Reverdy and her family at Elmfield. Who could guarantee that Evan would not get a furlough and come there too? Mrs. Reverdy's words seemed to have some ultimate design, which they had not indeed declared. They had the air of somewhat different from mere aimless rattle, or mischievous gossip. Suppose Evan were to come, what then? The baby went off to sleep, and was laid away in its crib, and the mother stood alone at the window wrestling with her pain. She felt helpless in the grasp of it as almost never before. Danger was looming up and threatening dark in the distance. There might be a whirlwind coming out of that storm quarter, and how was she going to stand in the whirlwind? Beyond the wordless cry which meant, "Lord, help me," Diana could hardly pray at all at this moment, and the feeling grew that she must have human help. "Tell Basil," a whisper said in her heart. She had shunned that thought always. She had judged it no use. Now she was driven to it. He must know the whole. Perhaps then he could tell her what to do. As soon as Diana's mind, through all its tossings and turnings, had fixed upon this point, she went immediately from thought to action. It was twilight now, or almost. Basil would not come home in time for a talk before supper. Supper must be ready, so as to have no needless delay. She could wait. Now she knew what she would do, though there was a fire burning at heart and brain. She went downstairs and ordered something to be got ready for supper, finished the arrangement of the tea-table, which her husband liked to have very dainty, picked a rose for his plate, though it seemed dreadful mockery, and as soon as she heard his step at the door she made the tea. What an atmosphere of sweet, calm brightness he brought in with him, and always brought! It struck Diana now with the kind of a shiver which a person in a fever feels at the touch of fresh air. Yet she recognized the beauty of it, and it fortified her in her resolve. She would be true to this man, though she died for it. There was nothing but truth in him. She got through the meal-time as she could, swallowed tea, and even ate bread without knowing how it tasted, and heard Basil talk without knowing what he said. As soon as she could she went up-stairs to the baby, and waited till her husband should come too. But when he came to her, and did not go to his study. "Basil, I want to speak to you. Will you come into the other room?" she said huskily. "Won't this room do to talk in?" "No, it is over the kitchen." "Jemima knows I never quarrel," said Basil lightly. However, he led the way into the study. He set a chair for Diana and took another himself, but she remained standing. "Basil, is God good?" she said. "Yes, inexpressibly good." "Then why does he let such things happen?" "Sit down, Di. You are not strong enough to talk standing. Such things? What things?" "Why does he let people be tempted above what they can bear?" "He never does. His children, if that is what you mean. He always provides a way of escape." "Where?" "At Christ's feet." "Basil, how can I get there?" she said with a sob. "You are there, my darling," he said, putting her gently into the easy chair she had disregarded. "Those who trust in him, his hand never lets go. They may seem to themselves to lose their standing, they may not feel the ground under their feet, but he knows, and he will not let them fall, if they hold fast to him, Diana." "Basil, you don't know the whole. Do you want to tell me?" Her voice was abrupt and hoarse. His was calm and cool as the fall of the dew. "I want to tell you if I can, but I shall hurt you." "I am very willing, if it eases you. Go on." "It won't ease me, but you must know it. You ought to know. Oh, Basil, I made such a mistake when I married you." She did not mean to say anything so bitter as that. She was where she could not measure her words. Perhaps his face paled a little. In the faint light she could not see the change of colour. His voice did not change. "What new has brought that up?" "Nothing new. Something old. Oh, Basil! His sister has been here to-day to see me." "Has she?" His voice did change a little then. "What did she come for?" "I don't know. And he will be here, perhaps, by and by. Oh, Basil, do you know who it is? And what shall I do?" Diana had sprung up from her chair and dropped down on the floor by her husband's side, and hid her face in her hands on his knee. His hand passed tenderly, sorrowfully over the beautiful hair, which lay in disordered, bright, soft masses over head and neck. For a moment he did not speak. "Basil, do you know who it is?" "I know." "What shall I do?" "What do you want to do, Diana?" "Write," she said, gasping, without looking up. "I am sure of it," he said tenderly. "Well, then, the only way is, to go on and do right, Diana." "But how can I? How shall I? Suppose he comes? Oh, Basil, it was all a mistake. He wrote, and mother kept back the letters, and I never got them. He sent them, and I never got them, and I thought he was not true, and it did not matter what I did. And I honoured you above everything, Basil. And so, I did what I did." "What cannot be undone." "No," she said, shivering. He passed his hands again over her soft hair, and bent down and kissed it. "You honour yourself too, Diana, as well as me." "Yes," she said, under breath. "And you honour our God, who has let all this come upon us both?" "But oh, Basil, how could he? How could he?" "I don't know." "And yet you say he is good?" "And so you say too. The only good, the utterly perfectly good, who loves his people and keeps his promises, and who has said that all things shall work together for the good of those that love him." "How can such a thing as this?" she said faintly. "Suppose you and I cannot see how? Then faith comes in and believes it without seeing. We shall see by and by." "But, Basil, suppose Evan comes." "Well?" "Suppose he came here." "Well, Diana?" She was silent then, but she shook and trembled and writhed. Her head was still where she had laid it, her face hidden. "You are going through as great a trial, my poor wife, as almost ever falls to the lot of a mortal; but you will go through it, and come out from it, and then it will be found to have been unto praise and honour and glory, by and by." "Oh, how can you tell?" "I trust in God, and I trust you." "But I think he will come here to Pleasant Valley, I mean. And if he comes here to this house, I mean." "What then?" "What do you want me to do?" "About seeing him?" "Yes." "What you like best to do, Diana." "Basil, he does not know." "What does he not know?" "About the letters, or anything. He has never heard, never a word from me." "There was an understanding between you before he went away?" "Oh, yes." Both were silent again for a time, silent and still. Then Diana spoke timidly. "Do you think it would be wrong for him to know?" Her husband delayed his answer a little. Truly, if Diana had something to suffer, so had he; and I suppose there was somewhat of a struggle in his own mind to be won through. However, the answer when it came was a quiet negative. "May I write and tell him?" He bent down and kissed her fingers as he replied, "I will." "Oh, Basil," said the woman at his feet, "I wish I could have died 1,000 times. And I am well and strong, and I cannot die." "No," he said gravely, "we must not run away from our work." "Work," said Diana, sitting back now and looking up at him. "What work?" "The work our Master has given us to do to glorify him. To fight with evil and overcome it, to endure temptation and baffle it, to carry our banner of salvation through the thick of the smoke and the fire, and never let it fall." "I am so weak, I cannot fight." "The fight of faith you can. The only sort of fighting that can prevail. Faith lays hold of Christ's strength, and so comes off more than conqueror. All you can do is to hold fast to him." "Oh, Basil! Why does he let such things happen? Why does he let such things happen? Here is my life broken, and yours, both broken and ruined." "No," the minister answered quietly, "not mine, not yours. Broken, if you will, but not ruined. Neither yours nor mine, Diana. With the love of Christ in our hearts, that can never be. He will not let it be." "It is all ruined," said Diana. "It is all ruined. I am full of evil thoughts, and no good left. I have wished to die, and I have wanted to run away. I felt as if I must." "But instead of dying or running away, you have stood nobly and bravely to your post of suffering. Wait and trust. The Lord means good to us yet." "What possible good?" "Perhaps, that being stripped of all else, we may come to know him." "Is it necessary that people should be stripped of all before they can do that?" "Sometimes." Diana stood still, and again there was silence in the room. The soft June air, heavy with the breath of roses, floated in at the open window, bringing one of those sharp contrasts which make the heart sick with memory and longing, albeit the balsam of promise be there too. People miss that. Now men see not the bright light that is in the clouds. And how should they, when the darkness of night seems to have fallen? How can they even remember that behind that screen of darkness there is a flood of glory? There came in sounds at the window too, from the garden and the wood on the hillside. Chirruping sounds of insects, mingled with the slight rustle of leaves and the trickle of water from a little brook, which made all the noise it could over the stones in its way down the hill. The voices were of tender peace. The roses and the small life of nature all really told of love and care which can as little fail for the Lord's children as for the furniture of their dwelling place. Yet that very unchangeableness of nature hurts, which should comfort. Diana stood still, desolate, to her own sense seeming a ruin already, and her husband sat in his place, also still, but he was calm. They were quiet long enough to think of many things. "You are very good, Basil," Diana said at last. It was one of those words which hurt unreasonably, not because they are not true words and heartily meant, but because they are the poor substitute for those we would like to hear, and give us an ugly scale to measure distances and differences by. Basil made no sort of answer. Diana stood still. In her confusion of thoughts, she did not miss the answer. Then she began again. Basil," and she started, "I wish we could get away." "From Pleasant Valley?" "Yes. My work is here." "Is mine here too?" thought Diana, as she slowly went away into the other room. "What is mine? To die by this fire that burns in me, or to freeze stiff in the cold that sometimes almost stops my heart's beating?" She came up to the side of her baby's crib, and stood there looking, dimly conscious of an inner voice that said her work was not death. Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana, by Susan Warner. Chapter 30. Sunshine. A few days later, the minister came home one evening with a message for his wife. "Good old Mother Bartlett is going home, Diana, and she wants to see you." "Home? Is she dying, do you mean?" "She does not mean it. To her it is entering into life." But what's the matter?" "You know she had that bad cold. I think the treatment was worse than the disease, and under the effects of both, her strength seems to have given way. She is sinking quietly." "I will go down there in the morning." So the next day early, Basil drove his wife down and left her at the cottage. It was somehow to Diana's feelings just such another day as had been that other wonderful one when she had seen Evan first, and he harnessed Prince, and they came together over this very road. Perhaps soon Evan would be riding there again, without her as she was going now without him. Never together again! Never together again! And what was life to either of them apart? Diana went into the cottage walking as one in a dream. The cottage was in nice order, as usual, though no woman's hand had been about. Joe, rough as he was, could be what his friends called "real handy," and he had put everything in trim and taken all care for his mother's comfort before he went out. The minister had told him Diana would be there, so after he had done this he went to his work. Mrs. Bartlett was lying on her bed in the inner room. Diana kissed her, with a heart too full at the moment to speak. "Did the minister bring you?" the old lady asked. "Yes. Are you all alone?" "The Lord never leaves his children alone, dear. They leave him sometimes. Won't you open the winders, Diana? Joe forgot that, and I want to see the sun." Diana rolled up the thick paper shades which hung over the windows, and put up the sashes. Summer air poured in, so full of warmth and brightness and sounds of nature's activity, that it seemed to roll up a tide of life to the very feet of the dying woman. She looked, and drew a deep breath or two. "That's good," she said. "The Lord made the sunshine. Now sit down, dear. I want to see you. Sit down there, where I can see you." "Does Joe leave you here by yourself?" "He knew you was comin'. Joe's a good boy. But I don't want him nor nobody hangin' round all the time, Diana. There ain't nothin' to do. Only he forgot the winders, and I want to look out and see all my riches." "Your riches, Mother Bartlett?" And she was not going to live but a few days more. Diana wondered if her senses were wandering. But the old lady smiled, the wise, sweet smile that Diana knew of old. "Whose be they, then?" she asked. "You mean all this pretty summer day?" "Ain't it pretty? And ain't the sunshine clear gold? And ain't the sky a kind of an elegant canopy? And it's all mine, and all it covers, and he that made it too; and seein' what he makes, puts me in mind of how rich he is, and what more he can do. How's the baby?" For some little time the baby was talked of, both in present and future relations. "And you're very happy, Diana?" the old woman asked. "I hain't seen you now for quite a spell, 'most all winter." "I ought to be," Diana answered, hesitating. "Some folks does because they had ought to," remarked the old lady; "but bein' happy ain't one of 'em. The whole world had ought to be happy, if you put it so. The Lord wants 'em to be." "Not happy," said Diana hastily. "Yes, 'tain't his fault if they ain't. How can he want everybody to be happy, when he makes them so unhappy?" "He, the Lord? He don't make nobody unhappy, child. How did that get in your head?" "Well, it comes to the same thing, Mother Bartlett. He lets things happen." "He hain't chained up Satan yet, if that's what you mean. But Satan can't do no harm to the Lord's children. He's tried often enough, but the Lord won't let him." "But, Mother Bartlett, that's only a way of talking. I don't know if it is Satan does it, but every sort of terrible thing comes to them. How can you say it's not evil?" "'Cause the good Lord turns it to a blessing, dear. Or if he don't, it's 'cause they won't let him. O' course it is Satan does it, Satan and his ministers. Every good gift, and every perfect gift, cometh down from the Father of lights, with whom is no variableness, neither shadow of turning. How should he be kind to-day and unkind to-morrow?" Diana could not trust her voice, and was silent. The old woman looked at her, and said in a changed tone presently, "What's come to you, Diana Masters? You had ought to be the happiest woman there is livin'." Diana could not answer. "Ain't you, dear?" Mrs. Bartlett added tenderly. "I didn't mean to speak of myself," Diana said, making a tremendous effort to bring out her words unconcernedly. But I get utterly puzzled sometimes, Mother Bartlett, when I see such things happen, such things as do happen, and to good people too." "You ain't the fust one that's been puzzled that way," returned the old woman. "Job was all out in his reckoning once, and David was as stupid as a beast, he says. But when chillen gets into the dark, they're apt to run agin sun'thin' and hurt theirselves. Stay in the light, dear." "How can one, always?" "O child, just believe the Lord's word. That'll keep you near him, and there is no darkness where he is." "What is his word, that I must believe? About this, I mean." "That he loves us, dear, loves us tender and true, like you love your little baby, only a deal more, and truer and tenderer. For a woman may forget her sucking child, but he never will forget, and all things he will make to work together for good to them that love him." Diana shook and trembled with the effort to command herself and not burst into a storm of weeping, which would have betrayed what she did not choose to betray. She sat by the bedpost, clasping it, and with the same clasp as it were holding herself. For a moment she had forgotten her sucking child. The words came home, and it was only by that convulsive hold of herself that she could keep from crying out. With her face turned away from the sick woman, she waited till the convulsion had passed, and then said, in measured, deliberate accents, "It is hard to see how some things can turn out for good. Some things I have known." "Well, you ain't infinite, be you?" said Mrs. Bartlett. "You can't see into the future, and what's more, you can't see into the present. You don't know what's goin' on in your own heart, not as he knows it. No more you ain't almighty to change things. If I was you, I would jest trust him that is all wise, and knows everything, and almighty, and can do what he likes." "Then why don't he make people good?" "I said, he can do what he likes. He don't like to do people's own work for 'em. He doos make 'em good, as soon as they're willin' and ask him. But the man sick with the palsy had to rise and take up his bed and walk; and what's more, he had to believe fust he could do it. I know the Lord gave the power, but the man had his part, you see." "Mother Bartlett," said Diana, rousing herself, "you must not talk so much." "Don't do me no harm, Diana." "But you have talked enough. Now let me give you your broth." "Then you must talk. I hain't so many opportunities o' social converse that I can afford to let one of 'em slip. You must talk while I'm eatin'." But Diana seemed to have nothing to say. She watched the spoonfuls of broth in attentive silence. "What's new, Diana? There allays is sun'thin'." "Nothing new. Only," said Diana, correcting herself, "the Noltons are coming back to Elmfield. Mrs. Reverdy is come." "Be the hull of them comin'?" "I believe so." "What for?" "I don't know. To enjoy the summer, I suppose." "That's their sort," said the old woman slowly. "Jest to get pleasure. I used for to see 'em flyin' past here in all the colours o' the rainbow, last time they was in Pleasant Valley." "But God made the colours of the rainbow," said Diana. "So he did," the old lady answered, laughing a little. "So he did, and the colours of the flower, which is the same colours, to be sure. But what then, Diana?" "I was thinking, Mother Bartlett, it cannot displease him that we should like them too." "No, child, it don't. Nor it don't displease him to have us wear 'em, nother, if we could only wear 'em as innercently as the flowers doos. If you kin, Diana, you may be as scarlet as a tulip or as bright as a marigold, for all I care." "But people are not any better for putting on dark colours," said Diana. "They're some modester, though." "Why?" "They ain't expectin' that folks'll be lookin' at 'em." "Mr. Masters likes me to wear bright dresses." "Then do it, child. It's considerable of a pleasure to have his eyes pleased. Do you know what a husband you've got, Diana?" "Yes." "He's most like one o' them flowers himself. He's so full o' the sweetness the Lord has put into him, and he's just as unconscious that he's spreadin' it wherever he goes." Diana was silent. She would have liked again to burst into tears. She controlled herself as before. "That ain't the way with those Knowlton girls, nor it ain't the way they wear their fine colours, neither. Can't you get a little sense into their heads, Diana?" "I? They think nothing of me, Mother Bartlett." Maybe not 2 years ago, but they will now. You're the minister's wife, Diana. They allays sot a great deal by him." Diana was chewing the cud of this, when Mrs. Bartlett asked again, "Who's sick in the place?" "Quite a number. There's Mrs. Wilson at the tavern. She's sinking at last. My husband sees her every day. Then old Josh Lightfoot, he's down with I don't know what, very sick. Mrs. Sadler had a child that has been hurt. He was pitched off a load of hay and fell upon a fork. His mother is distracted about him, and it is all Mr. Masters can do to quiet her. And Lizzie Slatherthwaite is going slowly, you know, in consumption, and she expects to see him every day. And that isn't all, for over in the village of Bromble there is sickness. I suppose there always is in that miserable place. And the minister goes there too, I'll be bound." "Oh yes, he goes everywhere, if people want him. It takes 20 miles of riding a day, he told me, just to visit all these people that he must see." "Ay, ay," said the old woman contentedly. "Enjoyment ain't the end of life, but to do the will of God, and he's doin' it. And enjoyment comes that way too. Ay, ay, an hundredfold now, in this world, and in the world to come eternal life. I hain't ever been able to do much, Diana, but it has been sweet, his service, all along the way, and now I'm goin' where it'll be nothin' but sweetness for ever." A little tired, perhaps, with talking, for she had talked with a good deal of energy, the old lady dozed off into a nap, and Diana sat alone with the summer stillness, and thought over and over some of the words that had been said. It was the hush of the summer stillness, and also the full pulse of the summer life that she felt as she sat there, not soothing to inaction, but stirring up the loving doing, a warm breath of vital energy, an odorous witness-bearing of life fruitfulness, a hum and a murmur of harmonious forces in action, a depth of colour in the light and in the shadow, which told of the richness and fullness of the natural world. Nothing idle, nothing unfruitful, nothing out of harmony, nothing in vain. How about Diana Masters, and her work and her part in the great plan? Again the gentle summer air which stole in, laden with such scents and sweets, rich and bountiful out of the infinite treasury, spoke of love at the heart of creation. But there were cold winds too, sometimes, icy storms, desolations of tempests. They had been here not long ago. True, but yet it was not those, but this which carried on the life of the world. This was the yes, and those others the no, of creation, and an affirmative is stronger than a negative any day, by universal acknowledgment. Moreover, that no was in order to this yes, gave way before it, yielded to it, and life reigned in spite of death. Vaguely Diana's mind felt and carried on the analogy, and the reasoning from the analogy, and drew a chill, far-off hope from it. For it was the time of storm and desolation with her now, and the summer sun had not come yet. She sat musing while the old lady slumbered. "Hullo, Diany! Here you be!" exclaimed the voice of Joe Bartlett, suddenly breaking in. "Here's your good man outside, waitin' for you, I guess. His horse is a leetle skittish. What ails your mother?" "My mother?" "Yes, Josh says, you see, I've been down to the mill to get some rye ground, and he was there, and what's more, he had the start of me, and I had to wait for him, or I wouldn't ha' stood there chatterin' while the sun was shinin' like it is to-day. That ain't my way. But Josh says she's goin' round groanin' at sun'thin', and that ain't her way, nother. Mind you, it ain't when anybody's by, I warrant you. She don't give no sign then that anythin's botherin' her. Josh says it's when she's alone. I didn't ask him how he came to know so much, and I so little, but I wished I had." Joe finished his speech laughing. Diana took her hat, kissed the old woman, and went out to her husband, who was waiting for her. And some miles of the drive were made in silence. Then, as the old brown house came in sight, with the weeping elms over the gate, Diana asked her husband to stop for a minute or two. He reined up under the elm trees and helped Diana out, letting her, however, go in alone. Diana was not often here. Naturally, between her and her mother, who never in the best of times had stood near together or shared each other's deeper sympathies, a gulf had opened. Besides, the place was painful to Diana on other accounts. It was full of memories and associations. She always seemed to herself when there as a dead person might on revisiting the place where once he had lived. She felt dead to all but pain, and the impression came back with sharp torture that once she used to be alive. So as the shadow of the elm branches fell over her now, it hurt her inexpressibly. She was alive when she had dwelt under them. Yes, she and Evan too. She hurried her steps and went in at the lean-to door. It was now long past midday. The noon meal was over, apparently, and every sign of it cleared away. The kitchen was in spotless order, but beside the table sat Mrs. Starling, doing nothing, an unheard-of state of affairs. Diana came farther in. "Mother." "Well, Diana," said Mrs. Starling, looking up, "what's brought you now?" "I've been down to see Mrs. Bartlett. She sent for me. And I thought I would stop in as I went by. Mr. Masters is outside." "Well, I've no objection," said Mrs. Starling, ambiguously. "How do you do?" "Middling." "Is all getting on well with the farm and the dairy?" "I don't let it be no other way." Diana saw that something was wrong, but knew also that if she were to find it out it would be by indirect ways. "May I go into the pantry and get some milk? I've been a good while from home, and I'm hungry." "Go along," said her mother ungraciously. "I should think likely, if you are hungry, your baby is too. That's a new way of doing things. 'Twarn't ever my way. A woman that's got a baby ought to attend to it, and if she don't, her husband ought to make her." "I've not been gone so long as all that comes to," said Diana, and she went into the pantry, her old domain. The pans of milk looked friendly at her. The sweet clean smell of cream carried her back, it seemed ages, to a time when she was as sweet and clean. "Yet it is not my fault," she said to herself. "It is hers, all hers." She snatched a piece of bread and a glass of milk and swallowed it hastily. Then as she came out she saw that one of her mother's hands lay bandaged up in her lap under the table. "Mother, what's the matter with your hand?" "Oh, not much." "But what? It's all tied up. Have you burned it?" "No." "What then? Cut yourself?" "I should like to know how I should go to work to cut my right hand. Don't make a fuss about nothing, Diana. It's only scalded." "Scalded? How?" "I shall never be able to tell that to the end of my days," said Mrs. Starling. "If pots and kettles and that could be possessed, I should know what to think. I was makin' strawberry preserve, and the kettle was almost full, and it was first-rate preserve, and boiling, and almost done, and I had just set it down on the hearth, and then, I don't know how to this day, I stumbled, I don't know over what, and my arm soused right in." "Boiling sweetmeat!" cried Diana. "Mother, let me see. It must be dreadfully burned." "It's all done up," said Mrs. Starling coldly. "I was real put out about my preserves." "Have you had dinner?" "I never found I could live 'thout eatin'." "Who got dinner for you and cleared away?" "Nobody. I did it myself." "For the men and all? Well, they don't count to live without eatin', no more'n I do," said Mrs. Starling with a short laugh. "And you did it with one hand?" "Did you ever know me to stop in anything I had to do for want of a hand?" said Mrs. Starling scornfully. No, thought Diana to herself, nor for want of anything else, even though it were right or conscience. Aloud she only said, "I must go home to baby." "You had better, I should think," her mother broke in. "Can I do anything for you first?" "You can see for yourself there is nothing to do." "Shall I come back and stay with you to night?" "You had better ask the dominie." "Mother, he never wants me to do anything but just what is right," Diana said seriously. Mrs. Starling lifted up her head and gave a curious searching look into her daughter's face. What was she trying to find? "That's one turtle dove," she said, "and are you another, and always bob your head when he bobs his'n?" Diana wondered at this speech. It seemed to her, her mother was losing ground even in the matter of language. No thought of irritation crossed her; she was beyond trifles now. She made no answer; she merely bade her mother good bye and hurried out. And for a long while the drive was again in silence. Then when the grey horse was walking up a hill, Diana spoke in a meditative sort of way. "Basil, you said enjoyment was not the end of life." "Did I?" he answered gravely. "If you didn't, it was Mother Bartlett." "You do say so, I suppose." "Yes, it is not the end of life." "What is, then?" "To do the will of God. And by, if not sooner, enjoyment comes that way too, Diana. And when it comes that way, it stays and lasts." "How long?" "For ever and ever." Diana waited a few minutes and then spoke again. "Basil, I want to consult you." "Well, do it." "Ought I to leave my mother to live alone, as she is? She is not young now." "What would you do?" "If I knew, Basil, I would like it to do what I ought to do." "Would you take her to live with you?" "If you would, and she would." Basil put his arm round his wife and bent down and kissed her. He would not have done it if he could have guessed how she shrank. "If you will take life on those terms," he said, "then it will be true for you, that sorrow may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning." "It will be the morning of the resurrection, then," thought Diana. But she only replied, "What terms, Basil, do you mean?" "Doing the Lord's will. His will is always good, Diana, and brings sweet fruit; only you must wait till the fruit is ripe, my child." "Then what about mother?" "I do not believe she would come to us." "Nor I. Suppose she would let us come to her?" "Then I would go, if you wished it." "I don't wish it, Basil. I was thinking if I could bear it. But the thought will not go out of my head, that she ought not to be alone." "Then do what is in thy heart," the minister said cheerfully. Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana by Susan Warner. Chapter 31. A June Day. Mrs. Starling hesitated when Diana proposed her plans. She would think of it, she said. But when she began to think of it, the attractions were found irresistible. To have her grandchild in the house beside her, perhaps with a vague thought of making up to her daughter in some unexplained way for the wrong she had done; at any rate, to have voices and life in the house again, instead of the bare silence, voices of people that belonged to her own blood. Mrs. Starling found that she could not give up the idea once it got into her head. Then she objected that the house was too small. The minister said he would put up an addition of a couple of rooms for himself and Diana's old room could serve as a nursery. "Who wants a nursery?" Mrs. Starling demanded. Her idea of a nursery was the whole house and all out of doors. The minister laughed, and said that was not his idea, and Mrs. Starling was fain to let it pass. She was human, though she was not a good woman, and Diana's proposal to come back to her had, though she would never allow it even to herself, touched both her heart and her conscience. Somewhere very deep down and out of sight, nevertheless it was true, and it was true that she had been very lonely, and she let the minister have his own way, undisputed, about the building. The carpenters were set to work at once, and at home Diana quietly made preparations for a removal in the course of a few months. She buried herself in busyness as much as ever she could, to still thought and keep her nerves quiet; for constantly, daily and nightly now, the image of Evan was before her, and the possibility that he might any day present himself in very flesh and blood. No precautions were of any avail. If he chose to seek her out, Diana could not escape him unless by leaving Pleasant Valley, and that was not possible. Would he come? She looked at that question from every possible point of the compass, and from every one the view that presented itself was that he would come. Nay, he ought not. It would be worse than of no use for them to see each other. And yet, something in Diana's recollections of him, or, it might be, something in the consciousness of her own nature, made her say to herself that he would come. How should she bear it? She almost wished that Basil would forbid it, and take measures to make it impossible. But the minister went his way, unmoved and quiet as usual. There was neither fear nor doubt on his broad, fair brow. Diana respected him immensely, and at times felt a great pang of grief that his face should wear such a shade of gravity as was habitual to it now. Knowing him so well as she did by this time, She could guess that though the gravity never degenerated into gloom, the reason was to be found solely and alone in the fact that Basil's inner life was fed by springs which were beyond the reach of earthly impoverishing or disturbing. How much better she thought him than herself, as she looked at the calm, steadfast beauty of his countenance, which matched his daily life and walk. No private sorrow touched that. Never thinking of himself nor seeking his own, he was busy from morning till night with the needs of others, going from house to house, carrying help, showing light, bringing comfort, guiding into the way, pointing out the wrong. And at home, Diana knew with what glad resort he went to his Bible and prayer for his own help and wisdom, and wrought out the lessons that were to be given openly in the little hillside church. Diana knew, too, what flowers of blessings were springing up along his path, what fruits of good. The angel of the church in Pleasant Valley he was, in a sense most true and lovely, although that be not the original bearing of the phrase in the Revelation, where Alford thinks, and I think, no human angels are intended. Nevertheless, that was Basil here, and his wife, who did not love him, honoured him to the bottom of her heart. And in her self-reproach and her humility Diana wrote bitterer things against herself than there was any need. For she, too, was doing her daily work with a lovely truth of aim and simpleness of purpose. With all the joys of life crushed out, she was walking the way which had become so weary with a steady foot, and with hands ready and diligent to do all they found to do. In another sort from her husband, the fair, calm, grave woman was the angel of her household. I can never tell you how beautiful Diana was now. If the careless light glance of the girl was gone, there was now, instead, the deeper beauty of a nature that has loved and suffered, that ripening process of humanity without which it never comes to its full bloom and fruitage, though that be a very material image for the matter in hand. And there was besides in Diana the dignity of bearing of one who is lifted above all small considerations of every kind, that is, not above small duties, but above petty interests. Therefore in this woman, who had never seen and scarcely imagined courts, even in the minister's house in Pleasant Valley, there was the calm poise and grace which we associate in our speech and thoughts with the highest advantages of social relations. So extremes sometimes meet. In Diana it was due to her inborn nobility of nature and the sharp discipline of sorrow, in aid of which practically came also her perfection of physical health and form. It must be remembered, too, that she had been now for a good while in the close companionship of a man of great refinement and culture, and that both study and conversation had lifted her by this time far out of the intellectual sphere in which the beginning of our story found her. The carpenters were going on vigorously with their work on the new rooms adding to Mrs. Starling's house, and Diana was making, as she could from time to time, her little preparations for the removal, which however could not take place yet for some time. It was in the beginning of July. Diana was upstairs one day, looking over the contents of a trunk and cutting up pieces for patchwork. Windows were open, of course, and the scent of new hay came in with the warm air. Haymaking was going on all over Pleasant Valley. By and by Miss Collins put her head in. "Be you fixed to see folks?" "Who wants me?" "Well, there's somebody comin', and I reckon it's one or other o' them flyaways from Elmfield." "Here?" said Diana, starting up and trembling. "Wall, there's one of 'em comin', I guess. I see the carriage, and I thought maybe you warn't ready to see no one. When one gets into a trunk it's hard to get out again. So I thought I'd jest come and tell ye. There she is, comin' up the walk. Hurry now." Down went Miss Collins to let the visitor in, and Diana did hurry and changed her dress. What can she be come for? She questioned with herself meanwhile. For it was Mrs. Reverdy, she had seen. No good, no good! But nobody would have guessed that Diana had ever been in a hurry that saw her entrance the next minute upon her visitor. That little lady felt a sort of imposing effect, and did not quite know how to do what she had come for. "I always think there has come some witchery over my eyes," she said with her invariable little laugh of ingratiation. "When I see you, I always feel a kind of new surprise. Is it the minister that has changed you so? What's he done?" "Changed me? Diana repeated. "Why, yes, you are changed. You are not like what you were 2 years ago, 3 years ago. How long is it?" "It is 3 years ago," said Diana, trying to smile. "I am 3 years older." "Oh, it isn't that. I'm 3 years older. I suppose I didn't see enough of you then to find you out. It was my fault. But if you had married somebody belonging to me, I can tell you, I should have been very proud of my sister-in-law." She laughed at the compliment she was making, laughed lightly, while Diana inwardly shook, like a person who has received a sudden sharp blow, and staggers in danger of losing his footing. Did she waver visibly before her adversary's eyes, she wondered? She was sure her colour did not change. She found nothing to say, in any case, and after a moment her vision cleared, and she had possession of herself again. "I am saucy," said Mrs. Reverdy, smiling, "but nobody thinks of minding anything I say. That's the good of being little and insignificant, as I am." Diana was inclined to wish her visitor would not presume upon her harmlessness. "I should as soon think of being rude to a duchess," Mrs. Reverdy went on, "or to a princess. I don't see how Evan ever made up his mind to go away and leave you." "Is it worse to be rude to a duchess than to other people?" Diana asked, seizing the first part of the speech as a means to get over the last. "I never tried," said Mrs. Reverdy. "I never had the opportunity, you know. I might have danced with the Prince of Wales, perhaps, when he was here. I know a lady who did, and she said she wasn't afraid of him. If you had been there, I am sure she would not have got the chance." "You forget I am not a dancer." "Oh, not now, of course. But then you wouldn't have been a minister's wife." "Why should not a minister's wife dance as well as other people?" "Oh, I don't know," said Mrs. Reverdy lightly. "But they never do, you know. They are obliged to set an example." "Of what?" "Of everything that is proper, I suppose. Don't you feel that everybody's eyes are upon you, always, watching everything you do?" A good reminder, but Diana answered simply that she never thought about it. "Don't you? Isn't the minister always reminding you of what people will think?" "No, it isn't his way." "Doesn't he? Why, without being a minister, that is what my husband used always to be doing to me. I was a little giddy, you know," said Mrs. Reverdy, laughing. "I was very young, and I used to have plenty of admonitions." "I believe Mr. Masters thinks we should only care about God's eyes," Diana said quietly. Mrs. Reverdy startled a little at that, and for a moment looked grave. From Diana she had not expected this turn. "I never think about anything," she said then with a laugh that looked as if it were meant to be one of childlike ingenuousness. "Don't think me very bad. Everybody can't be good and discreet like you and Mr. Masters." "Very few people are like Mr. Masters," Diana assented. "We all know that. And in the daily beholding of his superiority, have you quite forgotten everything else? Your old lover and all?" "Whom do you mean?" Diana asked, with a calm coldness at which she wondered herself. "I mean Evan, to be sure. You know he was your old lover. He wants to see you. He has not forgotten you, at any rate. Have you entirely forgotten him? Poor fellow! He has had a hard time of it." "I have not forgotten Mr. Knowlton at all," Diana said with difficulty, for it seemed to her that her throat was suddenly paralyzed. "You have not forgotten him? I may tell him that? Do you know he raves about you? I wish you could hear him once. He is Captain Knowlton now, you must understand. He has got his advancement early, but 1 or 2 people died, and somebody else was removed out of his way, and so he stepped into his captaincy. Lucky fellow! He always has been lucky, except just in one thing, and he thinks that spoils all. May he come and see you, Diana? He has given me no peace until I would come and ask you, and he will never have any peace, that I can see, if you refuse him. Poor fellow! There he is out there all this time, champing the bit worse than the horses." And the woman said it all with her little civil smile and laugh, as if she were talking about sugar plums. "Is he here?" cried Diana. "With the horses, waiting to know the success of my mission, and I have been afraid to ask you, for fear you should say no, and I cannot carry back such an answer to him. May I tell him to come in?" "Why should he not come to see me as well as any other friend?" said Diana, But the quiver in her voice gave the answer to her own question. "Of course," said Mrs. Reverdy, rising with a satisfied face. "There is no reason in the world why he should not, if you have kindness enough left for him to let him come. Then I'll go out and tell him to come in, for the poor fellow is sitting on sword's points all this while." And laughing at her supposed happy professional allusion, the lady withdrew. Diana flew up the stairs to her own room. She did not debate much the question whether she ought to see Evan. It came to her rather as a thing that she must do. There was no question in the case. However, perhaps the question only lay very deep down in her consciousness, for the justification presented itself, that to refuse to see him would be to confess both to his sister and himself that there was danger in it. Diana never could confess that, whatever the fact. So, answering dumbly the doubt that was as wordless, without stopping a moment she caught up her sleeping baby out of its cradle, and drawing the cradle after her went into her husband's study. Basil was there, she knew, at work. He looked up as she came in. Diana drew the cradle near to him, and carefully laid the still sleeping, fair and fat little bundle from her arms down in it again. This was done gently and deliberately enough, no hurry and no perturbation. Then she stood upright. "Basil, will you take care of her? He is come." The minister looked up into his wife's face. He knew what she meant, and he felt as he looked at her how far she was from him. There was no smile on Diana's lips. Indeed, on the contrary, an intensity of feelings that were not pleasurable. And yet, he who has looked for the light of love in an eye and missed it long, knows it when he sees it, even though it be not for him. The four eyes met each other steadily. "Shall I see him?" Diana asked. Basil stretched out his hand to her. "I can trust you, Diana." She put her cold hand in his for a minute and hurried away. Then, as she reached the other room, she heard in the hall below a step, the step she had not heard for years, and her heart made one spring back over the interval. In the urgency of action, Diana's colour had hardly changed until now. Now she turned deadly white, and for one instant sank on her knees by her bedside with her heart full of a mute, unformed prayer for help. It was fearful to go on, but she must go on now. She must see Evan. He was there. Questions were done. And as she went downstairs, while her face was white and pain almost confused her senses, there was a stir of keen joy at her heart, fierce, like that of a wild beast which has been robbed of its prey but has got it again. She tried for self-command, and as one mean towards it forced herself to go deliberately. No hasty steps should be heard on the stairs or in the floor. Even so, the way was short. A moment, and she had entered the room, and she and Evan were face to face once more. Face to face, and yet neither dared look at the other. He was standing, waiting for her. She came a few paces into the room, and stood still opposite him. They did not touch each other's hands. They made no show of greeting. How should they? In each other's presence indeed they were, with but a small space of transparent air between, to the sense, and yet a barrier mountains high of impassable ice, to the mind's apprehension. You could have heard a pin drop in the room. The two stood there, a few yards apart, not even looking at each other, yet intensely conscious each all the while of the familiar outlines and traits so long unseen, so well known by heart. Breathing the air of the same room again, and nevertheless miles and miles apart, that was what they were feeling. The miles could not be bridged over. What use to try to bridge over the yards? Diana was growing whiter, if whiter could be. Evan's head sank lower. At last the man succumbed, sat down, buried his head in his hands, and groaned aloud. Diana stood like a statue, but looking at him now. What is it in little things which has such power over us? As Evan stood there looking, it was little things which stabbed her as if each were a sharp sword. The set of Evan's shoulders, the waves of his hair, the very gold shoulder-straps on the well-remembered blue uniform undress, his cap, which lay on her table, with its service symbols. Is it that the sameness of these material trifles seems to assert that nothing is changed, and so makes the change more incredible and dreadful? I cannot describe the woeful pain which the sight of these things gave Diana. With them came the fresh remembrance of all the manly beauty and grace of Evan in which she had once sunned herself, and the contrast of her husband. Not that Basil's personal appearance was ever to be despised, any more than himself. His figure was good, and his face had a beauty of its own, possibly a higher kind of beauty; but it was not the type of a hero of romance, and Evan's, to Diana's fancy, was, and it had been her romance. She stood still, motionless, breathless. If anybody spoke, it must be he. But at last she trembled too much to stand, and she sat down too. "How has it happened, Diana?" Evan asked, without looking up. "I don't know," she said, just above her breath. "How could you do so?" Well, it suited him well to reproach her. What matter? Things could not be more bitter than they were. She did not try to answer. "You have ruined both our lives. Mine is ruined. I am ruined. I shall never be worth anything now. I don't care what becomes of me." As she still did not answer, he looked up, and their eyes met. Once meeting, they could not quit each other. Diana's gaze was sad enough, but eager with the eagerness of long hunger. His was sharp with pain at first, keen with unreasonable anger, one of the mind's resorts from unbearable torment. Then as he looked it changed and grew soft, and finally, springing up, he went over to where she sat, dropped on his knees before her, and seizing her hands kissed them one after the other, till tears began to mingle with the kisses. She was passive; she could not drive him off; she felt that she and he must have this one moment to bury their past in. It was only when her hands were growing wet with his tears that she roused herself to an effort. "Evan, Evan, listen to me. You mustn't. Remember, I am a man's wife." "How could you?" "I did not know what I was doing." "Have you given up loving me?" "What is the use of talking of it, Evan? I am another man's wife." "But there are such things as divorces." "Hush! Do not speak of such a thing." "I must speak of it. Whom do you love? Tell me that first." "No one has a right to ask me such a question." "I have a right," cried the young man, "for I have been deceived, cheated, robbed of my own, and I have a right to get back my own. Diana, speak. Do you love me less than you used to do? Tell me that." "I do not change, Evan." "Then you have no business to be anybody's wife but mine. Nothing can hinder that, Diana." "Stop! You are not to speak so. I will not hear it." "You are mine, Diana." "I was yours, Evan," she said tenderly, bending her head over him till her lips touched his hair. "We have been parted, and it is over for this world. You must go your way, and I must go mine. And you must not say, I am ruined." "Do you not say it?" "I must not." "It is the truth for me, if I do not have you with me." "It is not the truth," she said with infinite tenderness in her manner. "Not ruined, Evan. We can go our way and do our work, even if we are not happy. That is another thing." "Then you are not happy?" he said eagerly. Diana did not reply. "Why should we not be happy?" he went on passionately, looking up now into her face. "You are mine, Diana. You belonged to me first. You have been mine all along. Only I have been robbed of you. Pure robbery, nothing else. And has not a man a right to his own, wherever and whenever he finds it? You had given yourself first to me. That is irrevocable." "No," she said with the same gentleness, in every tone of which lurked an unutterable sorrow. It would have broken her husband's heart to hear her. And yet she was quiet, so quiet that she awed the young officer a little. "No, I had promised to give myself to you, that is all." "You gave me your heart, Di." She was silent, for at the moment she could not speak. "Di!" he insisted. "Yes." "That is enough, that is all." "It is not all. Since then I have How could you do it, Diana? How could you do it, after your heart was mine, while your heart was mine?" "I was dead," she said in the same low, slow, impressive way. "I thought I was dead, and that it did not matter any more what I did, one way or another. I thought I was dead, and when I found out that there was life in me yet, it was too late." A slight shudder ran over her shoulders, which Evan, however, did not see. "And you doubted me," said he. "I heard nothing." "Of course; and that was enough to make you think I was nothing but a featherhead." "I thought I was not good enough for you," she said softly. "Not good enough!" cried Evan. "When you are just a pearl of perfection, a diamond of loveliness, more than all I knew you would be, like a queen rather than like a common mortal, and I could have given you a place fit for you, and here you are—" "Hush!" she said softly, but it stopped him. "Why did you never hear from me? I wrote and wrote, and oh, Diana, how I looked for something from you! I walked miles on the way to meet the wagon that brought our mails. I could hardly do my duty, or eat, or sleep, at last. I would ride then to meet the post carrier, though it did not help me, for I could not open the bags till they were brought into the post, and then I used to go and gallop 30 miles to ride away from myself. Why did you never write one word?" "I did not know your address," she said faintly. "I gave it you, over and over." "You forget I never got the letters." "What became of them?" "I don't know." What was her motive? "I don't know." "What do you suppose?" "What is the use of talking about it, Evan?" "My poor darling!" said he, looking up in her face again. "It has been hard on you too. Oh, Di, my Di, I cannot lose you." He was still kneeling before her, and she put her 2 hands on his head, smoothing or rather pushing back the short locks from his temples on either side, looking as one looks one's last on what one loves. Her eyes were dry, and large with pain which did not allow the eyelids their usual droop. Her mouth was in the saddest lines a woman's lips can take, but they did not tremble. "Hush!" she said again softly. "I am lost to you. That is over. Now go and do a man's work in the world, and if I hear of you, let me hear good. Haven't you got one kiss for me?" She bent lower down and kissed his brow. She kissed it twice, but the manner of the woman was of such high and pure dignity that the young officer, who would else have had no scruple, did not dare presume upon it. He took no more than she gave, bent his head again when she took her hands away, and covered his face as at first. They were both still a while. "Evan, you must go," she whispered. "When may I come again?" She did not answer. "I am coming very soon again, Di. I must see you often. I must see you very often while I am here. I cannot live if I do not see you. I do not see how I can live any way. Don't speak so." "How do you expect to bear it?" he asked jealously. "I don't know. We shall find as the days come." "Life looks so long." "Yes, but we have got something to do in it." "I have not now." "Every one has. And a brave man or a brave woman will do what he has to do, Evan." "I am not brave, except in the way every man is brave. When may I come, Diana? To-morrow?" "Oh, no." "Why not? Then when?" "Not this week." "But this is Tuesday." "Yes, and Mrs. Reverdy is waiting for you all this while." "I have been waiting all these years. She don't know what waiting means. Mayn't I come again before Monday?" "Certainly not. You must wait till then, and longer." "I am not going to wait longer. Then Monday, Diana?" He stretched out his hand to her, and she laid hers within it. The first time that day. The first time since so many days. Hands lingered, were slow to unclasp, loath to leave the touch which was such exquisite pain and pleasure at once. Then, without looking again, slowly, deliberately, as all her movements had been made, Diana withdrew from the room, not bearing, perhaps, to stay and have him leave her, or doubting of her power to make him go, or unable to endure anything more for this time. She left him standing there, and slowly went up the stairs. But the moment she got to her room she stopped, and stood with her hands pressed upon her heart, listening, every particle of colour vanishing from her face, and her eyes taking a strained look of despair, listening to the footsteps that, also slowly, now went through the hall. When they went out and had quitted the house, she flew to the window. She watched to see the stately figure go along the little walk and out at the gate, She had hardly dared to look at him downstairs. Now her eye sought out every well-known line and trait with an eagerness like the madness of thirst. Yes, he had grown broader in the shoulders. His frame was developed. He had become more manly, and so even finer in appearance than ever. Without meaning it, Diana drew comparisons. How well he walked! What a firm, sure, graceful gait! How beloved of old time was the officer's undress coat, and the little cap which reminded Diana so inevitably of the time when it was at home on her table or lying on a chair near. Only for a minute or two she tasted the bitter-sweet pang of associations, and then cap and wearer were passed from her sight. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana, by Susan Warner. Chapter 32. Wind and Tide. How that night went by, it would be useless to try to tell. Some things cannot be described. A loosing of all the bands of law and order in the material world we call chaos. And once in a while the mental nature of some poor mortal falls for a time into a like condition. No hold of anything, not even of herself. No clear sense of anything, except of the disorder and pain. No hope at the moment that could fasten on either world, the present or the future. No will to lay hold of the unruly forces within her and reduce them to obedience. An awful night for Diana, such as she never had spent, nor in its full measure would ever spend again. Nevertheless, through all the confusion, under all the tumult, there was one fixed point. Indeed, it was the point round which all the confusion worked, and which Diana was dimly conscious of all the while. One point of action. At the time she could not steady herself to look at it. But when the dawn came up in the sky, with its ineffable promise of victory by and by, and when the rays of the sun broke over the hills with their golden performance of conquest begun, strength seemed to come into her heart. Certainly light has no fellowship with darkness, and the spiritual and the material are more closely allied perhaps than we wot of. Diana washed herself and dressed, and felt that she had done with yesterday. It was a worn and haggard face that was opposite Basil at the breakfast table, but she sat there and poured out his tea with not less care than usual. Except 4 cups of tea, the meal was not much more than a pretence. After it was done, Diana followed her husband to his study. "Basil," she said, "I must go away." Mr. Masters started, and asked what she meant. "I mean just that," said Diana. "I must go away, Basil. Help me." "Help you, my child," said he. "I will help you all I can. But sit down, Diana. You are not able to stand. Why do you want to go away?" "I must." "Where do you wish to go to?" "I do not know. I do not care. Anywhere." "You have no plan?" "No, only to get away." "Why, Diana?" he said very tenderly. "Is it necessary?" "Yes, Basil, I must go." "Do you know that it would be extremely difficult for me to leave home just at present? There are so many people wanting me." "I know that. I have thought of all that. You cannot go. Let me go, and baby." "Where, my dear?" "I don't know," she said with almost a sob. "You must know. You must help me, Basil." Basil looked at her, and took several turns up and down the room, in sorrow and perplexity. "What is your reason, Di?" he asked gently. "If I understood your thought better, I should know better how to meet it." "I must be away," said Diana vaguely. "I must not be here. I mustn't be where I can see anybody. Nobody must know where I am, Basil. Do you understand? You must send me away, and you must not tell anybody." The minister walked up and down, thinking. He let go entirely the thought of arguing with Diana. She had the look at moments of a creature driven to bay, and when not so, the haggard, eager, appealing face filled his inmost heart with grief and pity. Nobody better than Basil could manage the unreasonable and bring the disorderly to obedience. He had a magical way with him. But now he only meditated how Diana's wish was to be met. It was not just easy, for he had few family connections in the world, and she had none. "I can think of nobody to whom I should like to send you," he said, "unless—" He waited, and Diana waited. Then he finished his sentence. "I was going to say, unless a certain old grand-aunt of mine. Perhaps she would do." "I do not care where or who it is," said Diana. "I care, though." "Where does she live?" "On Staten Island." "Staten Island?" repeated Diana. "Yes, it is near New York, about an hour from the city, down the bay." "The Bay of New York?" "Yes." "May I go there?" said Diana. "That would do." "How soon do you wish to go?" "To day, if I could," she said with a half-caught breath. "Can I, Basil? To day is best." Mr. Masters considered again. "Will you be ready to go by the 7 o'clock train this evening?" "Yes, oh yes." "Very well, we will take that." "We?" Diana repeated. "Must I take you, Basil, away from your work? Cannot I go alone?" He looked up at her with a very sweet, grave smile as he answered, "Not possibly." "I am a great deal of trouble," she said with a woeful expression. "Go and make your preparations," he said cheerfully, "and I will tell you about Aunt Sutphen when we are off." There was no bustle in the house that day; there was no undue stir of making arrangements. But at the time appointed Diana was ready. She had managed to keep Miss Collins in the dark down to the very last minute, and answered her questions then with, "I can't tell you. You must ask Mr. Masters." And Diana knew anybody might as well get the Great Pyramid to disclose its secrets. That night's train took them to Boston. The next morning they went on their way towards New York. And so far Mr. Masters had found no good time for his proposed explanations. Diana was busied with the baby, and contrived to keep herself away from him or from communication with him. He saw that she was engrossed, preoccupied, suffering, and that she shunned him, and he fell back and waited. In New York, he established Diana in a hotel and left her, to go himself alone to the island and have an interview with his aunt. Diana alone in a Broadway hotel felt a little like a person shipwrecked in mid-ocean. What was all this bustling, restless, driving multitude around her like, but the waves of the sea, to which Scripture likens them? And the roar of their tumult almost bewildered her senses. Proverbially, there is no situation more lonely to the feeling than the midst of a strange crowd; and Diana, sitting at her window and looking down into the busy street, felt alone and cast adrift as she never had felt in her life before. Her life seemed done, finished, as far as regarded hope or joy. Nothing left but weary and dragging existence, and the eager hurrying hither and thither of the city crowd struck on her view as aimless and fruitless, and so very drear to look at. What was it all for? Seeing life was such a thing as she had found it. The wrench of coming away from Pleasant Valley had left her with a reaction of dull, stunned, and strained nerves. She was glad she had come away, glad she was no longer there, and that was the only thing she was glad of in the wide, wide world. Some degree of rest came with the quiet of those hours alone in the hotel. Basil was gone until the evening, and Diana had time to recover a little from the fatigue of the journey, and in the perfect solitude also from the overstrain of the nerves. She began to remember Basil's part in all this, and to be sensible how true and faithful and kind he was, how very unselfish, how patient with her and with pain. Diana could have wept her heart out over it, if that would have done any good; and indeed supposing that she could have shed tears at all, which she could not just then. She only felt sore and sorry for her husband. And then she took some pains with her toilet, and refreshed herself so as to look pleasant to his eyes when he came home. He came home only to a late supper. He looked somewhat weary, but his eye brightened when he saw Diana, and he came up and kissed her. "Diana, God is good," he said to her. "Yes," she answered, looking up drearily, "I believe it." "But you do not feel it yet. Well, remember, it is true, and you will feel it some day. It is all right with Aunt Sutphen." "She will let me come?" "She is glad to have you come. The old lady is very much alone, and she does me the honour to say that she expects my wife will know how to behave herself." "What does she mean by that?" said Diana, a little startled. "I don't know. Aunt Sutphen has her own notions respecting behaviour. I did not inquire, Diana, knowing that, whatever her meaning might be, it was the same thing so far as you are concerned." "Basil, you are very good," Diana said after a pause and with a trembling lip. "I can take compliments from Aunt Sutphen," he said with a bit of his old dry humorous manner, "but from you I don't know what to do with them. Come to supper, Di. We must take the first boat for Clifton to morrow morning, if we can, to let me get back on my way to Pleasant Valley." The first boat was very early. The city, however, had long begun its accustomed roar, so that the change was noticeable and pleasant as soon as the breadth of a few furlongs was put between the boat and the wharf. Stillness fell, only excepting the noise made by the dash of the paddle wheels and the breathing and groaning of the engine, and that seemed quietness to Diana, in contrast with the restless hum and roar of the living multitude. The bay and its shores sparkled in the early sunlight. The sultry, heated atmosphere of the city was most refreshingly replaced by the cool air from the salt sea. Diana breathed it in, filling her lungs with it. "How good this is!" she said. "Basil, I should think it was dreadful to live in such a place as that." "Makes less difference than you would think, when you once get accustomed to it." "Oh, do you think so? It seems to me there is nothing pleasant there to see or to hear." "Ay, you are a true wood thrush," said her husband. "But there is plenty to do in a city, Diana, and that is the main thing." "So there is in the country." "I sometimes think I might do more, reach more people, I mean, if I were somewhere else. But yes, Di, I grant you, apart from that one consideration, there is no comparison. Green hills are a great deal better company than hot brick walls." "And how wonderful, how beautiful this water is!" "The water is a new feature to you. Well, you will have plenty of it. Aunt Sutphen lives just on the edge of the shore. I am very sorry I cannot stay to see you domesticated. Do you mind it much, being here alone?" "Oh, no." Diana did not mind that or anything else, in her content at having reached a safe harbour, a place where she would be both secure and free. Lesser things were of no account. And alas, the presence of her husband just now with her was no pleasure. Diana felt at this time that if she were to live and keep her reason she must have breathing space. Above all things, she desired to be quite alone, to have leisure to think and pray, and review her ground and set up her defences. Basil could not help her. He was better out of sight. So when he had put her into the little carriage that was in waiting at the landing, and with a last gesture of greeting turned back to the boat, while Diana's eyes filled with tears, she was, nevertheless, nothing but glad at heart. She gathered her baby closer in her arms, and sat back in the carriage and waited. It was only a short drive, and along the edge of the bay the whole distance. The smell of the salt water was strange and delicious. The morning was still cool. Now that she had left the boat behind her, or rather the boat had left her, the stillness began to be like that of Pleasant Valley, for the light wheels rolled softly over a smooth road. Then they stopped before a low, plain-looking cottage. It was low and plain, yet it was light and pleasant. Windows opening like doors upon the piazza, and the piazza running all round the house, and the pillars of the piazza wreathed thick with honeysuckles, some of them, and some with climbing roses. The breath of the salt air was smothered in perfumes. Through one of the open window doors Diana went into a matted room, where everything gave her the instant impression of neatness and coolness and quiet, and a certain sweet summer freshness, which suited her exactly. There was no attempt at richness of furnishing. Yet the old lady who stood there waiting to receive her was a stately lady enough, in a spotless morning dress of white, dainty and ruffled, and a little close embroidered cap above her clustering gray curls. The two looked at each other. "So you're his wife," said the elder lady. "I declare, you're handsomer than he is. Come in here, my dear. If you are as good as he is, you are welcome." She opened an inner door, and led the way into a bedchamber adjoining, opening like the other room by window doors upon the piazza, matted and cool and furnished in white. All this Diana took in with the first step into the room. But she answered Mrs. Sutphen's peculiar welcome. "Did you ever know anybody so good as he is, ma'am?" "Breakfast will be on the table as soon as you are ready," Mrs. Sutphen went on without heeding her words. "It is 7:30, and I always have it at 7. I waited for you, and now I want my cup of tea. How soon will you be ready?" "Immediately." "What will you do with the baby?" "I will lay her down. She is asleep." "You'll have to have somebody to look after her. Well, come then, my dear." Diana followed the old lady, who was half imperative and half impatient. She never forgot that hour in all her life, everything was so new and strange. The windows open towards the water, the fresh salt air coming in, the India matting under her feet, made her feel as if she had got into a new world. The dishes were also in part strange to her, and her only companion fully strange. The good cup of tea she received was almost the only familiar thing, for the very bread was like no bread she had ever seen before. Diana sipped her tea gratefully. All this novelty was the most welcome thing in the world to her overstrained nerves. She sipped her tea as in a dream. The old lady studied her with eyes wide awake and practical. "Where did Basil pick you up, my dear?" Diana started a little, looked up, and flushed. "Where did you come from?" "From the place where Mr. Masters has been settled these 3 or 4 years." "In the mountains! What sort of people have you got there? More of your sort?" "They are all of my sort," said Diana, somewhat wonderingly. "Do you know what your sort is, my dear?" "I do not understand." "I thought you did not. I'll change my question. What sort of work is Basil doing there?" "You know his profession," Diana said, not knowing much better either how to take this question. Yes, I know his profession. I ought to, for I wanted him to be a lawyer. But don't you know, my dear, there are all sorts of clergymen. There are some make sermons as other men make bricks, and some more like the way children blow soap bubbles. All they care for is, how big they are, and how high they will fly, and how long they will last. And I have heard people preach," the old lady went on, "who seemed most like as if they were laying out a Chinese puzzle, and you had to look sharp to see where the pieces fitted. And some, again, preach sermons as if they were a magistrate reading the Riot Act, only they don't want the people to disperse by any means. What is Basil's way?" "He has more ways than all these," said Diana, who could not help smiling. "These among 'em?" "I think not." "Go on, then, and tell me. What's he like in the pulpit?" Diana considered how she should humour the old lady's wish. "Sometimes he is like a shepherd leading his flock to pasture," she began. "Sometimes he is like a life-boat going out to pick up drowning people. Sometimes it is rather a surgeon in a hospital, going round to find out what is the matter with people and make them well. Sometimes he is just the messenger of the Lord Jesus Christ, and all his business is to deliver his message and get people to hear it." Mrs. Sutphen looked at Diana over the table, and evidently pricked up her ears. But Diana spoke quite simply, rather slowly. She was thinking how Basil had often seemed to her in his ministry, in and out of the pulpit. "My dear," said the old lady, "if your husband is like that, do you know you are married to quite a remarkable man?" I thought as much a great while ago." "And what sort of a pastor's wife do you make? You are a very handsome woman to be a minister's wife." "Am I? Why should not a handsome woman be the wife of a minister?" "Why, she should, if she can make up her mind to it. Well, my dear, if you will have no more breakfast, perhaps you will like to go and rest. Do you enjoy bathing?" Diana did not take the bearing of the question. "I go into the water every morning," the old lady explained. "You had better do the same. It will strengthen you." "Into the water? You mean the salt water?" "Of course I mean the salt water. There isn't any fresh water to go into, and no good if there was." "I never tried salt water before. I never saw salt water before." "Do you good," said the old lady. "Well, go and sleep, my dear. Basil says you want rest." But that way of taking it was not Diana's need or purpose. She withdrew into her cool, green-shaded room, and as the baby still slept, set open the blind doors which made that pleasant green shade, and sat down on the threshold to be quiet and enjoy the view. The water was within a few rods of her window, nothing but a narrow strip of grass and a little picket fence intervening between the house and the sandy bit of beach. The waves were rolling in from the Narrows, which here were but a short distance to the eastward, and across the broad belt of waters she could see the low shore of Long Island on the other side. Diana put her head out of the door, and there, 7 miles away to the west and north, she could see where a low, hovering, light smoke cloud told of the big city to which it owed its origin. Over the bay sails were flitting, not swiftly, for the air was only very gently stirring, but they were many, near and far, of different sizes and forms, and the mighty tide was rushing in with wonderful life and energy in its green waves. Diana's senses were like those of a person enchanted. She drew in the salt, lively air; she looked at the cool lights and shadows of the rushing water, over which here and there still hung bands of morning mist. She heard the lap of the waves upon the shore as they went by, and it was to her as if she had escaped from danger and perplexity into another world, where sorrow might be, indeed, but from which confusion and fear were banished. The baby slept on, as if she had been broken off her rest by the novelties and inconveniences of travelling, and were making up for lost time. And Diana sat on the threshold of her door and thought. The lull was inexpressibly sweet, after the storm that had tossed her hither. It gave her repose just to remember that Evan could not find her out, and that Basil would leave her alone. Yes, both thoughts came in for a share in the deep-drawn breaths of relief which from time to time wrung themselves from Diana's breast. She knew it, she could not help it, and she soon forgot her husband in thinking of her lover. It seemed to her she might allow herself that indulgence now when she had put a gulf between them which he could not bridge over, and she would not; now when she had brought a separation between them which must forever be final, for she would never see him again. Surely now she might think of him and let fancy taste the sweet bitter drops that memory would distil for her. Diana went back to the old time and lived in it for hours, till the baby awoke and claimed her, and even then she went on with her dream. She dreamed all day. Next morning early, before she was awake, there came a little imperative tap at her door. Diana sprang up and opened it. "I am going to take my bath," said her hostess. "Here's a bathing dress. Put it on and come along." "Now?" said Diana doubtfully. "Why, of course now. Now's the time. Nobody'll see you, child, and if they do, it won't matter. Hundreds would see you if you were at Long Branch or Newport. Come along. You want bracing." "I wonder if I do," thought Diana, as she clothed herself in the loose gown of brown mohair, then slipped out after her hostess. If she did, she immediately confessed to herself, this was the thing to give it. The sun was not yet up, the morning air crisp and fresh and delicious, the water rolling gently in from the Narrows again, in a mighty tide, but with no wind, so sending up only little waves to the beach. However, they looked somewhat formidable to Diana. "How far do you go in?" she asked. "As far as I can. I can't swim, child, so I keep to shore. Come after me. Here!" And she seized Diana's hand, and marched in ahead of her, and marched on, till Diana would have stopped, but the old lady's hand pulled her along. It was never to be forgotten, that first taste of salt water. When they were in the flood up to their necks, her companion made her duck her head under. It filled Diana's mouth and eyes at the first gasp with salt water, but what a new freshness of life seemed at the same time to come into her! How her brain cleared, and her very heart seemed to grow strong, and her eyesight true in that lavatory! She came out of the water for the moment almost gay, and made her toilet with a vigour and energy she had not brought to it in many a day. Breakfast was better to her, and the old lady was contented with what she said about it. Yet Diana sat and dreamed again all day after that, watching the rolling tide of waters, and letting her thoughts run on in as uninterrupted a flow. She dreamed only about Evan. She went over old times and new, old impressions and new. She recalled words and looks and tones and gestures of long ago and lately. At Pleasant Valley she had not dared. Here she thought it was safe, and she might take the indulgence. She recalled all Evan's looks. How he had improved! More stately, more manly, more confident. Could that be? More graceful, with the air of command replacing a comparative repression of manner. Only comparative. Even as the full, thick, curly moustache replaced a velvety dark line which Diana well remembered. As he had been then, she had fancied him perfect. As he was now, he was to the eye far finer yet. Basil could not compare with him. Ah, why did fancy torture her by ever bringing forward the comparison? Basil never pretended to wear a moustache, and the features of his face were not so regular, and his eye was not so brilliant, and the indescribable air of authority was not there, nor the regulated grace of movement. True, Basil could sit a horse and ride him, she knew, as well as anybody. And true, Basil's face had a high, grave sweetness, which was utterly unknown to the countenance of that other. And it was also true, that if Mr. Masters wore no air of command, he knew what the thing meant, especially command over himself. And there the comparison failed for Evan. In contrast, Diana, down deep in the bottom of her heart, was not satisfied with him, not pleased, not contented. He might know how to give orders to his company; he had not left off himself being under orders. He might be strong to enforce discipline among his men; but alas, alas! he had left the reins loose upon the neck of his passions. Basil never did that, never. Basil never would, in the like circumstances, have sought a weak gratification at her expense. That was the word, weak. Evan had been selfishly weak. Basil was always, so far as she had known him, unselfishly strong. And yet, she loved the weak one, although it pained her that he should have been weak. Days went by. Diana lived in dreams. "What is the matter with you?" her old friend asked her abruptly one evening. "Nothing, I think," said Diana, looking up from her sewing and answering in some surprise. "Nothing the matter? Then what did you come here for?" "I thought" Diana hesitated in confusion for the moment. "My husband agreed with me in thinking that it would be good for me to be away from home for a while." "Wanted change, eh?" Mrs. Sutphen said dryly. Diana did not know what to add to her words. "Change and salt air," the old lady went on. "Not salt air particularly," Diana answered, feeling that she must answer. "I did not think of salt air, though no change could have been so good for me." "Has it been good for you?" "I have enjoyed it more than I can tell," Diana said, looking up again. Yes, but that isn't the thing. I know you enjoy it, but do you think it is making you fat?" "I don't need that," said Diana. "I am fat enough." You won't be, if you go on losing as you have done since you came. Now, I agree with you that I don't think that is Clifton air. What is it?" Diana could not reply. She was startled and troubled. She knew the fact was true. "Basil won't like it if I let this go on, and I don't mean it shall. Is anything the matter between you and him?" "What do you mean?" Diana asked, to gain time. "You know what I mean. I spoke plain. Have you and he had any sort of a quarrel or disagreement?" "Certainly not." "Certainly not? Then why aren't you happy?" "Why do you ask me?" said Diana. "Why should you question my being happy?" "I've got eyes, child. Inconvenient things for they see. You look and act like a marble woman, only that you are not cold and that you move about. Now that is not your nature. What spell has come over you?" "You know, Mrs. Sutphen," Diana answered with calmness, "there are many things that come up in the world to try one and trouble one, things one cannot help, and that one must bear." "I know that as well as you do; but a woman with the husband you have got ought never to be petrified by anything that comes to her. In the first place, she has no cause, and in the second place, she has no right." There was such an instant assent of Diana's nature to at least the latter of the assertions, that after a minute or two's pause, she said very simply, "Thank you, that is true." "He's rather fond of you, isn't he?" the old lady asked, with a well-pleased look at her beautiful neighbour. "Yes, too much," said Diana, sighing. "Can't be too much, as I see, if only you are equally fond of him. It is bad to have inequality in that matter. But, my dear, whatever you do, don't turn into marble. There's fire at the heart of the earth, folks say, but it don't do us much good in winter." With this oracular statement Mrs. Sutphen closed her lecture. She had said enough. Diana spent half that night and all the next day in a quite new set of meditations. And more days than one. She waked up to see what she had been doing. What business had she to be thinking of Evan when she was Basil's wife? What right to, be even only in imagination, spending her life with him? She knew, now that she was called to look at it, that Mrs. Sutphen had spoken true, and that a process had been going on in herself which might well be likened to the process of petrifying. Everything had been losing taste and colour lately. Even her baby was not the delight she had been formerly. Her mind had been warped from its healthy condition, and was growing morbid. Conscience roused up now fully, and bade Diana stop short where she was and take another course. But there she was met by a difficulty, one that many a woman has had to meet, and that few have ever overcome. To take another course meant that she should cease thinking of Evan, cease thinking of him even at all, for it was one of those things which you cannot do a little. She tried it, and she found it to be impossible. Everything and anything would set her upon the track of thinking of him. Everything led to him, everything was bound up with him, either by sympathy or contrast. She found that she must think of Evan because she loved him. She said that to herself, and pleaded it. "Then do not love him," was the instant sharp answer of conscience. And Diana saw a battle set in array. That day, the day when she got to this point, was one of those which even in summer one may know on the seashore. It was grey and cool, and a violent easterly wind was driving the waters in from the Narrows. The moment Diana got a sight of those battle forces opposed to each other in her spiritual nature, she threw on a bonnet and shawl and went out. Baby was sleeping, and she left her safely in charge of a good-tempered servant who asked no better. She went along the shore in the face of the wind, meeting, breasting, overcoming it, though with the exertion of determined strength and energy. The gale was rather fierce. It was a sight to see, the rush of that tide of waters, mighty, sweeping, rolling and tumbling in from the great sea, restless, endless. Diana did not stop to draw comparisons, yet I think she felt them even then. The wild accord of the unchained forces without, and the unchained forces within. Who could stay them, the one or the other? That is nature, said Diana to herself, and this is nature, the troubled sea that cannot rest. But that is spoken of the wicked. Am I wicked because I cannot help what I cannot help? As well put out my tiny hand and sweep back that stormy flood of water to the ocean where it comes from, as hopefully, as practicably. What am I, but a chip or a shingle tossed and chased along on the power of the waves? The wicked are like the troubled sea when it cannot rest, that is, it cannot rest. Look at it, and think of bidding it rest. She had walked a long way in the teeth of the storm, and yet, unwilling even to turn her face homewards with her mind still at war, she had crouched down to rest under the lee of an old shed which stood near the edge of the water. Diana drew her shawl closer round her, and watched the wild play of the waves, which grew wilder every moment, taking a sort of gloomy comfort in the thought that they were not more irresistible or unopposable than the tempest in her own heart. Then came in the thought, it stole in, there was one who could bid it be still, and the sea heard him and was quiet. If he could do that, could he not still this other storm? A worse storm, yes, but could not the hand that did the one thing do the other? Diana knew on the instant that it could, but with that came another consciousness, that she wished it could not. She did not want the storm laid. Better the raging forces than the calm that would follow the death of her love for Evan Nolton. But it could never die, was the impatient objection of her heart. And then came the whisper of conscience. It ought, you know it ought, and the Lord never bade you do a thing he would not help you to do, or do for you if you are willing. And she remembered, if ye shall say to this mountain, be thou removed. Could she be willing? That was all. Would she say it? The Lord said there are some sorts of devils that are only cast out by prayer and fasting, and I suppose that means, by very great and determinate laying hold of the offered strength and fullest surrender to all its dispositions. This was a battle before which Waterloo sinks to a play of firecrackers, and Gravelotte to a great wrestling match. There was struggle on those fields, and bitter determination, and death faced and death met, and yet the combatants there never went to the front with the agony which Diana's fight cost her. And if anybody thinks I am extravagant, I will remind him on what authority we have it, that he that ruleth his spirit is greater than he that taketh the city. Let no one suppose the battle in Diana's instance was soon fought and over. It was death to give up Evan, not the death of the body, which lived on and was strong though she grew visibly thin, but the death of the will, and that is a death harder by far than the other. Diana was in the struggle of that fight for many a day, and, as I said, growing thin under it. She was not willing. If she could be delivered from this passion which was like her life, she was not willing to be delivered. Yet duty was plain. Conscience was inexorable. Diana struggled and fought till she could fight no longer, and then she dragged herself as it were to the feet of the stiller of the waves, with the cry of the Syrophoenician woman on her lips, and in her heart, Lord, help me. But the help, Diana knew by this time, meant that he should do all the work himself, not come in aid of her efforts, which were like ropes of straw in a flame. Let no one think either that the first struggle to have faith was faith itself, or that the first endeavour to submit was surrender. There is a wide difference, and often a wide distance. But there came a time, it was slow in coming, but it came, when like a wearied child Diana ceased from her own efforts, and like a helpless child threw herself upon strength that she knew, and then the work was done. Let no one say either that what I have described is an impossibility. If ye have faith, the Master said, nothing shall be impossible to you. And nothing is. He is a rock, his work is perfect. And he who overcame all our enemies for us can overcome them in us. They are conquered foes. Only, the Lord will not do the work for those who are trusting in themselves. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana, by Susan Warner. Chapter 33. Buds and Blossoms. It was the end of September, nearing a time of storms again in the air and on the sea. But an absolute calm had settled down upon Diana. Not at all the calm of death, for after death, in this warfare, comes not only victory but new life. It was very strange, even to herself. She had ceased to think of Captain Knowlton. If she thought of him, it was with the recognition that his power over her was gone. She felt like a person delivered from helpless bondage. There was some lameness, there were some bruises yet from the fight gone by, but Diana was every day recovering from these, and elasticity and warmth were coming back to the members that had been but lately rigid and cold. The sun shone again for her, and the sky was blue, and the arch of it grew every day loftier and brighter to her sense. At first, coming to Clifton, Diana had perceived the beauties and novelties of her new surroundings. Now she began to enjoy them. The salt air was delicious. The light morning mist over the bay, as she saw it when she went to take her morning bath, held a whole day of sunlit promise within its mysterious folds. The soft low hum of the distant city, which she could hear when the waves were still, made the solitude and the freshness and the purity of the island seem doubly rare and sweet. And her baby began to be now to Diana the most wonderful of delights, more than ever it had been at any previous time. All this while she had had letters from Basil. Not very long letters, such as a man can write to a woman whose whole sympathy he knows he has, but good letters, such as a man can write to a woman to whom his own heart and soul have given all they have. Not that he ever spoke of that fact, or alluded to it. Basil was no maudlin, and no fool to ask for a gift which cannot be yielded by an effort of will. And besides, he had never entirely lost hope, so that, though things were dark enough for him certainly, he could write manly, strong, sensible letters, which, in their very lack of all allusion to his own feelings, spoke whole volumes to the women who knew him and could interpret them. The thought of him grieved her. It was getting to be now the only grief she had. Her own letters to him were brief and rare. Diana had a nervous fear of letting the Clifton postmark be seen on a letter of hers at home, knowing what sort of play sometimes went on in the Pleasant Valley post office. So she never sent a letter except when she had a chance to dispatch it from New York. These epistles were very abstract. They spoke of the baby, told of Mrs. Sutphen, gave details of things seen and experienced. But of Diana's inner life, the fight and the victory, not a whit. She could not write about them to Basil, for glad as he would be of what she could tell him, she could not say enough. In getting deliverance from a love it was wrong to indulge, in becoming able to forget Evan, she had not thereby come nearer to her husband, or in the least fonder of thinking of him. And so Diana shrank from the whole subject when she found herself with pen in hand and paper before her. When September was gone and October had begun its course, a letter came from Basil, in which he desired to know about Diana's plans. There were no hindrances any longer in the way of her coming home, he told her. Diana had known that such a notification would come, must come, and yet it gave her an unwelcome start. Mrs. Sutphen had handed it to her as they came in from their morning dip in the salt water. The coachman had brought it late last evening from the post office, she said. Diana had dressed before reading it, and when she had read it, she sat down upon the threshold of her glass door to think and examine herself. It was October, yet still and mild as June. Haze lay lingering about the horizon, softened the shore of Long Island, hid with a thick curtain the place of the busy city, the roar of which Diana could plainly enough hear in the stillness, a strange, indistinct, mysterious, significant murmur of distant unrest. All before and around her was rest. The flowing waters were too quiet to-day to suggest anything disquieting. Only life, without which rest is naught. The air was inexpressibly sweet and fresh, the young light of the day dancing as it were upon every cloud edge and sail edge, in jocund triumph beginning the work which the day would see done. Diana sat down and looked out into it all, and tried to hold communion with herself. She was sorry to leave this place. Yes, why not? She was sorry to exchange her present life for the old one. Quiet and solitary it had been, this life at Clifton, for Mrs. Sutphen scarcely made her feel less alone with her than without her, and she had held herself back from society. Quiet and solitary, and lately healing. And Pleasant Valley was full of painful memories and associations. Her mother and her husband. Diana felt as if she could have welcomed everything else, if only Basil had not been there. The sight of the lovely bay with its misty shores and its springing light hurt her at last, because she must leave it. She sank her face into her hands and began to call herself to account. Duty was waiting before her; was she not willing to take it up? She had surrendered her will utterly to God in the matter of her love to Evan, and she had been delivered from the torture and the bondage of it. Quite delivered. She could bear to live without Evan now. She could bear to live without thinking of him. He would always be in a certain sense dear, but the spell of passion was broken for ever. That did not make her love her husband. No, but would not the same strength that had freed her from the temptation on the one hand, help her to go forward and do her duty on the other? And in love and gratitude for the deliverance vouchsafed her, should she not do it? "I will do it, if I die," was her inward conclusion. "And I shall not die, but by the Lord's help I shall do it." So she wrote to her husband that she was ready, and he came to fetch her. The Pleasant Valley maples were flaunting in orange and crimson when the home journey was made. The fairest month of the year was in the prime of its beauty. The air had that wonderful clearness and calm which bids the spirit of the beholder be still and be glad, saying that there is peace and victory somewhere, and rest, when the harvest of life is gathered. Diana felt the speech, but thought nevertheless that for her peace and victory were a good way off. She believed they would come, when life was done. The present thing was to live, and carry the burden, and do the work. The great elms hung still green and sheltering over the lean-to door. The house was enlarged and improved, and greatly beautified with a coat of paint. Diana saw it all, and she saw the marvellous beauty of the meadows and their bordering hills. She felt as if she were coming to her prison and place of hard labour. "How do you like the looks of things?" her husband asked. "Nice as can be." "You like it?" "Very much. I am glad you did not make the house white." "I remembered you said it ought to be brown." "But would you have liked it white?" "I would have liked it no way but your way," he said with a slight smile and look at her, which Diana could not answer, and which cut her sharply. She had noticed, she thought, that Basil was more sober than he used to be. She thought she knew why, and she wanted to tell him part of what had gone on in her mind of late, and how free she was of the feelings he supposed were troubling her. But a great shyness of the subject had seized Diana. She was afraid to broach it at all, lest going on from one thing to another, Basil might ask a question she could not answer. She was very sorry for him, so much that she almost forgot to be sorry for herself, as she went into the house. Mrs. Flandin was sitting with Mrs. Starling in the lean-to kitchen. "So you made up your mind to come home," was her mother's greeting. "I almost wonder you did." "If you knew how good the salt water was to me, you might wonder," Diana answered cheerfully. "Well, I never could see what there was in salt water," said Mrs. Flandin, "that folks should be so crazy to go into it. If I was drownin', seems to me I'd rather have my mouth full o' somethin' sweet." "But I was not drowning," said Diana. "Well, I want to know what you've got by stayin' away from your place all summer," her mother went on. "Her place was there," said the minister, who followed Diana in. "Now, Dominie," said Mrs. Flandin, "you say that jest 'cause she's your wife. Hain't her place been empty all these months? Where is a wife's place, I should like to hear you say? Don't you think it is where her husband wants her to be?" "And you wanted her to be away from you down there? Do you mean that?" "If he had not, I should not have gone, Mrs. Flandin," Diana said, and with a smile. "Well, now, do tell! What good did salt water do ye? The minister said you was gone to salt water somewheres." "It did me more good than I could ever make you understand." "I don't believe it," said Mrs. Starling harshly. "You mean it was a clever thing to play lady and sit with your hands before you all summer. It was good there was somebody at home to do the work." "Not your work, Di," said her husband good humouredly, "nor my work. I did that. Come along and see what I have done." He drew her off, into the little front hall or entry; from there, through a side door into the new part of the building. There was a roomy, cool, bright room, lined with the minister's books, curtained and furnished, not expensively, indeed, yet with a thorough air of comfort. Taking the baby from her arms, Basil led the way from this room, up a short stairway, to chambers above which were charmingly neat, light, and cheerful, all in order; everything was done; everything was there that ought to be there. He laid the sleeping child down in its crib, and turned to his wife with a serious face. "How will you stand it, Diana?" "Basil, I was just thinking, how will you?" "We can do what ought to be done," said he, looking into her face. "I know you can. I think I can too, in this; and I think it is right to take care of mother. I am sure it is." "Diana, by the Lord's help, we can do right in everything." "Yes, Basil, I know it," she said, meeting his eyes with a steady look. He turned away, very grave, but with a deep ejaculation of thankfulness. Diana's eyes filled, but she, too, turned away. She could add no more. It was not words, but living, that must speak for her now. And it did, even that same evening. Mrs. Flandin would not go away. It was too good an opportunity of gathering information about various points on which the town had been curious and divided. She kept her place till after supper. But all she could see was a fair, quiet demeanour, an unruffled, beautiful face, and an unconscious dignity of carriage which was somewhat provokingly imposing. She saw that Diana was at home, and likely to be mistress in her own sphere, held in too much honour by her husband, and holding him in too much honour, for that a pin's point of malicious curiosity might find an entering place between them. She reported afterwards that the minister was a fool, and his wife another, and so they fitted. Mrs. Starling was inclined to be of the same opinion. The two most nearly concerned knew better. Fit they did not, though they were the only ones of all the world that knew it. While Diana had been away at Clifton, the minister had managed to make one of the company at Elmfield rather often, moved by various reasons. One effect, however, of this plan of action had been unfavourable to his own peace of mind. He saw Evan and came to know him. He would know him, though the young man would much rather have kept aloof from contact with Diana's husband. Basil's simplicity of manner and straightforwardness were too much for him; and while an unwilling and enormous respect for the minister grew up in Captain Knowlton's mind, the minister on his part saw and felt, and perhaps exaggerated, the attractiveness of the young army officer. Basil was not at all given to self-depreciation; in fact, he did not think of himself enough for such a mischievous mental transaction. However, he perceived the grace of figure and bearing, the air of command and the beauty of feature, which he thought might well take a woman's eye. "My poor Diana," he said to himself, "her fancy has caught the stamp of all this, and will hold it. Naturally, she is not a woman to like and unlike. What chance for me?" Which meditations, unwholesome as they were, did not prevent Basil's attaching himself to Captain Knowlton's society, and making a friend of him, in spite of both theirselves, as it were. The captain's mental nature, he suspected and found, was by no means in order to correspond with his physical, and if a friend could help him, he would be that friend. And Basil did not see that the young officer's evident respect for himself, and succumbing to his friendly advances, were a very significant tribute to his own personal and other qualities. It was a little matter to him indeed, such tribute, if he could not have it from his wife. He had everything else in her that a man's heart could desire. He saw that, soon after her return from Clifton. Diana's demeanour had been gracious and sweet before, always, although with a shadow upon it. Now the shadow was gone, or changed, he could not tell which. She was not gay-spirited, as he had once known her, but she went about her house with a gentle grace which never failed. Mrs. Starling was at times exceedingly trying and irritating. Diana met and received it all as blandly as she would give her face to the west wind. At the same time, no rough wind could move her from the way of her duty. Mrs. Starling was able neither to provoke her nor prevail with her. She was the sweetest of ruling spirits within her house. Without it, she was the most indefatigable and tender of fellow workers to her husband. Tender not to him, that is, but to all those for whom he and she ministered. A nurse to the sick, a provider to the very poor, a counsellor to the vexed, for such would come to her, especially among the younger women. A comforter to those in trouble, such a comforter. Lips of healing, her husband said of her once. Wise, rare, sweet as honey, but with the savour of the wind blowing over wild thyme. If a little of that sweetness could have come to him! But while her life was full of observance for him, gentle and submissive as a child to every expressed wish of his, and watchful to meet his unexpressed wish, it was the grief of Diana's life that she did not love this man. In the reserve of her New England nature, I think what she felt for him was hidden even from herself. That is, I mean, as days and months went on. At Diana's first coming home from Clifton, no doubt her opinion of her own feelings, and Basil's opinion of them, was correct. If a change came, it came so imperceptibly that nobody knew it. Diana's beauty at this time had taken a new phasis. It had lost the marble rigidity and calm impassiveness which had characterized it during all the time of her married life hitherto, and it had not regained the careless lightness of the days before she knew Evan. It was something lovelier than either, so lovely that Basil wondered, and Mrs. Starling sometimes stared, and every lip, in town, came to have nothing but utterances of respect, more often utterances of devotion for the minister's wife. I am afraid I cannot give you a just impression of it. For Diana's face had come curiously near the expression on the face of her own little child. Innocent, tender, pure, something like that. Grave, but with no clouds at all. Strong and purposeful, yet with an utter absence of self-will or self-consciousness. It had always been, to a certain degree, innocent and pure, but that was negative, and this was positive, the refined gold that had been through the fire. And no baby's face is sweeter than Diana's was now, all blossoming as it were with love and humility. If her husband had loved her before, the feeling of longing and despair that came over him when he looked at this rarefied beauty would be hard to tell. He had ruined her life, he reproached himself, and she was lost to him for ever. Yet, as I said, though Diana's face was grave, it was a gravity wholly without clouds, the gravity of the summer dawn when the stars are shining and the light in the east tells of the coming day. But mental changes work slowly and insensibly oft-times, and day after day and week after week went by, each with its fullness of business and cares, and no one in the little family knew exactly what forces were silently busy. So a year rolled round, and another year began its course, and ran it, and June came for the second time since Diana had returned from the seaside. Elmfield in all this time had not been revisited by its owners. June had come again. Windows were open, and the breath of roses filled the minister's study. For Diana had developed lately a passion for flowers and for gardening, and her husband had given her with full hands all she wanted, and much more. Mrs. Starling had grumbled and been very sarcastic about it. However, Basil had ordered in plants and seeds and tools and books of instruction. He had become instructor himself, and the result was, the parsonage, as people began to call it, was encompassed with a little wilderness of floral beauty which was growing to be the wonder of Pleasant Valley. "It will do them good," the minister said, when Diana called his attention to the fact that the country farmers passing by were falling into the habit of reining in their horses and stopping for a good long look. For instead of the patch of marigolds and hollyhocks in front of the house, all the wing inhabited by the minister and his family was surrounded with flowers. Roses bloomed in the beds and out of the grass, and climbed up on the walls of the house. White annunciation lilies shone like stars here and there. Whole beds of heliotrope were preparing their perfume. Geraniums held up their elegant heads of every colour. Verbenias and mignonette and honeysuckle and red lilies and yellow lilies and hardy gladiolus were either just beginning or in full beauty, with many more, too many to tell, and the old-fashioned guelder rose had shaken out its white balls of snow, and one or two laburnums were hung thick with their clusters of dropping gold. The garden was growing large, and, as I said, become a wilderness of beauty. Nevertheless, the roses kept their own, and this afternoon the breath of them, rising above all the other sweet breaths that were abroad, came in and filled the minister's study. Diana was there alone, sitting by one of the open windows, busy with some work, not so busy but that she smelt the roses, and felt the glory of light and colour that was outside, and heard the hum of bees and the twitter of birds, and the soft, indistinguishable chirrup of insects, which filled the air. Diana sewed on, till another slight sound mingled with those, the tread of a foot on the gravel walk down below. Then she lifted her head suddenly, and with that her hands and her work fell into her lap. It was long past mid-afternoon, and the lovely slant light striking over the roses and coming through the crown of a young elm fell upon Basil, who was slowly sauntering along the garden walk with his little girl in his arms. Very slowly, and often standing still to exchange love passages and indulge mutual admiration with her. They were partly talking of the flowers, Diana could see, but her own eyes had no vision but for those two, the baby and the baby's father. One little fair, fat arm was round Basil's neck. The other tiny hand was sometimes stretched out towards the lilies or the laburnums in critical or delighted notice-taking, the word accompaniment to which Diana could not hear but could well guess. At other times it was brought round ecstatically to join its companion round her father's neck, or lifted to his face with fingers of caressing, or thrust in among the locks of his hair, which last seemed to be a favourite pleasure. Basil would stand still at such times and talk to her, or wait, Diana knew with just what a smile in his eyes, to take the soft touches and return them. Diana's work was forgotten, and her eyes were riveted. Why did the scene in the garden give her such pain? She would have said, if she had been asked, that it was self-reproach and sorrow for the inevitable. How came it that she held not as near a place to Basil as her child did? She ought, but it was not so. She thought, she wished she loved him. She ought to be as free to put her hand on the soft curls of Basil's hair as her baby was, but they stood too far apart from each other, and she would as soon have dared anything. And Basil never looked at her so nowadays. He had found out how she felt, and knew she did not care for his looks. And kind and gentle and unselfish as he was, yes, and strong in self-command and self-renunciation, he had resigned his life-hope and left her to her life-sorrow. Yet Diana knew, with every smile and kiss to the little one, what a cry of Basil's heart went out towards the child's mother. Only he would never give that cry utterance again. "What can I do?" thought Diana. "I cannot bear it, and he thinks I am a great deal more unhappy than I am. Unhappy! I am not unhappy, if only he were not unhappy." She could not explain her feelings to herself. She had no notion that she was jealous of her own child. But the pain bit her, and she could not endure to sit up there at the window and look on. Rising hastily, she dropped her work out of her hand, and was about to go down into the garden to join them, when another glance showed her that Basil had turned and was coming back into the house. Diana listened to them as they mounted the stairs, Basil's feet and the baby's voice sounding together, with a curious unrest at her heart, and her eyes met the pair eagerly as they entered the room. From what impulse she could not have told, she advanced to meet them, and stretched out her hands to take the child, which, however, with a little confident cry of delight, turned from her and clasped both little arms again round her father's neck. Basil smiled. Diana tried to follow suit. "She would rather be with you than with me," she remarked, however. "I wonder at her bad taste," said Basil. But he turned his face to the baby, and laid it gently against her soft cheek. "It is because you are stronger," Diana went on. "Is it? That is one thing. You may notice children always like strong arms." "Her mother's arms are not weak." "No, but I am not so strong as you, Basil, bodily or mentally. And I think that is more yet. Mental strength, I mean. Children recognize that, and love to rest on it." "You do not think such discrimination is confined to children," said Basil, with a dry, quiet humorousness at which Diana could not help smiling, though she felt quite as much like a very different demonstration. She watched the two as Basil walked on to his study table and sat down, with the child on his knee. She saw the upturned eye of love with which the little one regarded him as he did this, and then how, with a long breath of satisfaction, she settled herself in her place, smoothed down her frock, and laid her little hands contentedly together in her lap. Basil drew his portfolio towards him and began to write a letter. Diana went to her work again in the window, feeling restless. She felt she must say something more, and in a different key, and as she worked she watched the two at the table. This was not the way things ought to be. Her husband must be told at least something of the change that had taken place in her. He ought to know that she was no longer miserable. He would be glad to know that. Diana thought he might have seen it without her telling, but if he did not, then she must speak. He had a right to so much comfort as she could give him, and he ought to be told that she was not now wishing to be in another presence and society than his. If she could tell him without his thinking too much. She watched till the letter was written and he was folding it up, and then Diana's tongue hesitated unaccountably. "Basil," she began, obliging herself to speak, "I can smell the roses again." He looked up instantly with keen eyes. "You know, there was a long while, in which I could not feel that anything was sweet." "And now?" "Now I can. I knew you ought to know. You would be glad. I am like a person who has been in a brain fever, or dead, and awaked to life and soundness again. You cannot think what it is to me to see the sky." Diana's eyes filled. "What did you used to see?" "The vault of my prison. What signified whether it were blue or brazen? But now—" "Well, now, Diana?" "I can see through." Perhaps this was not very intelligible, for manifestly it was not easy for Diana to explain herself. But Basil this time did not speak, and she presently began again. "I mean, there is no prison vault, nor any prison any more. The walls that seemed to shut me in are dissolved, and I am free again." "And you can see through?" Basil repeated. "Yes, where my eyes were met by something harder than fate, it is all broken up and light and clear, and I can see through." "I never used to think you were a fanciful woman," said the minister, eyeing her intently. "But this time I do not quite follow you, Di. I am afraid to take your words for all they may mean." "But you may." "What may I?" "They mean all I say." "I am sure of that," said he, smiling, though he looked anxious. "But, you see, there is the very point of my difficulty." "I mean, Basil, that I am out of my bondage, which I thought never could be broken in this world." "Out of what bondage, my love?" Diana paused. "When I went down to Clifton, to Mrs. Sutphen's, do you know, I could think of nothing but Evan Nolton." Diana's colour stirred, but she looked her husband steadily in the face. "I suspected it." "For a long time I could not, Basil. Night and day I could think of nothing else. Wasn't that bondage?" "Depends on how you take it," said the minister. "But it was wrong, Basil." "I found excuses for you, Diana." "Did you?" she said humbly. "I dare say you did. It is like you. But it was wrong, and I knew it was wrong, and I could not help it. Is not that bondage of the worst sort? Oh, you don't know Basil. You never knew such a fight between wrong and right, between your wish and your will. But for a long time I did not see that it was wrong. I thought it was of necessity." "How came your view to change?" "I don't know. All of a sudden, something Mrs. Sutphen said one morning started my thoughts, and I saw at once that I was doing very wrong. Still, it seemed as if I could not help it." "How did you help it?" "I didn't, Basil. I fought and fought. Oh, what a fight! It seemed like death, and worse, to give up Evan, and to stop thinking of him meant to give him up. I could not gain the victory, but don't you remember telling me often that Christ would do everything for me if I would trust him?" "Yes." "Basil, he did. It wasn't I. At last I got utterly desperate, and I threw myself at his feet and claimed the promise. I was as helpless as I could be. And then, Basil, presently, I cannot tell how, the work was done. The battle was fought and the victory was won, and I was free. And ever since I have been singing songs in my heart." Basil did not flush with pleasure. Diana thought he grew pale rather. But he bowed his head upon the head of the little one on his lap, with a deep, low utterance of thanksgiving. She thought he would have shown his pleasure differently. She did not know how to go on. "It was not I, Basil," she said after a pause. "It is never I or you," answered the minister, without looking up. "It is always Christ, if anything is done. Since then, you see, I have felt like a freed woman." "Which you are." "And then you cannot think what it was to me, and what it is, to smell the roses again. There were not many roses about Clifton at that time in September, but it was the bay and the shores and the vessels and the sky. I seemed to have got new eyes, and everything was so beautiful." Basil repeated his ejaculation of thanksgiving, but he said nothing more, and Diana felt somehow disappointed. Did he not understand that she was free? He bowed his head close down upon the head of his little daughter, and was silent. "I knew you ought to know," Diana repeated. "Thank you," he said. "And yet I couldn't tell you, though I knew you would be so glad for me, and with me." "I am unutterably glad for you." "And not with me?" she said to herself. "Why not? Isn't it enough, if I don't love anybody else? If I give him all I have to give, even though that be not what he gives to me? I wish Basil would be reasonable." It was certainly the first time it had ever occurred to her to make him the subject of such a wish. But Diana did not speak out her thought, and of course her husband did not answer it. Chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana, by Susan Warner. Chapter 34. Dairy and Parish Work. According to her custom, Diana was up early the next morning, and down in her dairy while yet the sun was only just getting above the horizon. The dairy window stood open night and day, and the cool dewy freshness which was upon the roses and lilies outside was in there too among the pans of cream. The fragrance of those mingled with the different but very pure sweetness of these. Diana was skimming pan after pan, the thick yellow cream wrinkled up in rich folds under her skimmer. The skimming shelf was just before the window, and outside of the window were the roses and honeysuckles. Diana's sleeves were rolled up above her elbows. Her hands were disposing of their business with quick skill. Yet now and then, even with a pan under her hand, she paused, leaned on the window sill, and looked out into the garden. She felt glad about something, and yet an unsatisfied query was in her heart. She was glad that she had at last told her husband how the spell was broken that had bound her to Evan, and kept her apart from himself. But he did not seem so glad as I expected. Then she recalled the deep tone of his thanksgiving for her, and Diana's eyes took a yearning look which certainly saw no roses. It was all for me. It was not for his own share. He did not think he had any share in it. He has a notion that I hate him, and I do not. I never did." It occurred to her here dimly that she had once felt a horror of him, and who would not rather have hatred than horror? She went on skimming her cream. What should she do? "I cannot speak about it again," she said to herself. "I cannot say any more to him. I cannot say, I don't know what I ought to say, but I wish he knew that I do not dislike him. He is keen enough, surely he will find it out." Pan after pan was set aside, the churn was filled, and Diana began to churn. Presently in came Mrs. Starling. "Hain't Josh brought the milk yet?" "Not yet." "It's time he did. That fellow's got a lazy streak in him somewhere." "It's only just 5:30, Mother." "The butter ought to be come by now, I should think." Mrs. Starling was passing in and out, setting the table in the lean-to kitchen. She would have no help in her dominions, so it was only in Diana's part of the house that the little servant officiated, whom Basil insisted upon keeping for his wife's ease and comfort and leisure. Diana herself attended as of old to her particular sphere, the dairy. "How do you know it's just 5:30?" her mother went on presently. "I looked." "Watches!" exclaimed Mrs. Starling with much disgust. "Your husband is ridiculous about you." But Diana could bear that. "In your dairy is a queer place to wear a watch." "Why, Mother, it's for use, not for show." "Make me believe that. There's a good deal of show about it anyhow, with such a chain hanging to it." "My husband gave it to me, you know. Chain and all, I must wear it," Diana said with a face as sweet as the roses. "Oh yes, your husband," Mrs. Starling answered insultingly. "That will do to say to other people. Much you care what your husband does." Diana got up here, left her churn, came up to her mother, and put a hand upon her arm. The action and air of the woman were so commanding that even Mrs. Starling stood still with a certain involuntary deference. Diana's face and voice, however, were as clear and calm as they were commanding. "Mother," she said, "you are mistaken. I care with all there is of me. Heart and soul and life." Mrs. Starling's eye shrank away. "Since when?" she asked incredulously. "It does not matter since when. Whatever I have ever felt for other people, there is only one person in the world that I care for now, and that is my husband." "You'd better tell him so," sneered Mrs. Starling. "When do you expect your butter is going to come, if you stand there?" "The butter is come," said Diana gently. She knew the sneer was meant to cover uneasy feeling, and if it had not, still she would not have resented it. She never resented anything now that was done to herself. In came Josh with the foaming pails. Diana's hands were in the butter, and her mother came to strain the milk. "There had ought to be 3 quarts more, that ain't here," she grumbled. "They ain't nowheres else, then," answered her factotum. "Josh, you don't strip the cows clean." "Who doos, then?" said Josh, grinning. "If 'tain't me, I don't know who 'tis. That 'ere red heifer is losin' on her milk, though, Mis' Starlin'. She had ought to be fed sun'thin'." "Well, feed her, then," cried the mistress. "You know enough for that. You must keep up the milk this month, Josh. The grass is first rate." Diana escaped away. A while later the family was assembled at breakfast. "Where's the child?" inquired Mrs. Starling. "I believe she is out in the garden, Mother." "She oughtn't to be out before she has had her breakfast. 'Tain't good for her." "Oh, she has had her breakfast," said Diana. This was nothing new. Diana as well as her husband was glad to keep the little one from Mrs. Starling's table, where, unless they wanted her to be fed on pork and pickles and the like, it was difficult to have a harmonious meal. It was often difficult at any rate. "Who's with her?" Mrs. Starling went on. "Her father was with her. Now Prudence is looking after her." "Prudence! You want to keep a girl about as much as I want to keep a boat. You have no use for her." "She is useful just now," put in the Dominie. "Why can't Diana take care of her own child and feed her when she takes her own meals, as I used to do, and as everybody else does?" "You think that is a convenient arrangement for all parties?" said the minister. "I hate to have danglers about," said Mrs. Starling. "If there's anything I abominate, it's shiftlessness. I always found my 10 fingers was servants enough for me, and what they couldn't do I could go without. And I don't like to see a daughter o' mine sit with her hands before her and livin' off other people's strength." Diana laughed, a low, sweet laugh, that was enough to smooth away the wrinkles out of anybody's mood. "She has to do as she is told," said the minister sententiously. "That's because she's a fool." "Do you think so?" Basil answered with unchanged good humour. "I never took my lessons from anybody." "Perhaps it would have been better if you had." "And you are spoiling her," Mrs. Starling added inconsistently. "I wonder you haven't." Mrs. Starling paused to consider what the minister meant. Before she came to speech again, he rose from the table. "Will you come to my study, Diana, after breakfast?" "Who's goin' to make my cake, then?" cried the mistress of the house. "Society's to meet here again this afternoon." "I'll make it, mother. A mountain cake, if you like," said Diana, also rising. "Basil won't want me all the morning." But she was eager to hear what he had to say to her, and hurried after him. He had seemed to her more than usually preoccupied. "I do think," she remarked as she reached the study, "the society eat more cake than their work is worth." "Heresy," said Basil, smiling. "They don't do much sewing, Basil." "They do something else. Never mind. Let them come and have a good time. It won't hurt anybody much." Diana looked at him and smiled, and then waited anxiously. She longed for some words from Basil different from those he had spoken last night. Could he not see that if her passion for Evan was broken, there was nothing left for him to look grave about? And ought he not to be jubilant over the confession she had just made to her mother? Diana was jubilant over it herself. She had set that matter clear at last. It is true, Basil had not heard the confession, but ought he not to divine it when it was the truth? "If I do not just love him," said Diana to herself, "at least he is the only one I care for in all the world. That would have made him glad once, and he don't look glad. Does he expect me to speak out and tell him all that?" Basil did not look as if he expected her to do any such thing. He was rather graver than usual, and did not at once say anything. Through the open window came the air, still damp with dew, laden with the scent of honeysuckle and roses, jocund with the shouts of birds, and for one instant Diana's thoughts swept back away to years ago, with a wondering recognition of the change in herself since those June days. Then her husband began to speak. "I have had a call, Diana." "A call? You have a good many of them always, Basil. What was this?" "Of a different sort. A call for me, not a call upon me." "Well, there have always been calls for you, too, in plenty, ever since I have known you. What do you mean?" "This is a call for me to leave Pleasant Valley," said Basil, watching her, yet without seeming to do so. Diana looked bewildered. "To leave Pleasant Valley? Why, and where would you go, Basil?" "I am called, because the people want somebody, and have pitched upon me. The place is a manufacturing town, not very far from Boston." "Are you going?" "That is the point upon which I desire to have your opinion." "But, Basil, the people here want you too." "Grant that." "Then what does it signify whether other people want you?" "Insomuch as the other people are more in numbers and far more needy in condition." "Want you more," said Diana wistfully. "That is the plain English of it." "And will you go?" "What do you counsel?" "I do not know the people," said Diana, breathless. "Nor I as yet. The church that calls me is itself a rich little church, which has been accustomed, I am afraid, for some time to a dead level in religion." "They must want you, then, badly," said Diana. "That was how Pleasant Valley was 5 years ago." "But round the church lies on every hand the mill population, for whom hardly any one cares. They need not one man, but many. Nothing is done for them. They are almost heathen in the midst of a land called Christian." "Then you will go?" said Diana, looking at Mr. Masters, and wishing he would speak to her with a different expression of face. It was calm, sweet, and high, as always, but she knew he thought his wife was lost to him for ever. "And yet I told him last night," she said to herself. Really, she was thinking more of that than of this other subject Basil had unfolded to her. "I do not know," he answered. "How would you like to run over there with me and take a look at the place? I have a very friendly invitation to come and bring you, for the very purpose." "Run over? Why, it must be more than one day's journey." "One runs by railway," said Basil simply. "What do you think? Will you go?" "Oh, yes, indeed, if you will let me. And Rosy?" "We will go nowhere without Rosy." Diana made her cake like one in a dream. Chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana by Susan Warner. Chapter 35. Babylon. The journey to Mainbridge, the manufacturing town in question, took place within a few days. With eager cordiality the minister and his family were welcomed in the house of one of the chief men of the church and of the place, and made very much at home. It was a phasis of social life which Diana had hardly touched ever before. Wealth was abounding and superabounding. The house was large; the luxury of furnishing and fitting, of service and equipage, was on a scale she had never seen. Basil was amused to observe that she did not seem to see it now. She took it as a matter of course, and fitted in these new surroundings as though her life had been lived in them. The dress of the minister's wife was very plain, certainly. Her muslins were not costly, and they were simply made. Yet nobody in the room looked so much dressed as she. It was the dignity of her beauty that so attired her. It was beauty of mind and body both, and both made the grace of her movements and the grace of her quiet so exquisite as it was. Basil smiled and sighed. But there was no doubt Diana saw the mill people. The minister and his wife were taken to see the mills, of course. Diverse and various, silk mills, cotton mills, iron mills. The machinery, and the work done by it, were fascinating to Diana, and delightful. The mill people, men, women, and children, were more fascinating by far, though in a far different way. She watched them in the mills. She watched them when she met them in the street, going to or from work. "Do they go to church?" she asked once of Mr. Brandt, their entertainer. He shook his head. "They are tired with their week's work when Saturday night comes, and want to rest. Sunday was given for rest," he said, looking into Diana's face, which was a study to him. "Don't you think," she said, "rest of body is a poor thing without rest of mind?" "My mind cannot rest unless my body does," he answered, laughing. "Take it the other way. Don't you know what it is to have rest of mind make you forget weariness of body?" "No, nor you either," said he. "Then I am sorry for you, and I wish I could get at the mill people." "Why?" "To tell them what I know about it." "But you could not get at them, Mrs. Masters. They are in the mills from 7 till 7, or 8, and come out tired and dirty. And Sunday, as I told you, they like to stay at home and rest and perhaps clean up." "If there is no help for that," said Diana, "there ought to be no mills." "And no manufacturers?" "What are silk and iron to the bodies and souls of men? Basil, does that passage in the Revelation mean that?" "What passage?" said Mr. Brandt. "Here is a Bible, Mrs. Masters. Perhaps you will be so good as to find the place. I am afraid from your expression it is not a flattering passage for us mill owners. What are the words you refer to?" I think he wanted to draw out Diana much more than the meaning of Scripture. She took the Bible a little doubtfully, and glanced at Basil. He was smiling at her in a reassuring way, but did not at all offer to help. Diana's thoughts wandered somewhat, and she turned the leaves of the Bible unsuccessfully. "Where is it, Basil?" "You are thinking of the account of the destruction of Babylon. It is in the 18th chapter." "But Babylon!" said the host. "We have nothing to do with Babylon. That means Rome, doesn't it?" "Here's the chapter," said Diana. "No, it cannot mean Rome, Mr. Brandt, though Dean Stanley seems to assume that it does, in spite of the fact which he naively points out, that the description don't fit." "What then?" "Basil, won't you explain?" "It is merely an assumption of Old Testament imagery," said Basil. "At a time when lineal Israel stood for the church of God upon earth, Babylon represented the head and culmination of the world power, the church's deadly opponent and foe. Babylon in the Apocalypse but means that of which Nebuchadnezzar's old Babylon was the type." "And what is that?" "The power of this world, of which Satan is said to be the prince." "But what do you mean by the world, Mr. Masters? We cannot get out of the world. It is a pretty good world, too, I think, take it for all in all. People talk of being worldly and not worldly, but they do not know what they are talking about." "Why not?" Diana asked. "Well, now, ask my wife," Mr. Brandt answered, laughing. "She thinks it is 'worldly' to have a cockade on your coachman's hat. It is not worldly to have the coachman or the carriage, and she don't object to a coat with buttons. Then it is not worldly to give a party, but it is worldly to dance. It is very worldly to play cards. There's hair-splitting somewhere, and my eyes are not sharp enough to see the lines." Diana sat with her book in her hand, looking up at the speaker, a look so fair and clear and grave that Mr. Brandt was again moved by curiosity, and tempted to try to make her speak. "Can you make it out?" he said, smiling. "Why, yes," said Diana, "but there is no hair-splitting. It is very simple. There are just two kingdoms in the world, Mr. Brandt, and whatever does not belong to the one belongs to the other. Whatever is not for God is for the world." "Then your definition of the world is?" "All that is not God's." "But I am not clear yet. I don't see how you draw the line. Take my mills, for example. They belong to this profane, work-a-day world. Yet I must run them. Is that worldly?" "Yes, if you do not run them for God." Mr. Brandt stared a little. "I confess I do not see how that is to be done," he owned. "The business that you cannot do for God, you had better not do at all," said Diana gently. "But spinning cotton?" "Spinning cotton, or anything else that employs men and makes money." "How?" "You can do it for God, cannot you?" said Diana in the same way. "You can employ the men and make money for his sake and in his service." "But that is coming pretty close," said the mill owner. "Suppose I want a little of the money for myself and my family?" "I am speaking too much," said Diana, with a lovely flush on her cheek and looking up to her husband. "I wish you would take the word, Basil." "I hope Mr. Masters is going to be a little more merciful to the weaknesses of ordinary humanity," said Mr. Brandt, half lightly. "So tremendous a preacher have I never heard yet." Basil was silent, and Diana looked down at the volume in her hand. "Won't you go on, Mrs. Masters?" said her host. "What do you find for me there?" "I was looking for my quotation," said Diana. "I had not got it quite right." "How is it?" "Here is a list of the luxuries in which Babylon traded. The merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones, and of pearls and fine linen, and purple and silk and scarlet, and all fine wood, and all manner vessels of ivory, and all manner vessels of most precious wood, and of brass and iron, and marble and cinnamon, and ointments and frankincense, and wine and oil, and fine flour, and wheat and beasts, and sheep, and horses and chariots, and slaves, and souls of men." "Sounds for all the world like an inventory of all the things in my house," said Mr. Brandt. "Pray what of all that? Don't you like all those things?" "For in 1 hour so great riches is come to naught." "But what harm in these things, or most of them, Mrs. Masters?" Diana glanced up at Basil and did not answer. He answered. "No harm, so long as business and the fruits of business are kept within the line we were speaking of. so long as all is for God and to God. If it is not for him, it is for the world." "Oh, my dear Mrs. Masters!" cried Mrs. Brandt, running in. "Here you are! I was looking for you. I came to ask, shall I order the landau for 5 o'clock, to drive to the lake?" Diana was glad to have the conversation broken up. When the hour for the drive came, and she sank into the luxurious, satiny depths of the landau, her thoughts involuntarily recurred to it. The carriage was so very comfortable. It rolled smoothly along over good roads, drawn by well-trotting horses. The motion was delightful. Diana's thoughts rolled on too. Suddenly Mr. Brandt leaned over towards her. "Is this carriage a worldly indulgence, Mrs. Masters?" Diana started. "I don't know," she said. "Ah!" said the other, laughing at her startled face. "I am glad to see that even you may have a doubt on that subject. You cannot blame less etherealized persons, like my wife and me, if we go on contentedly with no doubts." "But you mistake me," said Diana. "You said you did not know." "Because I don't know you." "What has that to do with it?" "If I knew you well, Mr. Brandt, I should know whether this carriage is the Lord's or not." The expression of the gentleman's face upon this was hardly agreeable. He sat back in his seat and looked at the prospect. And so Diana tried to do; but for a time the landscape to her was indistinguishable. Her thoughts went back to the mills and the mill people. Pale, apathetic, reserved, sometimes stern, they had struck her painfully as a set of people who did not own kindred with other classes of their fellow creatures, apart, alone, without instruction, without sympathy, not enjoying this life, nor on the way to enjoy the next. The marks of poverty were on them too, abundantly. Diana's mind was too full of these people to allow her leisure for the beauties of nature, or, if she felt these, to let her feel them without a great sense of contrast. Then she did not know whether she had spoken wisely. Alone in her room at night with Basil, she began to talk about it. She wished that he would begin, but he did not, so she must. "Basil, did I say too much to Mr. Brandt to-day?" "I guess not." Diana knew by the tone of these words that her husband was on this subject contented. "What do you think of the mill people?" "I am very curious to find out what impression they make on you." "Basil," said Diana, her voice trembling, "they break my heart." "What's to be done in that case?" "I don't know. Nothing follows upon that. But how do you feel?" "Very much as if I would like to prove the realizing of that old prophecy, 'To whom he was not spoken of they shall see, and they that have not heard shall understand.' That is just how I feel, Basil. But they do not go to church, people say. How could you get at them?" "We could look them up at their own homes. We could arrange meetings for them that they would like. We could work ourselves into their affections by degrees, and then the door would be open for us to bring Christ in. We could give them help, too, where help is needed." "We, Basil?" "Don't you feel as I do? You said so," he answered with a grave smile. "Oh, I do!" said Diana. "I cannot think of anything lovelier than to see those faces change with the knowledge of Christ." "Then you would be willing to leave our present field of work?" "It does not seem to want us as this does, not by manyfold." "Would your mother leave Pleasant Valley?" "No." "How then, Di, about you?" "The first question is duty, Basil." "I think mine is to come here." "Then it must be mine," said Diana, with a sort of disappointment upon her that he should speak in that way. "And would it be your pleasure too?" "Why, certainly, Basil. I cannot imagine pleasure to be apart from duty." "Thank you," he said gently. "And I thank God, who has brought you so far in your lesson learning as to know that." Diana said no more. She was ready to cry, with the feeling that her husband thought himself to have so little to do with her pleasure. Tears, however, were not much in her way, and she did not shed any. But she speculated. Had he really to do with her pleasure? It was different certainly once. She had craved to be at a distance from him. She could remember the time well. But the time was past. Was it reasonable to expect him to know that fact? He had thoroughly learned the bitter truth that her heart was not his, and could never be his. What should tell him that the conditions of things were changed? Were they changed? Diana was in great confusion. She began to think she did not know herself. She did not hate Mr. Masters any more. Nay, she declared to herself she never had hated him. She always had liked him. Only then she had loved Evan Nolton, and now that was gone. She did not love anybody. There was no reason in the world why Mr. Masters should not be contented. "I think," said Diana to herself, "I give him enough of my heart to content him. I wonder what would content him. I do not care 2 straws for anybody else in all the world. He would say, if I told him that, he would say it is a negative proposition. Suppose I could go further," and Diana's cheeks began to burn. "Suppose I could. I could not possibly stand up and tell him so. I cannot. He ought to see it for himself. But he does not. He ought to be contented. I think he might be contented with what I give him, if it isn't just—" Diana broke off with her thoughts very much disturbed. She thought she did not love her husband, but things were no longer clear, except that Basil's persistent ignorance of the fact that they had changed, chafed and distressed her. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana by Susan Warner. Chapter 36. The Party. The morning of the next day was spent in still further visits to still more mills. Mr. Brandt was much struck with the direction his guest's attention seemed to take. "You are very fond of machinery," he remarked to Diana. "Yes. I don't know much about it," she answered. "Surely that is not true, after these 2 or 3 days' work." "I knew nothing about it before. Yes, I do enjoy it, Mr. Brandt, with you and Mr. Masters to explain things to me. But it is the people that interest me most." "The people?" "The mill hands?" Mrs. Brandt asked. "Yes, the mill hands." "What can you find interesting in them? I am half afraid of them, for my part." "They look as if they wanted friends so much." "Friends?" repeated Mrs. Brandt. "I suppose they have friends among themselves. Why should not they? Well, it is time you had a change of society, I think. My husband has taken you among the mill people for 2 days. Now to-night I will introduce you to a different set, some of your church people. I want you to take rest this afternoon, my dear Mrs. Masters. Now won't you? So as to be able to enjoy the evening. I am sure Brandt has fatigued you to death. I never can stand going up and down those stairs in the mills, and standing about. It kills me." "I wonder how they bear standing at the looms or the other machines all day." "They? Oh, they are accustomed to it, I suppose. An hour or 2 of it breaks me down. Now rest, will you? It's quite a great occasion to-night. One of our greatest men among the mill owners, and one of the pillars of the church you and Mr. Masters are coming to take care of, gives an entertainment to his daughter to-night, a bride, married lately, just come home and just going away again. You'll see all our best people. Now please go and rest." Diana went to her room and rested outwardly. In her mind thoughts were very busy. And when it was time to dress, they were hardly diverted from their subjects. It was with a sort of unconscious instinct that Diana threw her beautiful hair into the wavy masses and coils, which were more graceful than she knew, and crowned her so royally; and in the like manner that she put on a dress of soft white muslin. It had no adornment other than the lace which finished it at throat and wrists. She looked most like a bride herself. So Basil thought when he came to fetch her, though he did not say his thought, fearing lest he might graze something in her mind which would pain her. He often withheld words for such a reason. "Will it do?" said Diana, seeing him look at her. "Too good for the occasion," said Basil, shaking his head. "Too much dressed?" said Diana. "I thought I must dress as much as I could. Is it too much, Basil?" Nobody else will think so," said the minister with a queer smile. "Do you think so?" "You are just as you ought to be. All the same, it is beyond the company. Never mind. Come." Downstairs, another sort of criticism. "My dear Mrs. Masters, not a bit of colour. You will be taken for the bride yourself. All in white, except your beautiful hair. Wait, that won't do. Let me try if I can't improve things a little. Do you mind? Just let me see how this will look." Diana submitted patiently, and Mrs. Brandt officiously fastened a knot of blue riband in her bright hair. She was greatly pleased with the effect, which Diana could not see. However, when they had reached the house they were going to, and leaving the dressing-room, Diana took her husband's arm to go down to the company. He detained her to let Mr. and Mrs. Brandt pass on before, and then, with a quick and quiet touch of his fingers, removed the blue bow and put it in his pocket. "Basil," said Diana, smiling, "she will miss it." "So shall I. It commonized the whole thing." There was nothing common left, as every one instantly recognized who saw Diana that evening. A presence of such dignified grace, a face of such lofty and yet innocent beauty, so sweet a movement and manner, nobody there knew anything like it in Mainbridge. On the other hand, it was Diana's first experience of a party beyond the style and degree of Pleasant Valley parties. She found immediately that she was by much the plainest dressed woman in the company, but she forgot to think of the dresses, the people struck her with so much surprise. Of course everybody was introduced to her, and everybody said the same things. They hoped she liked Mainbridge, they hoped she was coming to live among them. Mr. Masters was coming to the church, wasn't he? And how did he like the looks of the place? "You see the best part of the church here to-night," remarked one stout elderly lady in a black silk and with flowers in her cap, a very well-to-do, puffy old lady. "You see just the best of them, and all the best." "What do you call the best part of a church?" Diana asked, looking round the room. "Well, you see them before you. There is Mr. Waters standing by the piano. He's the wealthiest man in Mainbridge, a very wealthy man. The one with his head a little bald, speaking just now to Mrs. Brandt, is one of our elders. He's pretty comfortable too. A beautiful place he has. Have you seen it? No? You ought to have gone there to see his flowers. The grounds are beautiful, laid out with so much taste. But if you are fond of flowers, you should go to see Mr. Tillary's greenhouses. That is Mr. Tillary in the corner, between the two young ladies in white. Mr. Tillary's greenhouses extend half a mile, or would, if they were set in a line, you know." "Are there any poor people in the church?" "Poor people?" The article called for seemed to be rare. "Poor people? There are a few, I believe. Not many. The poor people go to the mission chapel. Oh, we support a mission. That's down in the mill quarter, where the hands live, I mean." "And oh, Mrs. Masters," a young lady struck in here, "you are coming, aren't you? I have fallen in love with you, and I want you to come. And oh, I want you to tell me one thing. Is Mr. Masters very strict?" "About what?" said Diana, smiling. "About anything." "Yes, he is very strict about telling the truth." "Oh, of course, but I mean about other things, what one may do or mayn't do. Is he strict?" "Not any stricter than his master." "His master? Who's that? But I mean, does he make a fuss about dancing?" "I never saw Mr. Masters make a fuss about anything." "Oh, delightful! Then he don't mind? You know, Mrs. Masters, the Bible says David danced." "The Bible tells why he danced too," said Diana, wholly unable to keep her gravity. "Does it? I don't recollect. And oh, Mrs. Masters, I want to know in another thing. Does Mr. Masters use the Episcopal form in marrying people?" "You are concerned in the question?" "Oh yes, I might be, you know, one of these days; and I always think the Episcopal form is so dignified and graceful, the ring and all that. The Presbyterian form is so tucky and ugly. Oh, Mrs. Masters, don't you like a form for everything?" Before Diana could return an answer to this somewhat comprehensive question, a slight sound caused her to forget both question and speaker, and the place where she was, as utterly as if they all had been swept from the sphere of the actual. It belonged to the sweet poise and calm of her heart and life that she was able to keep still as she was, and make no movement, and give no sign. The sound she had heard was a little running laugh. She thought it came from the next room, yet she did not turn her head to look that way, though it could have been uttered, she knew, from no throat but one. The young lady friend reiterated the question in which she was interested, and Diana answered, I do not know how, nor did she, while she was at the same time collecting her forces and reviewing them for the coming skirmish with circumstances. Evan Nolton was here at Mainbridge. How could it possibly be? And even as the thought went through her, came that laugh again. Diana's mind began to be in a great state of confusion, which presently concentrated itself upon the one point of keeping a calm and unmoved exterior. And to her surprise this became easy. The confusion subsided, like the vibrations of harp strings which have been brushed by a harsh hand, only her heart beat a little, waiting for the coming encounter. "Shall I take you in to see the bride?" Mr. Brandt here presented himself, offering his services. And Diana rose without hesitation and put her arm in his. She was glad, however, that their progress through the company was slow. She hoped Evan would see before he had to speak to her. She herself felt ready for anything. It was with a strange feeling, nevertheless, that she went through the introduction to the pale lady of fashion, who was Evan's second choice. Beyond white silk and diamonds and a rather delicate appearance, Diana could in that moment discern nothing. Her senses did not seem to serve her well. The lady was very much in request besides, amid her old friends and acquaintances, and there was no chance to talk to her. Then followed the introduction to the bridegroom. He was going to content himself with a bow, but Diana stretched out her hand and gave his a warm grasp. "I have seen Captain Nolton before," she said simply. She was perfectly quiet now, but she saw that he was not, and that he was willing to take refuge with other claimants upon his attention to escape any particular words with her. She stepped back, and gradually got behind him, where the sight of her could not distress him. It had distressed him, she had seen that. Was it on her account or on his own? Gradually watching her chances, she was able to work her way back into the other room, which was comparatively empty, and there she sat down at a table covered with photographs. She would go away, she thought, as soon as it could gracefully be done, and yet she would have liked to speak a few words with Evan, this last time they might ever be together. What made him embarrassed in meeting her? With his bride just beside him, that ought not to be, she thought. The company had almost all crowded into the other room about the bride, and were fully occupied with her, and Diana was alone. She turned over the photographs and reviewed the kings and queens of Europe, with no sort of intelligence as to their families or nationalities, mechanically, just to cover her abstraction, and to seem to be doing something. Then suddenly she knew that Evan was beside her. He had come round and entered by the door from the hall, and now they both stood together for a moment, shielded by a corner of the partition wall between the rooms. Diana had risen. "This is a very painful meeting," Captain Nolton said, after a silence which would have been longer if he had dared to let it be so. "No," said Diana, looking at him with as clear and fair a brow as if she had been the moon goddess whose name she bore, and her voice was very sweet. "Not painful, Evan. Why should it be? I am glad to see you again." "I didn't know you were here," he went on hurriedly, in evident great perturbation. "And we did not know you were here. I had no notion of it till I heard your voice in the next room. I knew it instantly." "I would have spared you this if I could have foreseen it." "Spared me what?" "All this pain. I know it must be pain to you. I did not anticipate it." "Why should it be pain to me?" inquired Diana steadily. "I know your feeling. I would not have brought Clara into your presence." "I am very glad to have seen her," said Diana in the same quiet way, looking at Evan fixedly. "I should have been glad to see more of her and learn to know her. I could scarcely speak to her for the crowd around. Yes, she is a great favourite, and everybody is eager to see her before she goes." You are going away soon?" "Oh, yes, to my post." "I hope she will make you happy, Evan," Diana said gently and cordially. "You are very good, I am sure. I don't want you to think, Diana, that I, in fact, have forgotten anything." "You cannot forget too soon," she answered, smiling, "everything that Clara would not wish you to remember." "A fellow is so awfully lonely out there on the frontiers," he said, mumbling his words through his moustache in a peculiar way. "You will not be lonely now, I hope." "You see, Di, you were lost to me. If I could only think of you as happy." "You may." "Happy?" he repeated, looking at her. He had avoided her eyes until now. "Yes." "Then you have forgotten?" "One does not forget," said Diana, with again a grave smile. "But I have ceased to look back sorrowfully." "But you are married." Then light flashed into Diana's face. She understood Evan's allusion. "Yes," she said, "to somebody who has my whole heart." "But you are married to Mr. Masters?" he went on incredulously. "Certainly; and I love my husband with all the strength there is in me to love. I hope your wife will love you as well," she added with another smile, a different one, which was exceedingly aggravating to the young man. No other lips could wreathe so with such a mingling of softness and strength, love and, yes, happiness. Captain Knowlton had seen smiles like that upon those lips once, long ago. Never a brighter or more confident one. He felt unaccountably injured. "You did not speak so when I saw you last," he remarked. "No, I was a fool," said Diana, with somewhat unreasonable perverseness. "Or, if I was not a fool, I was weak." "I see you are strong now," said the young officer bitterly. "I was never strong, and I am weak still. I have not forgotten, Diana." "You ought to forget, Evan," she said gently. "It's impossible," said he, hastily turning over photographs on the table. Diana would have answered, but the opportunity was gone. Other people came near. The two fell apart from each other, and no more words were interchanged between them. It grieved, but did not astonish Basil to perceive, when he joined Diana in their own room that night, that she had been weeping; and it only grieved him to know that the weeping was renewed in the night. He gave no sign that he knew it, and Diana thought he was asleep through it all. Tears were by no means a favourite indulgence with her. This night the spring of them seemed to be suddenly unsealed, and they flowed fast and free, and were not to be checked. Neither did Diana quite clearly know what moved them. She was very sorry for Evan, yes, but these tears she was shedding were not painful tears. It came home to her, all the sorrowful waiting months and years that Basil had endured on her account; but sympathy was not a spring large enough to supply such a flow. She was glad those months were ended, yet they were not ended, for Basil did not know the facts she had stated with so much clearness to his whilome rival. She had not told himself, and he did not guess them. He might, said Diana to herself. He ought. At the same time she knew now there was something for her to do. How she should do it, she did not know. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Diana. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gage. Diana by Susan Warner. Chapter 37. At One. They returned to Pleasant Valley that day, and Basil was immediately plunged in arrears of business. For the present Diana had to attend to her mother, whose conversation was anything but agreeable after she learned that her son-in-law had accepted the call to Mainbridge. "Ministers are made of stuff like very common people," she declared. "Every one goes where he can get the most." "You know Mr. Masters has plenty already, mother, plenty of his own." "Those that have most already are always the ones that want more. I've seen that 1,000 times. If a man's property lies in an onion, he'll likely give you half of it if you want it. If he's got all Pleasant Valley, the odds are he won't give you an onion." Diana would have turned the conversation, but Mrs. Starling came back to the subject. "What do you suppose you are going to do with me?" "Mother, that is for you to choose. You know, wherever we are, there's a home for you, if you will have it." "It's a pleasure to your husband to have me too, ain't it?" "It is always a pleasure to him to do what is right." "Complimentary! You have grown very fond of him, haven't you, all of a sudden?" But this subject Diana would not touch, not to her mother, not to any one, till the person most concerned knew the truth, and most certainly after that not to any one else. Evan had been told; there had been a reason; she was glad she had told him. "What do you suppose I'd do in Mainbridge?" Mrs. Starling went on. "There is plenty to do, mother. It is because there is so much to do that we are going." "Dressing and giving parties. I always knew your husband held himself above our folks. He'll be suited there." This tried Diana. It was so very far from the truth. She fled the field. It was often the safest way. But she was very sorry for her mother. She went to Basil's study, where now no one was, and sat down by the window that looked into the garden. There Rosy presently caught sight of her, came to her, and climbed up into her lap, and for a good while the two entertained one another, the child going on in wandering sweet prattle, while the mother's thoughts, though she answered her, kept a deeper current of their own all the while. She was pondering as she sat there and smelled the roses in the garden, and talked to the small rose in her lap. She was pondering what she should do to let her husband know what she now knew about herself. One would say, the simplest way would be to tell him. But Diana, with all her simplicity and sweetness, had a New England nature, and though she could speak frankly enough when spoken to, on this or any other subject, she shrank from volunteering revelations that were not expected of her, revelations that were so intimate, and belonged to her very inner self, and that concerned besides so vitally her relations with another person, even though that person were her husband. At the mere thought of doing it, the colour stirred uneasily in Diana's face. Why could not Basil divine? Looking out into the garden, both mother and child, and talking very busily, one of them, thinking very busily the other, neither of them heard Basil come in. "Where's papa?" Rosy was at the moment asking, in a tone sufficiently indicating that in her view of things he had been gone long enough. "Not very far off," was the answer, close behind them. Rosy started, and threw herself round towards her father, and Diana also started and looked up, and in her face not less than in the little one there was a flash and a flush of sudden pleasure. Basil stooped to put his lips to Rosy's, and then, reading more than he knew in Diana's eyes, he carried the kiss to her lips also. It was many a day since he had done the like, and Diana's face flushed more and more. But Basil had taken up Rosy in his arms, and was interchanging a whole harvest of caresses with her. Diana turned her looks towards the garden, and felt ready to burst into tears. Could it be that he was proud, and intended to revenge upon her the long avoidance to which in days past she had treated him? Not like what she knew of Mr. Masters, and Diana was aware she was unreasonable, but it was sore and impatient at her heart, and she wanted to be in Rosy's place. And Basil the while was thinking whether by his unwonted caress he had grieved or distressed his wife. He touched her shoulder gently, and said, "Forgive me." "Forgive you what?" said Diana, looking round. "My taking an indulgence that perhaps I should not have taken." "You are very much mistaken, Basil," said Diana, rising. Her voice trembled and her lips quivered. She thought he was rather cruel now. "But I have troubled you?" he said, looking earnestly at her. Diana hesitated, and the quiver of her lips grew more uncontrollable. "Not in the way you think," she answered. "How then?" he asked gently. "But I have troubled you. How, Di?" The last two words were spoken with a very tender, gentle accentuation, and they broke Diana down. She laid one hand on her husband's arm, and the other, with her face in it, on his shoulder, and burst into tears. I do not know what there is in the telegraphy of touch and look and tone, but something in the grip of Diana's hand and in her action altogether wrought a sudden change in Basil, and brought a great revelation. He put his little girl down out of his arms and took his wife in them, and for minutes there was no word spoken, and Rosy was too much astonished at the strange, motionless hush they maintained to resent at first her own dispossession and the great slight which had been done her. There had come a honey bee into the room by mistake, and not finding there what he expected to find, he was flying about and about, trying in vain to make his way to something more in his line than books, and the soft buzz of the creature was the only sound to be heard, till Rosy began to complain. She did not know what to make of the utter stillness of the two figures beside her, who stood like statues, was furthermore not a little jealous of seeing what she considered her own prerogative usurped by another, and finally began an importunate petitioning to be taken up again. But Rosy's voice, never neglected before, was not heard to-day. Neither of them heard it. The consciousness that was nearest was overpowering, and barred out every other. "Diana," said Basil at last in a whisper, and she looked up, all flushed and trembling, and did not meet his eyes. Neither did she take her hand from his shoulder. They had not changed their position. "Diana, what are you going to say to me?" "Haven't I said it?" she answered with a moment's glance and smile, and then between smiles and tears her head sank again. "Why did you never tell me before?" he said with a breath that was almost a sob, and at the same time had a somewhat imperative accent of demand in it. "I did not know myself." "And now?" "Now?" repeated Diana, half laughing. "Yes, now. What have you got to tell me?" "Do you want me to tell you what you know already?" "You have told me nothing, and I do not feel that I know anything till you have told me," he said in a lighter tone. "Hello, Rosy, what's the matter?" For Rosy, seeing herself entirely to all appearance supplanted, had now broken out into open lamentations, too heartfelt to be longer disregarded. Diana gently released herself, and stooped down and took the child up, perhaps glad of a diversion, but Rosy instantly stretched out her arms imploringly to go to her father. "I was jealous of her a little while ago," Diana remarked as the exchange was made. But at that word Basil set the child, scarcely in his arms, out of them again on the floor, and folding Diana in them anew, paid her some of the long arrear of caresses so many a day withheld. Ay, it was the first time he had known he might without distressing her, and no doubt lips can do no more silently to reveal a passion of affection than these did then. If Basil had had a revelation made to him, perhaps so did Diana. But I hardly think Diana was surprised. She knew something of the depths and the contained strength in her husband's character. But it is safe to say she would never be jealous of Rosy again. Not anything like these demonstrations had ever fallen to Rosy's share. Anything, meanwhile, prettier than Diana's face it would be difficult to see. Flushing like a girl, her lips wreathing with smiles, teardrops hanging on the eyelashes still, but with flashes and sparkles coming and going in the usually quiet grey eyes. Dispossessed Rosy on the floor, meanwhile looked on in astonishment so great that she even forgot to protest. Basil looked down at her at last and laughed. "Rosy has had a lesson," he said, picking her up. "She will know her place henceforth. Come, Di, sit down and talk to me. How came this about?" "I don't know, Basil," said Diana meekly. "Where did it begin?" "I don't know that either." "Oh, begin? I think the beginning was very long ago, when I learned to honour you so thoroughly." "Honour is very cold work. Don't talk to me about honour," said Basil. "I have fed and supped on honour, and felt very empty." "Well, you have had it," said Diana contentedly. "Go on. When did it change into something else?" "It has not changed," said Diana mischievously. "When did you begin to give me something better?" "Do you know, Basil, I cannot tell. I was not conscious myself of what was going on in me." "When?" "Perhaps, since soon after I came home from Clifton. It had not begun then. How soon it began after, I cannot tell, it was so gradual." "When did you discover a change?" "I felt it. I hardly discovered it. A good while ago, I think, but I did not in the least know what it was. I wished, Basil, it is very odd," and the colour rose in Diana's cheeks, "I wished that I could love you." The minister smiled, and there was a suspicious drop in his eyes, which, I think to hide, he stooped and kissed Rosy. "Go on. When did you come to a better understanding?" "I don't think I recognized it until I told mother, not a great while ago, that I cared for nobody in the world but you. But that was different. I meant something different. I do not think I recognized it fully, until you will think me very strange until I saw Evan Nolton." "And then?" said Basil, with a quick look at his wife. Diana's eyes were dreamily going out of the window, and her lips wore the rare smile which had vexed Evan, and which he himself had never seen on them before that day. "Then he ventured to remind me that once it was not true." "What?" said Basil, laughing. "Your mother makes very confused statements, Rosy." "He was mortified, I think, that I did not seem to feel more at seeing him, and then he dared to remind me that I had married a man I did not—" Diana left the word unspoken. "And then?" "Then I knew all of a sudden that he was mistaken, that if it had been true once it was true no longer. I told him so." "Told him?" echoed her husband. "I told him. He will make that mistake no more." "Then pray why did you not tell the person most concerned?" "I could not. I thought you must find it out of yourself." "How did he take your communication?" "Basil, human nature is a very strange thing. I think, do you know, I think he was sorry." "Poor fellow!" said Basil. "Can you understand it?" "I am afraid I can." "You may say 'poor fellow,' but I was displeased with him. He had no right to care, at least to be anything but glad. It was wrong. He had no right." "No, but you have fought a fight, my child, which few fight and come off with victory." "It was not I, Basil," said Diana softly. "It was the power that bade the sea be still. I never could have conquered, never. Let us thank him. And it was you that led me to trust in him, Basil. You told me that anything I trusted Christ to do for me, he would do it; and I saw how you lived, and I believed first because you believed." Basil was silent. His face was very grave and very sweet. "I am rather disappointed in Evan," said Diana after a pause. "I shall always feel an interest in him. But do you know, Basil, he seems to me weak?" "I knew that a long while ago." "I knew it 2 years ago, but I would not recognize it." Then leaving her place, she knelt down beside her husband and laid her head on his breast. "Oh, Basil, if I can ever make it up to you—" "Hush," said he. "We will go and make things up to those mill workers in Mainbridge." There was a long pause, and then Diana spoke again, spoke slowly. "Do you know, Basil, the mill owners in Mainbridge seemed to me to want something done for them, quite as much as the mill workers." "I make the charge of that over to you." "Me?" said Diana. "Why not?" "What do you want me to do for them?" "What do you think they need?" "Basil, they do not seem to me to have the least idea, not an idea, of what true religion is. They would be very much astonished to hear you say so. But is it not true? You would find every wealthy community more or less like Mainbridge." "Would I? That does not alter the case, Basil." "No. Do you think things are different here in Pleasant Valley?" Diana pondered. "I think they do not seem the same," she said. "People at least would not be shocked if you told them here what Christian living is, and there are some who know it by experience." "No doubt; so there are in the Mainbridge church, though it may be we shall find them most among the poor people. But what is it you want me to do, Basil?" "Show them what a life lived for Christ is. We will both show them. But in my case people lay it off largely on the bond of my profession. Then when we have shown them for a while what it is, we can speak of it with some hope of being understood." "Has anything special come to the Dominie?" Mrs. Starling asked that evening, when after prayers the minister had gone to his study. "Why, mother?" "He seems to have a great deal of Thanksgiving on his mind." "That's nothing very uncommon in him," said Diana, smiling. "What's happened to you? inquired their mother next, eyeing her daughter with curious eyes. "Why do you ask?" "I don't do things commonly without a reason. When folks roll their words out like butter, I like to know what's to pay." "I cannot imagine what manner of speech that can be," said Diana, amused. "Well, it was your'n just now, and it was your husband's half an hour ago." "I suppose," said Diana, gravely now, "that when people feel happy, it makes their speech flow smoothly." "And you feel happy?" said Mrs. Starling, with a look as sharp as an arrow. "Yes, mother, I do." "What about?" Diana hesitated, and then answered with a kind of sweet solemnity, "All earth and all heaven." Mrs. Starling was silenced for a minute. "By all earth, I suppose you mean me to understand things in the future." "And things in the past. Everything that ever happened to me, mother, has turned out for good." Mrs. Starling looked at her daughter, and saw that she meant it. "The ways o' the world," she muttered scornfully, "are too queer for anything." But Diana let the imputation lie. They went to Mainbridge. Not Mrs. Starling, but the others; and you may think of them as happy, with both hands full of work. They live in a house just a little bit out of the town, where there is plenty of ground for gardens, and the air is not poisoned with smoke or vapour. Roses and honeysuckles flourish as well here as in Pleasant Valley. Laburnums are here too, dropping fresh gold every year; and there are banks of violets and beds of lilies, and in the spring time crocuses and primroses and hyacinths and snowdrops, and chrysanthemums and asters, and all sorts of splendours and sweetnesses in the fall. For even Diana's flowers are not for herself alone, nor even for her children alone, whose special pleasure in connection with them is to make nosegays for sick and poor people, and to cultivate garden plots in order to have the more to give away. And not Diana's roses and honeysuckles are sweeter than the fragrance of her life which goes through all Mainbridge. Rich and poor look to that house as a point of light and centre of strength. To the poor it is, besides, a treasury of comfort. There is no telling the change that has been wrought already in the place.